Guarding a Secret. The Dragon God's Wife, Book 2, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn. Chapter 1. Twilight. I had once missed that hour, when the brilliance of the sun was replaced by the softness of the night. Now I dreaded it. The shadows had crept up on me shortly after I left my landing spot, and now I found myself in a strange land that was about to dissolve into darkness. I could only imagine what animals lurked in the shadows, waiting to chomp on little me. There was also a problem with this mysterious new body of mine. I had dirty paws, dirty fur, and a tail that just wouldn't stop swishing about. And the whiskers. Those poking things that had awoken me on that icy barge were constantly twitching. The last rays of the sun were disappearing behind a horizon of hills, as I slunk under a thick mess of brambles. Tiny stickers on the plant stuck to my fur and trapped me in its harsh web. I twisted around and hissed at the offending bush. It didn't care. Go figure. I yanked myself free and tumbled head over 4 heels to land with a hard thump on a patch of bare earth. My legs ached, and my teeth chattered as the chilly night air descended upon me. What I wouldn't give for a cat coat. A crack of a stick made me freeze. I whipped my head about, and I could feel my eyes dilate. The world turned from night to daylight as if by magic, but the darkest shadows couldn't be penetrated. The sound had come from one of those patches of darkness. The tip of my tail furiously twitched as I hunkered low to the ground. A faint rustling of leaves came to my large ears and my nose detected something. I couldn't make sense of all the information it was giving me, but my brain knew something was wrong. Dangerously wrong. I crept on my belly forward, with the direction of the trouble staying on my right. The darkness was an impenetrable hunk of fallen branches and bushes. A rotting tree ran in one end of the mess and out the other, its moss-covered surface gleaming with twilight dew. A squealing roar made me freeze, and the next moment a pot-bellied creature came crashing out of the darkness. It landed nearly on top of me, and I was rolled across the ground, coming to a stop on my back. The thing charged and swung its head down. A pair of thick horns scooped me up and flung me into the air. I yowled and flailed all 4 legs. Good thing cats always land on their feet. I landed on my paws, but the ground I crashed onto was a spitfire of trouble. It was the back of my nemesis. The creature squealed and bucked, tossing me about as my front claws viciously dug between the long bristles and into its rough pelt. I was flung to and fro like a bronco rider, until I lost my grip. The wild bucking threw me several yards away, where I landed hard and rolled across the rough, prickly ground. I came to a stop on my side among a mess of stickers and dried leaves. My aching body complained about the rough treatment, while my head spun from the hard fling. A heavy snort shattered my rest. I whipped my head up and my blood froze in my veins. The creature stepped into my field of vision, and I saw it was a huge boar. The heavy tusks curled out of its mouth and up past its face. Its weathered features were mere decorations, when I beheld the terrible look in its dark eyes. There was a madness in them that made my heart skip a beat. This creature hungered for blood, and I had a fresh supply. The boar threw its head back, and let loose a terrible squeal before it charged. My eyes widened and I rolled out of its way, missing being stomped by its sharp hooves by a mere inches. I scampered to my feet and dug my claws in for grip, before I shot off. The boar pursued me, its terrible huffing breathing coming closer and closer to my tail. I ducked and leaped over bushes and fallen trees, but the creature crashed through it all. One of those fallen trees proved to be more rotten than I predicted. I landed on its bark prepared to vault to the other side, when the bark gave way. I yowled as I crashed through into the hollow center. The boar flew over me, snapping its jaws where I had just stood. I landed hard on my side, and a sharp stake stabbed itself into the upper arm of my front leg. Warm blood ran down my fur coat and dripped onto the forest floor. A shadow stretched over me, and I had only a fraction of a second to react. The boar shoved its tusks through the frail walls, and I scampered down the slick rotting innards of the tree. It crashed into my little hollow, and raced about me, destroying everything in its path. I shot out the far end and dashed through a mess of brush before I stumbled into a small clearing. My wound pounded with pain, and I felt a little dizzy as blood gushed from the hole. The world spun around me, and the edges were a hazy mess. I could only make it halfway across the clearing before I collapsed onto my side. The boar slammed through the brush behind me and raced at me, its hungry eyes promising a terrible death. I closed mine and waited for the end. The boar's hooves skidded along the hard-packed floor, a foot shy of where I lay. It let out a terrible squeal before I heard it spin around and stampede back into the forest. I peeked open my eyes and watched its behind disappear into the brush. Hope was rekindled inside me, but there was also a rising fear. What had caused the boar to take off in such terror? A strange shuffling noise made me turn my head to the center of the clearing. I creaked my head around and my heart stopped. A strange slender plant branch slithered toward me. Its black skin shimmered like rotten flesh, and tiny spikes covered its surface. I hissed and scrambled back, but my lame leg dragged me down. The thing wrapped around my other front leg, and its spikes sank into my flesh. A screeching yowl burst from my mouth, and I scrambled back, or tried to. The thing kept its tight grip on me, and tugged me toward the shadows at the other end of the clearing. A horrible feeling fell over me, as I beheld a strange darkness in those woods. Something terrible awaited me, far more terrible than the end the boar had promised. I thrashed and dug my heels into the dirt, but nothing worked. The thing dragged me toward the abyss of some hideous, unknown nightmare. I was on the precipice of despair, when a shimmering light came down from above. A shadow dropped from on high, and sliced the tendril with a flaming weapon. The tendril was cut in twain, and my half released me and flopped onto the ground. I limped back, but not too far because both my front legs were now wounded. The sliced end shuddered and drooped before it fell into a pile of black ash. The other half slithered backward into the ugly shadows. My savior straightened and partially turned to me. I hissed in surprise as I beheld the angelic face of Lord Eastwei. He held a flaming sword in his hand, which he kept at his side as he strode over to me. I wanted so desperately to lung into his arms, but my feeble attempt at a jump ended with me dropping chin first onto the ground. Eastwei knelt by my side and inspected both wounds, dirtying his hands with my blood. The blood congealed in my fur and dripped onto the ground. He pursed his lips and examined the rest of me. "You have seen better times." I could only wag my tail in appreciation. He turned his face about and his eyes fell on the darkness. "Remain here until I return." He stood, but I was having none of that. No way I wanted to be left alone in this creepy beast-infested forest. I yowled and tried to stand, but my shaky front legs collapsed beneath me and I dropped onto the dry dust. Eastwei studied me for a moment before he stooped and scooped me into one arm. "Stay still." I bobbed my head, only too happy to be tucked against him. He strode forward into the woods, where the tendril had vanished. My heart pounded in my chest, but I felt nothing from the god who carried me. His heart was as impassive as his face, as he used his sword to slice his way through the dense forest. A disgusting squishing sound echoed through the trees, and a hideously noxious smell wafted past my nose. I wrinkled my schnoz and pressed closer to Eastwei. He stopped and studied me. "Do you smell something?" I nodded, and lifted my bloodied paw to point at the way ahead of us. Eastwei tightened his grip on both me and his sword before he ventured ahead. The odor worsened, and I found myself gagging. Even the Lord's impassive expression took a hit, as he curled one corner of his lip up in disgust. The trail of the tendril was easy to follow, as the thing had left a black patch of rot in its wake. The path meandered through the woods before those began to thin and finally parted, revealing a small settlement of some dozen homes. Standing there at the edge of the buildings, I was struck by the eerie silence. The atmosphere was like that of a graveyard. Nothing stirred save for a few bits of clothes on the ground. Eastwei approached the strange pile, and used the tip of his sword to burn away the hem of a pant leg. I screeched as it revealed a shriveled human leg. Chapter 2. Quiet, he hissed. The sharpness in his voice made me clamp my mouth shut. That's when I felt it. A shift in the air. A terrible wind blowing at our backs. Eastwei spun around and swung his sword in front of us. His flaming blade illuminated the shadows, revealing a hideous menagerie of black tendrils. They loomed upon us like a cloud of death. Eastwei's fiery magic sliced the limbs, and the ends dropped to the ground with a squishy sound. They flopped about before they shriveled and turned to ash like the first one. I followed the trail of dark tendrils, as they curled back behind one of the houses. Eastwei carried me after them, and we cautiously turned the corner. A putrid black plant grew out of a hole in the ground. Dozens of tendrils oozed out of its pulsing core. A mess of broad fetid leaves covered most of the fat body, but I could make out throbbing veins all over the thing. A stench of death hung over the thing, and that was made even more evident by the piles of clothes that littered the area around its base. Whatever had happened to the people, there was no doubt this thing was responsible. The plant lifted its tendrils above its body, and rattled them. Large balls of rancid mucus flew in all directions. Eastwei leaped back and used his sword to slice those aimed straight at us. The Lord set me down near the corner of the house, and walked toward the creature. A faint reddish glow surrounded him, and the flames around his sword lengthened, creating a huge blade that stretched for some 5 feet. The creature slapped its tendrils against the ground before it flung them at him. Eastwei reacted so quickly that I could barely follow his movements. He dodged, parried and ducked, all the while slicing at anything that dared brush against his clothes. Each of his counterattacks took him closer to the center. That's when I noticed movement beneath the ground behind him. A dirt mound swelled up until a tendril wiggled its way out of the tip of the earthen pile. The slender limb stretched itself to some 6 feet high and leaned its tip toward Eastwei. I didn't even think. I just reacted. I darted forward with a loud hiss and leaped at the thing. My sharp fangs sank into the tendril, and a disgusting tar flooded my mouth. I shut my eyes and forced myself to ignore the bile, and focus on keeping my grip as the thing tried to throw me off. Eastwei spun around and swung his sword in front of him. His blade cut the limb asunder, and both it and I dropped to the ground. I fell on my side, but managed to spit out the twitching part before it turned to ash. Eastwei knelt beside me and looked me over. I managed a soft meow, and a twitch of my tail. A terrifying red fury slipped into his eyes. He stood and turned to face our foe. The sloppy mess was now a ball, with a mess of short trunks for limbs. It flopped about as if trying to pull itself out of its hole, and run away. Eastwei stalked toward it, and held his sword out at his side. A fierce heat emanated from the blade, and the shortened tendrils the thing swung at him were burned away by his magical aura alone. He reached the throbbing center, and grasped the hilt of his sword in both hands before he brought it down on the thing. His fire cut the creature in two, and its whole body caught fire. The tendrils were consumed, and the squishy center melted into a puddle in the hole. A strange white cloud floated out of the creature at the same time the thing oozed out of existence. The nebulous fog appeared to hover for a moment over the ruins of the creature, and I swore I saw dozens of small golden lights twinkle inside its murky depths. A soft breeze blew past us and the mist dissipated. A faint sigh filled the air that both made chills run down my spine and lifted my spirits. Something wondrous and horrible had happened. Eastwei stepped back and his sword vanished. He stared unblinking at the pool of black ooze. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed a few bubbles bob up to the surface. The froth worsened and grew into a pile of black bubbles, before a dark shape in their center arose and popped them. A twisted, gnarled plant slithered out of the putrid pool and grew to 6 inches. Horrible black leaves sprouted all over its slender body, as did a few stubby tendrils. Eastwei reached out to grab the plant. His fingers had hardly touched the slimy stalk when the thing stiffened before flailing about. A black smoke rose from the point of contact, and Eastwei jerked his hand away as boils popped up all over the thing's body. It twisted about and more bubbles boiled up from the pool. The plant shriveled and sank back into the dank water, and a moment later the puddle dried up. Only a hollowed-out blackened hole remained. The Lord draped his arm over his bent leg, and examined the hole for a moment before he stood. He turned and walked over to me. I tried to lift my head, but a coughing fit overcame me. A few bits of black flesh flew from my mouth and splattered on the ground. I'd never felt as sick in my whole life as I did now. Eastwei picked me up with all the gentleness of a mother cat, and cradled me in one arm. He stroked my back as he turned away from the empty shell, and to a heartbreaking sight. The village had remained as quiet as the grave during our fight, and we soon discovered why. Eastwei trudged up the muddied main street, and we beheld dozens of piles of clothes. Shriveled remains stuck out from some of them, but most were too shrunken to be seen. We peeked inside houses and in every outbuilding. Nothing stirred save for the dust and a few homemade wind chimes. They twinkled sadly, singing a song of emptiness. The domesticated beasts had not escaped unharmed, as we discovered on inspecting one of the small barns. Eastwei pressed a hand against the partially open door, and a shaft of light fell on the barn floor. Shrunken hides and blackened hooves were all that remained of the poor animals. A stench of decay hung in the air. He drew his long sleeve over his face, but that didn't hide the horror and anger in his features. I looked up at him and softly meowed. I couldn't stop an ill-timed cough from coming out. A few black specks flew out of my mouth, and my stomach did such a flip-flop that I let out a whimpering meow, and sank deeper into his arms. Eastwei cast a worried look at me and stroked my head. I couldn't even manage a purr, so sick did I feel. He turned us away from that horrible sight, and walked down the lonely street. A faint cloud of fiery flakes surrounded us, and obscured the area around us for a few seconds. One moment we were in the destroyed village, and the next we were walking along the riverbank. I noticed the gate to the heaven realm, standing not far off. The Lord didn't move toward that, but instead knelt beside the river. He drew out a handkerchief from inside his sleeve, and dipped the cloth into the river. I had no idea what he was doing, until he pressed his handkerchief against my face and began rubbing. I shrank from the cold water, and twisted my head this way and that to avoid his fingers.
"Hold still," he commanded me as he dipped the cloth back into the river.
"I cannot allow you to return with me, without cleaning you of this filth." I froze as the implications were clear. No wash, no go back home. Eastwei continued his cleaning, until my face felt fresh and soaked. He tucked the handkerchief back into his sleeve, and dipped his cupped palm into the waters. The Lord then held the trickling pool of water up to my face. "Drink." I leaned down, and habit forced me to try to drink using my lips. My short snout wouldn't let me do that, and I found myself inhaling water through my nostrils. I jerked back as a familiar tingling teased my nose. An adorably tiny sneeze escaped me. The faintest of smiles crossed Eastwei's lips before he turned away to get another scoop of water. "This time with your tongue," he reminded me. I leaned down and flicked out my tongue like I'd seen cats do 1,000,000 times. My inexperience meant I dribbled more than I drank, but I managed to get enough to wet my mouth, and remove some of the taste of that horrid plant. Eastwei flicked his hand and stood. Now that I was more comfortable, I enjoyed the ride as he carried me up the gentle slope, toward the center of the island. He raised one hand and the gate activated, revealing the foggy outline of the large gates. We stepped through, and into the bright light of the Sky Kingdom. The gate stood there imposing and guarded as before. I desperately wanted to swipe at one of the guards, but my stomach flip-flopped. A groan came out as a low whining meow. Eastwei glanced down and stroked my fur. His gentle touch brought a faint purr from deep in my throat, but that caused me to suffer another coughing fit. The last remnants of the horrible black flesh flew out and tainted the ground. The guards stiffened, and one of them stepped forward. "What is that matter with that creature, Lord Eastwei?" "I'm not sure," Eastwei replied as he brushed his hand over the black spots. Fire shot up from the little specks and they were burned out of existence, leaving nothing behind. "But remain vigilant. The guard stood at attention.
Yes, my lord.
Eastwei continued, his footsteps taking a purposeful path, but I soon realized it wasn't toward either of our palaces. He strode past the many palaces, and across a few bridges to a large island. My ears perked up when I beheld an assortment of stables and pens, all crowded with animals munching away at food or snuffing around for the sake of curiosity. The home of the caretaker was a timber construction, with 2 floors that more resembled the barns than any of the other palaces in the heavenly realm. A familiar face strolled out the open front doors, and leaned against a huge beam that held up the porch roof. The person was Lord Kang, and he had a curiosity-filled smile on his face.
This is a surprise.
What brings you? He noticed me and pushed off from the beam.
What do you have there?
A cat, came the bland reply as Eastwei stopped short of the porch.
She is hurt.
Kang hurried up to us, and began a thorough inspection of my person. The checkup was so thorough, that I would have felt insulted, if I were still in my human body. As it was, his touch was gentle, and his examination brief. He crossed his arms over his chest and frowned. It looks as though she swallowed something rather unpleasant, and her legs will need to be bandaged. We can do that inside, but do you know what she ate?
No, Eastwei replied as we followed Kang into his home.
Chapter 3. The abode of the animal keeper was a mix of a hunting lodge and a zoo. The furniture wasn't the dainty tables and chairs like in my home, but massive hunks of wood roughly carved out of whole trees. They looked heavier than the weight of the heavens, and shone like the pristine surface of a glacial lake. The walls were decorated with every conceivable type of ancient weapon from swords to spears and even a mace, but no animal heads. The animals were everywhere else. Birds were perched on the backs of the furniture, and a snake slithered between the legs of the chairs, no doubt jealous of their limbs. The strange fire creature lay on a rug in the center of the room. It cracked open one eye and studied us for a moment, before returning to its nap. Kang pointed at a couch with leather padding. Sit there. I will go fetch the supplies. He slipped away into the interior of the home. Eastwei did as he was bidden, and lay me in his lap. He stroked my back, and this time my purring didn't lead to more black mucus. I leaned into his gentle touch, and rubbed my cheeks against his hand. I believe this should work, Kang spoke up as he sauntered out of the rear of the house. He stopped dead in his tracks, and took in the full picture before him. A sly crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
What an interesting sight this is.
Eastwei rolled his sharp eyes up and frowned at our host.
Is there a problem?
Kang shook off his bemused expression and strode toward us.
No problem at all.
I was merely worried I had forgotten some of the bandages, but I believe I have enough. He set the medical supplies on a low table, in front of us. They included gauze, a roll of bandages, and a brown bottle with a bitter odor that I assumed was some homemade antiseptic. Kang held out his arms to me.
Shall I take her?
No need, Eastwei replied as he reached for the supplies. He poured out some of the antiseptic onto a small bundle of gauze, and lifted my left leg. I whimpered but held still as he daubed the wound. A terrible stinging pain shot through me, but I resisted the urge to yank my leg away. He did the same to the other leg, as Kang took a seat on a roughly carved chair not far away. His sharp, curious eyes studied me. I have never seen a cat with such glistening silver fur. Where did you find this creature? In the land realm of the wild boars, Eastwei informed him. He set the gauze down, and took up the bandage which he carefully wrapped around my paw. Kang lifted an eyebrow.
What a strange place to find such an elegant creature.
Do you wish for me to care for her? I stiffened, and whipped my head around to look up into Eastwei's impassive face. His expression didn't change as he wrapped my wound.
There is no need.
Kang leaned forward and used a hand to gesture to me.
Then what will you do with her?
I will care for her. The Beastmaster's sly smile returned, and he arched an eyebrow. Are you quite sure? Keeping an animal can be quite a nuisance. Eastwei moved on to the other paw, the one that had been skewered by the tree. I shut my eyes before he started the daubing. A sharp hiss escaped me, and the tip of my tail twitched like a rattler. The pain shot up and down my leg and my fur stood on end. Eastwei's soothing voice cut through the agony. "Focus on me." I lifted my dilated eyes to him, and I was struck by the gentleness in his orbs.
"This will only take a moment."
I managed a stiff nod, and he continued his daubing. The pain sank into my bones, but I clenched my teeth against its onslaught. Kang clapped his hands and shattered the moment.
"I had no idea you were so proficient in mastering animals."
"Perhaps you might teach me your skill." "You have little need of my advice," Eastwei countered as he finished cleaning the wound. He wrapped the bandage around tightly enough that it wouldn't fall off, but loosely enough that I could barely feel it press against the hole. Eastwei stood with me curled in his arm and tucked close against his chest. I rubbed my cheek against him, and reveled in the feeling of his warmth against my fur. "Thank you for the help." Kang's grin stretched from ear to ear as he rose.
"I hardly did more than give you the supplies you needed to treat her."
He stepped up to us and scratched the back of my ear. I leaned into the touch and purred, and that earned a laugh from the god. "She is a magnificent creature. You had better care for her, or I may come and steal her away." I felt an almost imperceptible tightening in Eastwei's grip on me. "I would advise against it." Kang eased back and held up his hands in front of him. "I am only joking, my lord, only joking." He straightened and cleared his throat. "However, should you need more assistance with her, do not worry about reaching me." Eastwei merely inclined his head and strolled out of the house. I blinked against the bright sun above us, but the momentary blindness was only temporary, as the familiar red magical glow surrounded us. We teleported, and the destination was one of the palaces in the heavenly kingdom, but not one which I had entered. Still, its luscious interior bespoke a person of high rank, and I could only assume it belonged to Eastwei. The Lord carried me up a long hallway to a sitting area, where he lounged on the reclining seat. He set me in front of him, where I happily laid myself down on part of his clothes. A thin young gentleman scurried out of a side hall to our left, and bowed low to Eastwei. "You have returned, my lord. Were you in need of?" He stopped when his attention fell on me. I gave him a soft meow, for a hello. "My lord, has something happened?" "This animal protected me." "I have brought it here to heal," Eastwei replied as he stroked my fur. The man's eyes widened. "Protected you, my lord?
Has something happened?"
Eastwei's soft expression hardened, and he stared at the floor in front of him.
"Yes."
"Inform the king, I wish to speak with him as soon as possible." The man bowed low at the waist and hurried away. Eastwei continued stroking me, as a tense silence settled in the room. I looked up at him, and rubbed my cheek against his hand. He set his gaze on me and pursed his lips. "Perhaps if you could speak, you would tell me what it is we fought this day." "I wish I could tell myself," I inwardly mused as I gave him an extra loud purr. There it was. That faint smile again. "You appear to be unbothered by the attack. Have you found trouble before?" "Oh boy, had I thought to myself as I let out a great purr." Eastwei scratched my head before his brow was darkened by worry. He stared down the hall and pursed his lips.
"There is something more to this danger than we had guessed."
My ears perked up at his words. They implied that he had some knowledge of the plant creature beforehand. The idea left an icy chill in my heart, though not as icy as the creature that strolled down the corridor toward us. It was Xian, and she had a smug smile on her face. I wanted so desperately to wipe that smile off her face, but the situation wasn't ripe for revenge. How could I explain to them, in meows and hisses, that she had tried to off me in the land realm? I looked about for a pen or pencil, but none was to be found on the low table in front of us. There wasn't even a scrap of paper. Xian stopped just shy of the platform and bowed low to Eastwei. "Dardan, I am very glad to see you have returned from the land realm." Dardan? I thought to myself. Is that a name for him?
Was there any doubt?
Eastwei replied. There are many stories of the land realm being attacked by some mysterious foe, and I worried for you, Xian explained before she nodded over her shoulder. And I noticed Puren hurry away with a dark cloud upon his brow, as if he was troubled.
There is no need to be concerned, Eastwei assured her as he stroked my back.
His action forced Xian's attention onto me, and a hard look slipped into her eyes. What is this, Dardan? A stray? I drew back my ears and scowled at her. Something I discovered in the land realm, Eastwei answered her as he held up one of my bandaged paws. I am seeing to her mending. Xian's face tightened as she tried to keep the smile on. I see. Would you not prefer that Puren care for the beast? Or perhaps one of my maidservants might care for it. After all, we do not know anything about the creature. It may carry fleas or some contagious disease. I doubt it, Eastwei mused as his fingers stroked my back. I see no signs of stress, other than the injuries she sustained shortly before I met her. My mortal foe eyed me with all the affection of a cat eyeing a mouse. This kitty didn't like it.
Well, I am sure after your care she will be a creature fit to be seen about the heavenly roads.
Suck up, I muttered as I lay my head down atop Eastwei's clothes. Did you need something? Eastwei inquired as he looked up at his guest. Xian's face brightened. I only desired to invite you to another dinner. Prince Yuxia has promised to come again if you agree. I will consider it, Eastwei replied as his focus turned to the scurrying figure behind Xian. It was the noted Puren, and the servant had worry written all over his face. He stopped just behind and to one side of Xian, and bowed to both of them. My apologies, my lord and lady, but the king requests your presence most urgently. Chapter 4. Eastwei lifted me off his clothes, and set me on the cushioned seat. He stood and I made to follow, but neither of my front legs was in working order. I stumbled and fell chin first onto the cushion. A soft whimpering yowl escaped me. Eastwei paused and partially turned to face me. You must remain here and rest. He waved his splayed hand in my direction, and faint red flakes flowed out of his palm. They descended on me, and I felt a strange heat cling to my bones. I tried to move, and yowled when I found my legs were as heavy as if each of them was weighed down by an ocean liner. I yanked my leg one at a time, but ended up exhausted after the third heave. Between the exertion and my loss of blood, I readily collapsed onto the cushion. A faintly devilish smile appeared on Eastwei's lips before he turned to Puren. Care for her while I am away. Puren bowed his head. As you wish. Eastwei stepped off the low platform and Xian moved to block him. May I go with you, Dardan? The lord lifted his chin slightly.
The matter is a private one.
Then I will remain here eagerly awaiting your return, she offered as she stepped aside and smiled at him. May your visit with the king be pleasant. He inclined his head and strode past her. Eastwei had hardly stepped out the open doors before Xian turned her sharp, icy blue gaze on me. Her eyes darted to Puren.
Perhaps you might find some food for this creature.
The last word dripped with disgust. Puren pursed his lips and cast a reluctant glance at me.
But Lord Eastwei
told you to care for her while he was away, and finding her some food is caring for her, Xian pointed out as she sauntered past him. She took a seat on the edge of the platform, and smiled up at him. I will keep the creature that is, the cat company until you return. Puren didn't look too pleased with this arrangement, and neither was I. I was even less pleased when he bowed his head and hurried off, leaving me completely alone with the psycho bitch. Xian slowly turned her head around, and examined me with that glacier-hard look she was so good at. So in the whole of the land realm he finds a cat with silver fur. How very convenient. I didn't like where this line of questioning was leading. I tried to back up, but the magic around my legs made me stumble like a newborn calf. Xian stood and grasped her dress to pick it up before she stepped onto the platform. Her bone-chilling eyes were ever on me, as I scuttled backward. Hatred dripped from her lips and her face was marred by deep wrinkles of fury. I have rid myself of one vermin with silver hair. What do I have to lose by ridding myself of another? I wasn't going to go down without a fight, not this time. Xian swooped down with one well-manicured hand outstretched to grab my scruff. My legs may have been locked, but my head wasn't. I twisted my head about, and clamped both rows of fangs down on her hand. She let out a horrible shriek and jerked her hand back. My grip was so tight that I was dragged along for the ride, but Xian wasn't any more able to move my legs than I was. The magic dragged her momentum, and she ended up losing her balance, falling to her side onto the platform. I released her, and slogged my way off the podium and down the long corridor. Xian floundered about like a fish caught on land before she shot up with her arms on either side of her. The fury I'd seen before was now a volcano of rage. My claws scrambled across the floor as I tried to gain traction from her malevolence. She was a ticking time bomb, and I didn't want to be anywhere near her when she exploded. My salvation came from around the corner. It wasn't Eastwei but Purin, but any port in a storm. I let out a terrible yowl and lunged for him. My efforts fell a few feet flat, as did my face against the floor, but that was one step closer to help. His appearance made Xian stop dead in her tracks. She grasped her hands in front of herself and slapped on a stiff smile. "You have already returned, Purin?" Her gaze fell on his empty hands and she frowned. "And you bring no food?" Purin bowed his head and blushed. "I am afraid I do not know what cats eat, Lady Xian. I thought perhaps the cat might come with me to the kitchen, and the chef would be able to help." Xian's face was so red that she looked about to pop. However, her upbringing was enough that she kept her volcanic explosion inside, at least to keep up the mask of a sane goddess. "I see. That would be a good idea, but I do not know if Lady Fan would appreciate the creature in her kitchen." "Then I will leave it outside and fetch the food," Purin suggested as he waved a hand over me. I felt the magical shackles fall off, and a great weight was lifted from me, both figuratively and literally. Purin scooped me into his arms and bowed low to Xian. "Thank you for assisting in the caring of the cat, Lady Xian." "Good day." "Good day," she replied as sweetly as a rattler. Purin was too innocent to notice the hiss in the words, as he turned without another look and strolled out of the palace. I glanced over his shoulder, and beheld Xian standing in the middle of the room, with her hands balled into fists at her side. A chilly blue cloud surrounded her, and ice formed on the floor. I'd have to watch my step. She was not only jealous of my feline self, but she undoubtedly suspected I was more than meets the eye. I only hoped nobody else would get suspicious, until I was ready to inform the world of my transformation. "Were you being a naughty cat, for Lady Xian?" Purin spoke up as he cast a curious look down at me. My ears drew back and the end of my tail twitched. "She's the one who was being naughty. And homicidal." Purin lifted his eyes to the path ahead of us, and sighed. "I wonder how the meeting with the king will turn out. His lordship has been so worried of late, with all the tales of attacks on the villages." I stiffened. An attack on villages? That sounded exactly like what Eastwei and I witnessed during our foray with the plant monster. Those clothes. Those bodies. I shuddered and sank deeper into his arms. He smiled and stroked my back. "I am sure you have nothing to fear, Lady Cat. What do the worries of immortals have to do with a spiritual cat, after all?" I cocked my head to one side. "Spiritual cat? Is that what I am now?" "Here we are," Purin announced as we reached the fine kitchens where I had many wonderful and embarrassing memories. We stepped inside the bright, aromatic room, and Lady Fan looked up from her workplace. Her hands were covered in white flour, and a large wad of dough sat before her. A frown creased her brow. "Dinner will not be cooked for another hour." Purin approached her with all caution and offered her his brightest smile. My apologies, Lady Fan, but I am not here about the dinner. I wish to. Oh my goodness. The scream nearly scared me out of my fur, and Purin jumped a little. He started back even more when Fan swept over to him and yanked me out of his arms. She spun away and lifted me above her head. Her eyes shone with a sickly admiration. Are you not the most beautiful cat I have ever seen? She stopped her spinning, much to the relief of my stomach, and pressed me against her ample chest. I just want to hug you into pieces. That was exactly what was about to happen, as I felt my bones pop in places that weren't meant to pop. Purin, too, appeared worried for my safety, as he stretched out his arms toward me. You must be careful with her, Lady Fan. She was recently injured. A gasp escaped her, and Fan mercifully drew me to arm's length. I was held up by my armpits, and stared into the face of a very obvious cat lover. I was also now covered in flour. How could anything happen to such a beautiful creature? Did someone hurt you, my darling? Do you wish for me to hurt them, my little pudding? Oh God. Not the cooing talk. Purin swiftly intervened before my brain melted and snatched me from her. He stepped back as Fan scowled at him. Lord Eastwei has requested that she be given a proper diet. Do you happen to have any food here she may be able to eat? Why, of course. Fan confirmed as she clapped her hands together. She leaned down and pecked a few air kisses at me. Anything for such a beautiful little girl. She scampered off to get the food and Purin, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 5. What do you have to report to me, Lord Eastwei? The command came from the king on his high throne, as he stared down at Eastwei. The council room was empty but for His Majesty, the Fire Lord, Prince Yushir, and the ever-snoopy Lord Pampir. Ill tidings from the land realm, Your Majesty, Eastwei answered as he reached into his sleeve and drew out the dirty handkerchief he had used to clean Anna's face. He held it up and revealed the black blotches that covered the cloth. This is all that remains of a creature that attacked one of the villages, and myself as well. The two men standing around him stiffened, and the king leaned forward. Do you mean to say that another village has been attacked? Eastwei nodded. I do. A village in the Boer clan lands met the same fate as the others. I could find no survivors. But you saw the creature that killed them all? Pampir questioned him. The creature was a monstrous plant, Eastwei answered. Yushir took the cloth from him and studied the ugly stains. A plant that bleeds black blood. Eastwei inclined his head. The creature's entire body was black down to its core. What happened to this creature? His Majesty inquired. I severed its limbs and burned its core. It attempted to regroup from its own blood, but when I attempted to grab hold of its frail body, a mere touch of my fingers shriveled it to dust. Even its blood vanished. A heavy shadow lay on the king's brow as he slumped in his seat. I see. Did you witness this thing attacking the village? No. The village was already a grave. Pampir paced the floor in front of Eastwei and cupped his chin in one hand. This is most distressing. Most distressing indeed. How such a creature could come to exist so suddenly is very much cause for concern. Goodness knows how many may be lurking out there. Not enough to have swallowed the whole of the land realms, Yushir spoke up as he held up the handkerchief to His Majesty. If I may, I would like for Lord Lyron to have a look at this liquid. Being of the land, he may be able to decipher its origins. His Majesty nodded. I permit you to take it to Lord Lyron, but I would not have you go alone on such an important journey. Yushir partially turned to Eastwei and smiled at him. I doubt that will be the case. Eastwei inclined his head toward the king. I will accompany him on this journey. The king nodded before he rose to his feet, leading his two subordinates to stand at attention. Then I leave this mystery to you. I pray you will solve it swiftly. He strode from the room, his brow a mess of deep worry. Yushir spun around and smiled at Eastwei. I hope your sword does not gain more practice on this little jaunt. Would you care for even more company, Your Highness? Pampir spoke up as he scurried up to them. More company would mean more eyes. And more people to be noticed, Yushir counted as he smiled and bowed his head to the Lord. I appreciate your offer, but we would be swifter and quieter alone. Pampir stuck his lower lip out in a pout, before he turned to Eastwei. My Emperor, perhaps you might convince Prince Yushir to accept me as a companion. The prince's reasoning is sound, was all the reply Eastwei gave him before the former emperor turned and strolled from the room. Yushir's eyes twinkled as he slipped after his friend, leaving Pampir alone in the council room. The busybody crossed his arms over his chest and scowled at the floor. I would be just as useful as anyone else on this endeavor. Why do they not take me along? His eyes lit up and a smile stretched across his face. Yes. I will do just that. He hurried out of the building with a purpose in his step. The two traveling companions walked down the street, with Yushir examining the handkerchief in one hand.
I must admit the nosy lord has a point.
That such a creature should exist so suddenly spells a bigger trouble than we may be able to comprehend, with the little information we have on hand. It may, Eastwei replied as he stared ahead. What I would like to know is why no such creature was discovered at the other villages, Yushir pointed, as he held aloft the blackened handkerchief. Surely some evidence of its existence would have been found, or that it would have attacked those who discovered the villages. His companion didn't deign to reply. Yushir studied him for a moment, until they reached a crossroads. He lifted an eyebrow, and turned his head to the left as they walked through the intersection. The quickest way to the gate is behind us.
I have something to do before we leave.
The prince's curiosity was piqued, and he hurriedly tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. Do you? Pray tell, may I know the matter that would keep us from beginning the trek to Lord Leren's abode? Eastwei didn't reply. Yushir shrugged. Very well. I will have to guess until the truth is revealed. They continued onward to Eastwei's palace, where the pair strolled down the central hall. Eastwei cast his gaze to the end, and frowned when he found the area empty. He stopped them at the base of the platform, and looked about. Yushir did the same. Are you missing something? Perhaps I may be able to help, if you tell me what it is. Eastwei didn't deign to reply, but instead turned at the sound of scurrying feet. Yushir did the same and the two looked down the hall. Puren hurried toward them with his arms filled with small boxes. The stack was so high he could barely see over them. The servant stumbled as he reached them, and Yushir caught the poor man and the mountain of containers. In such close proximity, a pungent odor of grilled meat wafted into Yushir's nose. Have you heard about our travel so soon? The prince wondered as he righted the servant. Puren looked around the pile and blinked at him.
Travel, Your Highness?
Yushir nodded at the food boxes.
Surely those are for us.
Who else could they be? Something small and soft rubbed against his leg. He dropped his sights to the floor where a luscious silver cat slithered between his legs.
What do we have here?
Someone's lost pet. Eastwei knelt and used a few fingers to beckon to the feline. The cat trotted over, and gladly allowed him to scoop her into one arm. Yushir's mouth dropped open as he watched the great Fire Lord and former Emperor of all scratch a cat behind the ears. The feline leaned into the petting and loudly purred. Yushir shook off his shock and cleared his throat. Lord Eastwei, do you know this creature? I discovered her in the land realm, Eastwei revealed as a faint smile ghosted across his lips. The prince lifted an eyebrow. The land realm? Where you discovered the creature? Eastwei lifted his gaze to Yushir, and there was a great heated displeasure in the depths.
Yes, but she had nothing to do with them.
My lord, your highness, if I might interrupt you, Puren pleaded as he sank beneath the weight of the boxes. These are all food items provided by Lady Fan. Where would you like me to store them? In one of the empty bedrooms for the present, Eastwei commanded him. Arian was only too glad to nod and scurry through one of the doorways that turned off the main corridor. Yushir paced the floor in front of Eastwei and examined the cat and her captive audience.
"What do you know about this cat?" "That she saved my life," Eastwei replied as he stroked her back.
She cuddled in his arm and rubbed her cheek against his sleeve. The prince paused and cocked his head to one side. "Did she? You did not mention such an event to His Majesty." "There was no need," he replied as he lifted one of her bandaged legs. "I survived, and I brought the cat here to recuperate." A mischief thought struck the prince, who slyly smiled at his old friend. "Do you intend to bring her along with us?" The cat's ears perked up, and she lifted her gaze to Eastwei's face. A faint frown creased the former emperor's lips as he lay her leg down on his arm. "No. She is in no condition to travel. She will have to remain here. I merely wished to release the magical bonds I had imposed on her." Arian scurried out of the bedroom and bowed low to his master. "If you will pardon my speaking, my lord, but the cat sought to move so strenuously that I thought it better to remove the bindings and take her with me to the kitchen." "A good idea," Eastwei commented. The compliment was enough for Yushir to give Arian a look of surprise. The servant, too, appeared somewhat startled by the applause from his master. A sly smile reappeared on Yushir's lips as he strolled around his old friend. "You appear to have taken quite an interest in that animal. Might I even say you show affection toward the creature?" Eastwei leaned over and set the cat on the ground. The feline sat and coiled its tail around its paws before it adorably mewed up at him. Eastwei stared down at the animal for a moment before he faced the end of the hall and clasped one arm over his front.
"We had better be on our way."
He didn't wait for a reply but strode off down the hall. The cat let out a piteous meow, but the ancient lord didn't break his stride. Yushir did notice that the hand that hung at the lord's side twitched slightly. "Will you be gone long, your highness?" Arian spoke up. The prince turned to the servant and smiled. "Hardly. We only travel to the land realm and should be back within a day. Have fresh tea ready for us on the morrow's afternoon."
"Yes, your highness," Arian replied as he bowed low to the royalty.
Yushir hurried after his companion with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes and that teasing smile on his lips. Chapter 6. Leaving? How could he be leaving already? I couldn't believe it. Eastwei and I had just gotten back from one adventure, and now he was off on another one. How could he just plop me down in his palace and leave me? And why in the world did I care so much? Because he saved your life. Yeah, that was it. He saved my life, and now he was off on some dangerous excursion back in that land realm. I'd been such a bother to him now that I wanted to repay the debt. Helping him after he no doubt received some sort of order from the king was the perfect way to make us even. And what if that crazy murderess came back? I stood and meowed again as he vanished into the distance with Yushir at his side. My front paws complained of the weight on their injured selves, but I didn't care. I didn't want him to leave me. I wanted him to take me along. I gingerly walked forward, but Arian stepped into my path. He knelt on one knee and smiled at me. "His lordship will return tomorrow, little cat. Would you like me to give you some of the food Lady Fan provided for you?" I leaned to one side and looked past him. "Meow." Arian shook his head. "You cannot go with them, Lady Cat. I am sure His Majesty asked them to perform some important matter, and you would only slow them down." I plopped my butt on the ground and hung my head. The servant smiled and patted my head.
"Why do you not try to get some rest?
Then you will be better prepared to greet his lordship when he returns." I swung my head from side to side and Arian pursed his lips.
"Will you not at least try to eat something?"
"I can fetch one of those boxes right now. It would only take a moment." His words inspired a naughty idea to worm its way into my mind. There would be complications, but I didn't have time to think those over. He was probably headed for the gate, and then the island in the land realm. I sat up and bobbed my head. Purin smiled and stood. Very well. I will be right back. He turned and slipped into the bedroom. And I slipped away down the hall. It wasn't too hard considering for my cat self to tiptoe down the tiles and out the front door. I didn't hear trouble until I was halfway through the expansive garden. Cat. Where are you, cat? I ducked under a bush and turned around to face the home entrance. My front legs wobbled a bit at the pressure as I watched Purin appear in the doorway, his face a picture of worry. A tinge of regret and guilt stung my heart, but I told myself I had a mission. He would forgive me later. I hoped. I darted through the greenery and slipped out the impressive gate that led onto the main walk. A few gods and goddesses sauntered to and fro, and I caught the eye of some of the ladies. A young girl tugged on her mother's hand and pointed at me. I want that kitty, Mommy. It's so pretty. Her mother yanked back and shook her head. You will not touch that creature, darling. You do not know what diseases it might be carrying. I bristled at the suggestion, but I had no time to take offense as I scooted along the palace wall. I had explored enough of the heaven realm to know the general direction of the gate, and so I made my way there with all the haste my injured legs would allow. The trek wasn't quite as easy on my own as in the gentle arms of the Fire Lord, but I managed to make it. I skidded down the last turn and faced the short road to the magical gate. Two faint figures vanished into the ether. A yowl of frustration and disappointment was torn from me. And then I noticed the slinking figure on the opposite side of the road. Pampir stood partially hidden behind a decorative column that marked the gate road. He too had watched the pair leave, but with less disappointment than I. Indeed, he appeared to have a devilishly sly smile on his lips. I scurried back and watched him from behind the twin pillar. He slunk out of his hiding spot and strode swiftly down the road toward the gate. I scurried after him, keeping low to the ground and staying close enough on his tail that he couldn't see mine. We hurried through the massive gate and across the open space before the end of the island. My sharp eyes caught the faint start of the magic as it poured out to send him to the other side. Here was my chance. I leaped at him and extended all my claws. My murder mittens embedded into his back, and the man gave a horrible cry even as we stumbled through his magical portal. Pampir stumbled out the other side, and our union of claws and flesh meant I traveled with him. He twisted and flailed his arms trying to get me detached. I did the task for him and retracted my claws. My cat instincts let me land on all fours, but my heedless action had taken its toll on my front legs. The strain of my weight had left them in throbbing pain, and I smelled fresh blood. Pampir spun around and glared at me. What is the meaning of this? Why have you attacked me? Oh, how I wish I could have explained, but there wasn't any time for that. I scoured the area looking for the men. They were nowhere to be seen.
Now look at what you have done, the Lord snapped as he waved an arm at the scenery in front of us.
I have lost them. Goodness knows what path they have taken to get to Lord Leron's home. I cocked my head to one side and would have lifted an eyebrow if I had one. Why do you need to follow them?
Curse that creature.
Pampir continued to mutter as he clutched his hands in front of him and shook them. I might venture to Lord Leron's abode on my own, but goodness knows what lurks in the shadows. His head shot up and the color drained from his face.
I may be attacked by that creature.
He paced in a tight circle and wrung his hands. Whatever will I do? Should I go back? Should I go forward? You should be a little quieter, I commented, as I trotted past him and neared the center of the island. A soft breeze blew past me and I froze. A familiar scent floated upon its chilly waves and tingled my nose. I lifted my adorable sniffer in the air and took in a few deep breaths before my tail shot up. The essence was a soft blend of roses and the morning dew. That was definitely Lord Eastwei's scent. I now had the trail, but the formidable vastness of the land realm lay before me. I looked over my shoulder at the quivering bundle of a man and meowed. Pampir paused in his self-flagellation and scowled at me. Whatever it is you desire, I have no wish to humor you. You have lost them to me, and now I must return in shame. This guy was a sniveling idiot, but he at least knew some magic. I lifted a paw and pointed in the direction from where the scent had floated. Meow. The Lord turned his head slightly and studied where I pointed. He lifted an eyebrow and cocked his head to one side. Do you mean to say you can find them? I bobbed my head. Pampir's eyes reflected his turmoil before he stood straight and puffed out his scrawny chest. Very well. I will allow you to accompany me, so long as you remain useful. My tail bristled at his words, but I waited for him to stride over to me. He leaned down to scoop me up, but paused and gave me a once-over with a sharp shine in his eyes. You are not filthy, are you? I whipped my tail about and growled. He held up his hands. I was merely inquiring. Pampir grasped me around the waist and lifted me into his arms. He pressed me hard against his chest and my legs dangled beneath me. I felt like a sack of potatoes and growled again. One moment, he snapped as he juggled me a few times before finally tucking me under one arm. There. Will that work? It would have to. We were wasting too much time on his ineptitude. Now come, cat, he mused as he strolled in the direction I had pointed. The faint wisps of his magic began to surround us. We shall see if we might not find them before something else finds us. Chapter 7. I could only be in awe of the teleportation abilities of these gods and goddesses. One moment we were strolling down the gentle hill of the Gateway Island, and the next we were in the middle of a vast forest. The ground was flat and covered in leaves and rot, and all around us was a dense wood of trees and brush. The sour scent of pine needles invaded my nostrils, and I let out a sneeze. Now then, cat, where to next? Pampir questioned me. I took a delicate sniff and wrinkled my nose. How can I smell anything with all these needles? He frowned down at me. Well, which way? The man stiffened and narrowed his eyes at my cute self. You have not tricked me, have you? I drew my ears back and stabbed a bandaged paw at the needle-littered ground. You wish to be set down? I rolled my eyes and pointed at the earth, then at my nose. The response was a blank look. I do not understand you, cat. You do not wish to be set down? I gave an affirmative nod, before I gestured at the thick mess of smells around us. He knitted his eyebrows together, and tapped a foot on the ground. Do you wish for me to set you down or not? I would never have this guy as my charade partner. A quick look around, and my eyes settled on a rocky bluff some distance off. I pointed at the grey stones and meowed. Pampir followed my paw and sighed. Very well, but do not expect me to obey your every whim. I slumped in his arms as his magic surrounded us, transporting us to that rocky bluff. The vantage point allowed me to see where we had traveled, and my mouth dropped open. The Gateway Island was a spot in the distance and slightly to our right, recognizable only because of the gleaming stone on the round point. A huge forest stretched out before us, thick with green-leaf trees. Some of them towered over the rest, showing off their great age among the younger generations. A few glistening blue ponds broke the monotony, as did the swift river that wound its way through the woods. The rocky hill upon which we stood was not alone but was part of a small mountain range of ebbing and flowing craggy tops and sparse plateaus. There was some comfort in the vastness that stretched before me. We were upstream from the Gateway Island, and thus on the opposite side of the huge valley where I had had the encounter with the horrible plant. Pampir's voice snapped me out of my admiration. Hurry up, cat. The Emperor and His Highness are swift. I glared at him before I went to work. The stones were nearly devoid of scents, and a clear breeze floated past us. I sat up in his arms and inhaled. My brain buzzed at the myriad of scents, many unfamiliar and a few downright vile. The woods were a busy place of life and death, and the death smelled like rotting flesh. I tried to block out the more unpleasant smells, and searched for the unique blend that belonged to Dardan. I paused and wrinkled my nose. Dardan? Why in all the realms was I calling him that? Because it's adorable. I rolled my eyes. Not that voice again.
Well, cat.
Pampir scolded me. Have you found them or not? I would have glared at him, but he was right. Time was of the essence, and I stopped enjoying the scenery. I pushed away all thoughts of Dardan and geography, and started deciphering all the smells. My keen sniffer managed to pick up on a faint scent, and I pointed one paw upstream toward a small group of leafy hills. The highlands were topped by a shell-shaped dome of solid gray granite rock that glistened in the bright sunlight. Pampir squinted into the distance and nodded.
Yes, going to Turtle Rock would be an easy point to the Shrouded Mountains.
He tightened his grip on me, and his magic surrounded us. Only our trip was interrupted. My ride was suddenly a jarring one, as the world around us came into view. We weren't on the rocky point, but flying over the forests at the foothills of Turtle Rock. Pampir's magic made our outlines very faint so that I could see below us. That's how I could see the dark green spear-shaped magic shoot out of the forest canopy and straight at us. What in all the realms? Pampir exclaimed, as he twisted about to avoid the sharp glittering point of the weapon. He lost his focus, and we went plummeting down toward the canopy. The Lord twisted about so his back faced the trees, and he hugged me against him. We crashed through limb and branch, the wood cracking painfully against his body before we came out into the open forest floor. Pampir landed with a hard thump on the dried leaves and loose sticks. His body went limp, and his arms loosened their grip around me. I shot up and examined him. He was breathing, but the sound wasn't very good. His eyes were shut, and his face contorted with pain. And blood. I smelled blood. I pawed at his chest and meowed, but he didn't stir. A quick look around told me we weren't very close to any point of civilization. The march of heavy footsteps caught my attention. I looked over my shoulder in the direction the magic had come, and beheld a group of some dozen people. They were shabbily dressed in rough leather and cotton clothes, many stained with travel and food. A short woman with shoulder-length brown hair led the people. She had a crooked smile on her lips, as she stopped a foot away from Pampir. One of the men scurried up to her side, and nodded at the unconscious Pampir. Is it him, Nan? Nan examined his face and nodded. It's him. The same one that threw me out of line, because I wasn't good enough. The woman's attention invariably fell on me.
Well, it looks like the ribbon dollar has a pet.
One of the women scooted up to her other side and hunched over. She eyed me with a hungry look, and rubbed her hands together in front of her.
It looks kind of tasty, doesn't it?
I spun around, and my fur stood on end as I hissed at her. The group merely laughed at my grandiose attempts to be ferocious. The leader crossed her arms over her chest and leered down at me.
What's he to you, little spiritual cat?
Just another food supplier, huh? Well, he took food out of our mouths by throwing me out of the fair, so now it's time for a little revenge. The woman's face twisted with fury, and she kicked the bottom of his foot. Get up, she snapped as the people behind her jeered and echoed her. Come on. I know you're not dead, so get up. Her loud words stirred my companion, and I leaped off his chest where I could stand at his side. Pampir's unfocused eyes fluttered open, and rolled about our unfamiliar surroundings. His gaze finally fell on the woman at his feet, and the people who crowded around behind her like a herd of animals clinging to their leader.
What is the meaning of this? He protested as he tried to sit up.
He winced and dropped back onto the ground where he clutched his left side. His fingers partially obscured a faint dark red stain that soaked through his robes. He clenched his teeth and cast his eyes at the crowd. I am injured. I believe there is a village only a few miles southwest of here, is there not? Bad luck for you there is, Nan scolded him as she nodded at her companions. We saw your light flashing all over the hillside over there, and thought you looked a little lonely. Pampir narrowed his eyes as he gingerly sat up. Then you were the ones who attacked me. The woman coyly cupped one side of her face in her palm, and rolled her eyes up to the sky.
Was that me that threw that little bit of magic at you?
I guess I don't know my own strength. You're wasting your time telling this guy about being strong, one of her group spoke up as he nodded at Pampir.
What would a scrawny thing like him know about strength?
I know enough to have trounced the likes of you many times over who tried to storm the gate, Pampir countered. He leaned forward on one hand, and eased himself onto his feet to face the horde. Now will you show us the way or step aside? Nan's fist swung out so fast and hard that I heard a crack as it connected with his bone cheeks. Pampir's head jerked to one side, and he stumbled backward a half-dozen steps before he caught himself. Blood poured out of numerous scratches on his cheek, and a few drops dribbled onto the ground at his feet. Nan held up the fist she'd used to punch him, and revealed a patch of thick green scales that covered her knuckles.
Not so tough without that gate to protect you, are ya? She tormented to the resounding laughter and jeers of her compatriots.
She cracked her scales hands and they sounded off like fireworks. We're going to teach you a lesson about leaving us out of the money bag. Chapter 8. Pampir brushed his hand over the wound, and came away with red-stained fingers. He studied his blood for a moment, before he scowled at the group.
How dare you?
Nan threw back her head and laughed.
How dare I?
Really easily, that's how I dare. I watched that lot rush at you when you wouldn't let them through the gate. They went easy on you, because they didn't want to put a single strand of your hair out of place without getting in trouble. She looked around her at her companions and grinned.
But who's going to tell on us?
I certainly will. Pampir snapped as he steadied himself on his feet. His Majesty will learn about your grievous wrong against me. Great idea to tell the bullies you're going to tattle on them, I thought. The woman threw back her head and laughed. You think we'll leave you in good enough condition to talk? Her companions loomed up at her sides, and all of them had the same wicked smiles on their faces. By the time we're through, there won't be enough left of you to feed to the worthless hound clan. Pampir's eyes darted to me. Cat, get behind me. I dashed toward him, but my run was interrupted by the sudden rumble of the ground beneath my feet. The crowd of people rocked from side to side as the motion sent them swaying. Nan stabbed a finger at him.
Don't let him open a crack.
I darted behind Pampir as he slammed his foot on the ground. The trees and roots were violently torn asunder, as a huge crack 50 feet long and 5 feet wide appeared in the earth between us and the horde. One of the crowd skidded to a stop and slid over the side, but they twisted around and caught the lip of the gap. Another leaped across the crevice, and swung a scaled fist at Pampir. He threw himself backward and flung up one arm. A stalagmite shot up out of the ground, and the point slammed into the bottom of the man's jaw. His head jerked back and he stumbled toward the abyss. The man flung himself to the ground, rather than drop into the dark depths of the crevice. Pampir's glowing brown eyes glared at our foes. Would you like to continue your assault on me, or will you stand aside? Nan clenched her teeth and a growl escaped her. She snapped her head to one side, and stabbed a finger at the man dangling on the edge of death. Get him out of there. Two people scurried forward, and helped their companion out of the hole. The other man scampered off into the woods to the edge of the crack, and scooted around to rejoin his comrades. Nan glared at us from across the gap. Just you wait. You're still in our territory, and I'm not going to let this go, so you'd better watch your back or I'll stick a scale in it. Pampir disregarded the pain in his throbbing body, and stretched to his full height. I look forward to your future failures, madam. She sneered at him before she spun on her heels and marched off into the woods. Her cronies scurried after her, leaving us alone. Pampir held a brave front until they vanished when he collapsed to his knees. He caught himself with one hand and bent over. His other hand still clutched his side, and the stain had doubled in size. He shut his eyes and let out a deep, shaky breath. The crevice closed in front of us, and the stalagmite sank back into the earth. The pampered Pampir was the picture of a beaten man. His clothes were speckled with blood, if not outright stained with it, and the use of his earthen magic so close to his person had thrown dirt all over his person. Even his face and hair were faintly dusted with earth. And here I was, a picture of health, minus the old wounds, and all because he had protected me. I slunk over to him and softly meowed. He turned his head, and offered me a shaky smile. My apologies, Lady Cat. I did not know the turtle clan would hold such a grudge against me, for my judgment against one of their own. I rubbed my cheek against him and purred. A faint, gentle smile spread across his face. Thank you for the kind words. He shifted and grimaced, and his hand tightened its grip on his patch of blood. We must hurry now. Lord Lyron is a man skilled in magic. We must first cross much of the land of the turtles to reach him, and those fiends will no doubt keep their word. He gritted his teeth and eased himself onto his knees. I scuttled around him, unsure whether I wanted to weigh him down, feeble as he already was. Pampir took a deep breath and dropped his gaze to me.
Hold still so I can pick you up.
I stepped back and shook my head. Meow. He frowned and beckoned to me. There is no other way, and we are wasting time, so come here. I hung my head and crept over to him. He scooped me into his arm that didn't hold his side and closed his eyes. His magic surrounded us, and we were whisked away to our interrupted destination, the top of Turtle Rock. Now I knew why it had that name, barring the obvious physical similarities. No longer would I be able to appreciate those adorable animals. Even such a short distance was too much for my driver. Pampir collapsed onto one knee, and his rapid breathing came out in horrible rasps. He set me down so he could support himself with his hand. Sweat trailed down his forehead as he looked at me as his last hope. Where is Emperor Eastwei now? I nodded, and scurried to the highest tip of the rocks that overlooked the forest. I knew I could help even more on what was turning out to be a dangerous follow mission. The turtles had a distinct scent to them, like crusty scabs such as the ones that covered my front legs. If they wanted to keep their word, then I was going to make it hard for them to do so. I lifted my nose and inhaled all the many odors that rose from the forest. The scent of dew and roses came to me quickly, as did the odious odor of the scaled ones. I used my keen sight to zero in on the location of the scabies, before I scurried back to Pampir. Still, I had a problem. I had no idea how to communicate everything I'd learned. That obstacle was quickly overcome when I noticed my paws had left marks on the dust-covered ground. I used my paws to draw out a rough map, and marked an X for the bad guys, and a circle for the direction Eastwei and Yushia had gone. Pampir studied the map and nodded. I understand. I will have us travel farther than before, in the hope we will get ahead of our foes. I cocked my head to one side and meowed. I can travel very far, but only if I am sure of the destination, he admitted, as he drew his bloodied hand away from himself and inspected his wound. I would send us to Lord Lyron's home now if I had enough strength, but I fear the exertion would force us from the sky. I need rest, and hopefully we will catch up to my friends. I nodded and meowed. Pampir scooped me up and stood. His magic fluttered up around us, and we were whisked into the sky. However, the quick travel was no more, and for the first time I was able to see what went on during these flights. Our bodies were almost completely transparent, and the magical flakes swirled around us like a winged devil of breakfast cereal, sans the milk. The ground beneath us flew past our feet at 60 miles an hour, and would have been faster if he hadn't been forced to dodge the torrent of attacks. Yeah, those were many as green shards of light shot out from the trees. Pampir dodged all of them, or managed to completely skirt the areas. The effort needed to swoop from side to side took its toll on our speed in more than one way. I could feel his heart thump hard against his chest, and sweat slid down his brow. The bloody patch at his side also grew. Our speed sputtered as we neared a large open field that abutted a small mountain range. I caught a glimpse of an even larger chain of craggy bluffs in the far distance, before we began to lose altitude. Pampir started to tremble, even before he landed us in the meadow. He landed on his feet but quickly fell face first onto the ground, crushing me beneath him. I yowled at the squeeze, and wiggled myself out from underneath him. His eyes were scrunched shut, and his labored breathing matched the blood that dripped from the wound in his side. My tail swung to and fro as I tried to think of something, anything I could do to help him. A laugh caught my attention. I whipped my head around, and my heart stopped when I saw the group of turtle shifters striding toward us. Nan was in the lead, and there was no mercy in her gleeful eyes. Chapter 9.
Well, this hunt didn't last long, Nan mused as she stopped her cadre of villains 5 feet from us.
She folded her arms over her chest, and revealed a mess of green scales all over her limbs. I suppose we shouldn't have expected much else from a heaven god though, right guys?
Right.
A bunch of pansies. Too soft to put up much of a fight.
Pardon?
My heart leaped at the familiar voice. The sound came from above us, and the whole company cocked our heads back. 2 figures descended from the sky and landed between Pampir and me, and the vengeful turtles. I let out a joyous meow at the sight of Prince Eustwei and Eastwei. I darted across the thick grass and over to the pair. Eastwei and Eustwei turned opposite ways to face me, and I hopped into the Lord's arms. He wasn't completely prepared for my arrival, but caught me just the same. Eastwei held me up by my armpits and studied me. "You are dirty." I wriggled and meowed, and tried desperately to lick his face. Eustwei looked past me and at my fallen protector. A dark cloud settled on his brow. Some grave injustice has been done to our friend. He turned about to face our foes. "Would you happen to know anything about this man's wounds?" Nan's confidence was rattled by the god's arrival, but her haughty demeanor quickly returned.
"So what if we are?"
"We," one of her comrades spoke up. "You were the one to attack him first." She sneered at him. "Coward. There are still more of us than there are of them." He kept his gaze focused on Nan, and pointed a shaking finger at Eastwei. But that's Lord Eastwei." The color drained from her face, and she whipped her head about. Her wide eyes examined the pair, and her confidence sank to nothing. "Lord Eastwei? The Dragon Emperor? You're really him?" "And this is our friend," Eustwei spoke up as he nodded at the fallen Pampir. "You have admitted to gravely harming him. What do you have to say to that?" Nan's legs collapsed beneath her and she fell to her knees. The rest of the turtle clan also dropped to the ground, and prostrated themselves to the high heavenly gods. "Forgive us, Lord Eastwei. Please show us forgiveness. We didn't know what we were doing." Eustwei lifted his chin slightly and frowned. "They appear to have not noticed who I am either." Eastwei tucked me into one arm across his chest and his free hand searched me. "They will know you when you have named their punishment." The prince sighed. "Yes. It must be done." He strode forward, while Eastwei traveled in the opposite direction over to Pampir. Eustwei cleared his throat, and all the self-subjugation ceased. "I am Prince Eustwei of the High Heavenly House. You have grievously injured one of the subjects of my uncle, and must be punished." All the faces before him were now a ghastly pale white. Nan sat on her haunches in shock with her mouth dropped open. Eustwei paced the ground in front of the group, eyeing each of them in turn. "For your transgression, you will all be banished from the fairs of the heavens, until such time as you have proven yourselves worthy of such an honor, and any trade between the heaven realm and the turtle clan will cease immediately." A great moan arose from the clan members. Many hung their heads, and a few sobbed into their hands. Nan swallowed a lump in her throat and stood. "We accept the judgment of heaven, Prince Eustwei, but as the leader of the turtles, I take full responsibility for what happened today." She clasped her hands together, and lifted her eyes to him. "I pray for mercy, Your Highness, and beg you not to cease the trade." We can survive without the fairs, but we can't survive without the trade. Our children and our old will starve. Yushir folded one arm over his chest and toyed with the ring on his finger. As their leader, they should have been your first concern, not a ruthless hunt after one of the citizens of heaven. Nan bowed her head. I understand, Your Highness. That's why I offer my life to you, in place of ending the trade. Wait a moment, one of the people shouted before he climbed to his feet. We can't get along without you, Nan. She turned her head to the side far enough to catch his eye. My stupid choice for revenge has led to this. You'll be better off without me. Then take my life, the woman who had hungered for my flesh chimed in as she stood.
I'm not worth much, but I'll be damned if I let Nan die.
Me too. And me. In a few seconds, the whole crowd had stood and clamored for their own executions. Yushir held up his hands and the turtles were silenced. I will kill no one today, though had you killed our friend I would have sought just that. However, I will make concessions for trade, but the matter must be discussed with His Majesty. Nan and the whole group bowed low to the prince. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. You won't find a more loyal clan than ours. If your loyalty is as keen as your thirst for vengeance, then those are great words indeed, he bitingly replied as he strolled up to her. She shrank beneath the reprimand. You're right, Your Highness, but I swear this on my clan's honor that we won't attack anyone else who wrongs us. Yushir clapped a hand on her shoulder. She hesitantly lifted her gaze to him, and he offered her a small smile. Good words, but do not promise so far that you will not defend yourselves. Nan nodded. Thank you, Your Highness. While the prince discussed diplomacy with the hunters, Eastwei knelt beside Pampir and set me down. He turned Pampir over so the god laid on his back, and inspected the wound at his side. I was struck by the gentleness of his touch, as he drew back the clothes to reveal the horrible stabbing wound from one of the sharp branches. I couldn't help but look down at my bandaged leg, the one that had been impaled by the rotten tree. Pampir had risked that excruciating pain for me. Eastwei held out his hand, and his faint red specks appeared over his palm. I could feel their heat from my spot at his side. The magic floated forward and touched the bleeding wound. The faint stench of burning flesh filled the air, and Pampir clenched his teeth without opening his eyes. He arched his back and let out a faint hiss. The fire magic sealed the wound, and Eastwei drew his hand back. Pampir's eyes fluttered open, and he stared at the sky in bewilderment.
Where am I? The light of remembrance lit up his eyes and he shot up.
A little too fast. He cried out and clutched his back. My aching bones. Whatever have I done to deserve this treatment? That is a good question, Yushir mused as he joined us. I glanced over my shoulder, and beheld the turtle clan disappearing into the forest. The prince smiled down at his old acquaintance. Whatever happened to get you into such trouble? And why are you in this area to begin with? Pampir turned his head to one side and pursed his lips. I desired to assist you in the search for answers to the plant. And you brought along Lord Eastwei's pet to help you? Yushir teased as he nodded down at me. Pampir blinked at him before he set his sights on me.
Lord Eastwei's pet?
I plopped myself down at his side and meowed. The color drained from his face before he scrambled to his knees. He set his hands on either side of his head, and dropped his forehead to the ground. The effort shook his body, and he swayed a little from side to side. Forgive me, Emperor Eastwei, he shouted as he shrank closer to the dirt.
I did not know this was your pet. There is no need for such prostrations.
You meant no harm, Yushir assured him as he looked me over.
The better question is, why did she accompany you?
I stood and wound my lithe body between Eastwei's legs. He lifted me into his arms as Pampir cautiously lifted his head.
I do not know.
She attached herself to me as I traveled through the gate, and we followed your scent by her nose. Attached? Eastwei mused with twinkling eyes as he studied me. Meow, I replied as I puffed out my chest. Yushir chuckled. It appears she has no regrets about tagging along, and speaking of our mission, we really should be continuing to Lord Leren's home. Are you able to keep up with us, Lord Pampir? Pampir eased himself onto his feet and nodded. I believe so. The strain of dodging so many magics is what caused me to fall from the sky in the first place. Some of Yushir's good humor vanished as he looked to where the turtles had gone. Yes. We will have to find a suitable punishment for the clan, and I only hope my uncle will be merciful.
But we have a journey ahead of us, and will look behind when we return to the gate.
The trio of gods swept into the air by the use of their magic, taking me along with them. Chapter 10. The rest of the journey was blissfully uneventful, though longer than I expected. We didn't land until the afternoon, when we found ourselves still in the huge forest. I wondered if the whole of the land realm was woods dotted with water and meadows. However, there were the mountains that towered above us. I guessed they were the same ones I had noticed from afar, in the Turtle Clan area. They now loomed over us in all their craggy glory, monsters of some ancient upheaval that had been going on even before Eastwei had come into existence. Maybe. We landed in a small clearing at the foothills of those imposing giants, where a small cabin lay nestled against the stony toes. The home had been built from local logs, and the chimney rocks were the same color as the ones that poked out of the grassy ground around us. Racks sat outside the door, some with drying meat and others with drying furs. The scent of a stream wafted past my nostrils, and the pleasant aroma of food twisted my empty stomach into knots. I hadn't had any food since Lady Fan had tried to stuff a whole fish down my throat. It was raw, of course. Yushir smiled at the rest of us. It appears we have arrived just in a moment, Lord Pampir. The Lord had swayed to one side and nearly lost his balance. Only Yushir's quick action in propping him up with his body kept the Wayne god from falling. My apologies, Your Highness, Pampir whispered as he cupped his pale forehead in his hand. I fear the distance was farther than I remembered.
No need to apologize.
We have arrived and will not leave till the morrow, Yushir assured him as he led the weary man to the front door. Eastwei followed them, carrying me along with him. The entrance swung open just as we reached the cabin, and the small figure of an old man. He wore a pair of faded grey sandals and plain tan pants with a white shirt. A few wispy strands of hair time had left to him, but a viewer could hardly get past the mischievous eyes to see them. The man smiled at us and stepped aside. He gestured to the plain but clean interior. Welcome, great lords, to my humble home. Take a seat or my bed, whichever pleases you. 1,000 apologies for intruding on you with no notice, Yushir apologized as he helped Pampir inside.
No need for such words.
Friends are always welcome in whatever condition they arrive, Lyran assured the prince as they passed him. Eastwei followed, and our host's gaze fell on him. He bowed his head to the Lord. A good afternoon to you, Lord Eastwei. I hope you are doing well. His attention turned to me, and his bushy eyebrows shot up.
What do you have there?
A fellow traveler, Eastwei replied. Lyran cocked his head to one side, and examined me with keen eyes. His smile widened just slightly. What a rare and beautiful creature. She has all the glimmer of a majestic goddess, packaged into a fine pelt. There was something in his look, voice and words that touched me with a deep sense of apprehension. He knew something about me, and the thought of being outed made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I shrank into Eastwei's arm, as our host gestured to his home. But come. Let us inside where I am sure you would like some food. We passed him, and entered the abode of Lyran. The home was much like that which belonged to Kang, but with fewer sharp objects on the wall. Indeed, there were fewer walls, as the space was about a fraction of the size. There was a great room where the chimney stood, and an open door led into a cozy bedroom with a dresser and bed. A small cot sat in front of the fireplace along with a few chairs, none of which matched the others, and all appeared to be hand-built. The place was warmed by a fire that brightly crackled in the hearth. A pot of some boiling soup hung over the flames, and the savory scent I had noted earlier wafted out of there. Ushir led Pampir over to one of the chairs situated close to the fire, and eased him onto the seat. Pampir leaned back and closed his eyes before he let out a loud sigh. "My lords, Emperor Eastwei, if I do not happen to make it back to the heavens."
"Nonsense," Ushir scolded him, as he folded his arms over his chest and nodded at Lyran.
"Lord Lyran will have what remains of your wounds cleaned and bandaged in quick time, and his soup will heal your soul." "You are too kind, your highness," Lyran spoke up as he sauntered over to a low table that stood against the wall opposite the chimney. A dishpan and a large bucket sat nearby. He grabbed a clean plate and spoon, and moved over to the chimney where he ladled out a healthy dose. Our host held that out to Pampir. The god, however, still had his eyes closed. "Woe's me. That I should, his nose twitched and his nostrils flared. He peeked open an eye, and his gaze fell on the offered bowl. "By the 5 realms, that does smell delicious." Lyran's eyes twinkled as he passed the bowl and spoon to the god. "And it tastes even better." Pampir dug into the soup with the eagerness of a bear given a honey pot. While Pampir devoured the food, our host turned his attention to the others. He grasped his hands behind his back and smiled at the pair. "I would venture to guess you have come to visit me for a greater reason than to feed Lord Pampir. We have a question we would like to ask you about a certain creature," Ushir told him. He reached into his sleeve and drew out Eastwei's stained handkerchief, which he passed to our host. "Do you recognize the blood on this handkerchief?" Lyran opened his hand and laid the cloth on his palm. He examined the black blood with a sharp eye and an increasing frown. "I have never seen the like." "Are you certain it is blood?" "This cat tore it from the creature herself," Eastwei spoke up. I lifted my chin and meowed. "Yep. I did that, and please don't ask me to get another sample." Lyran lifted his worried eyes to Eastwei.
"What sort of creature was it?"
"A plant that grew out of a small pool of bile," Eastwei explained as he stroked my fur. A dark cloud settled on our host's brow as he returned his focus to the cloth. "I have never heard of such a thing. Is this anything to do with the attacks on the villagers?" "The creature was found in a village that had been attacked," Eastwei confirmed. "Then you can tell us nothing about such a creature? Not a note about its origins?" Ushir pleaded. Lyran tightened his grip on the cloth.
There may be something, but it is only a guess."
Ushir shrugged. "A guess is better than we have now." Our host sighed and his shoulders slumped. "I once ventured into the foreboding shadows of the song-spun mire." Ushir's eyes widened. Pampir dropped his spoon into his bowl, spilling some of the contents onto himself. He didn't pay any heed to the specks but gaped up at our host.
"The song-spun mire? But that is a forbidden place."
Lyran nodded. "I was much younger then, and more apt to break the rules." "A habit that you have yet to break," Ushir commented. Lyran cast a scolding look from beneath his bushy eyebrows before he cleared his throat. "As I was saying, I ventured into those depths once. Even then, the mire was a terrible place of rotten bogs and terrible creatures. One of the creatures I encountered was a hideous plant monster that attempted to make me its lunch. I wounded it many times in the ensuing battle, and the blood is much like what you have brought me."
"Was there any life around the creature?"
Eastwei questioned him. A faint smile slipped onto the old man's lips. "There is not much life at all among those sorrowful winds, but no. I do not recall hearing the faintest of swamp frogs, or the dreariest of bugs singing their harsh tunes. The area was devoid of all but that creature."
"How did you overcome the thing?"
Pampir inquired. Lyran gave a hearty laugh and shook his head. "I did not. I managed to cut off some of its arms and ran. That was the first and only time I ventured into the mire." Ushir cupped his chin in his hand and furrowed his brow as he stared hard at the floor. "Interesting. I wonder if someone managed to snare some seeds from that creature and drop them about the land realm, but for what purpose?" What do they have to gain from attacking so many clans over such a wide breadth? If you knew the answer to that, you would undoubtedly know the villain, Lyran commented, as he strolled over to the rear table and snatched up 4 more bowls. He turned to us with a smile. But speculation on an empty stomach is a fruitless endeavor. Chapter 11. It would be our pleasure, Eustwei commented as he drew 2 more chairs beside where Pampir sat. Eastwei took a seat upon one, and Eustwei the other, and I happily sat in the Fire Lord's lap. I watched Lyran pour out 2 bowls which he handed first to the prince, and then he turned to the lord. His eyes dropped to me and his eyes twinkled. Perhaps the lady cat would prefer the floor to sitting where her master's soup bowl should go. My tail and ears drooped, but he had a point. Eastwei set me on the floor at his side, and accepted the bowl. Lyran still had 2 more bowls, and he poured one out and set it on the floor in front of me. A hearty meal to mend those wounds on your legs. We would not wish for you to be forced to walk on 2 legs, Lyran told me with a wink. Some of the blood drained from my head, as he turned away and poured a bowl for himself. This man knew who, or at least what I truly was. I leaned down and lapped up some of the delicious broth, but I kept one eye on our host as he took a seat in line with the others. It was pretty hard to focus on anything other than the food. The soup was a delicious and perfect blend of herbs and spices, with potatoes and meat. I dared not ask its origins. Judging from the pelts outside, I had to guess it was a fresh catch. You will be headed back to the Heaven Realm tomorrow? Lyran inquired. Eustwei sipped up his spoonful of food before he nodded. Yes. I would suggest a trip into the mire, but that would be as foolhardy as inviting my uncle to dine with the king of the demons. My ears perked up at the mention of demons. Then again, I was currently in the company of gods, so why not demons in this world as well? Thus we must report your words to my uncle as soon as possible, Eustwei finished. A pensive expression slipped onto our host's face as he stared into the fire. I see. Well, I will not keep you then. He resumed his eating, but his tone left a vacuum of curiosity from our group. Pampir spoke the question the rest of us were asking ourselves. Is there something that is needed of us, Lord Lyran? Lyran continued staring at and stirring his bowl, as he shook his head. I would not wish to delay your return. I may be able to remain and the others return in my stead, if it is something with which I can help, Eustwei offered. Our host sipped a spoonful of his soup and licked his lips. I was just curious if you might use your incredible magic to blow some rocks away from a cave entrance on the Shroud Mountains. Pampir shot up and even the prince's eyes widened. The lower-tier lord sputtered and spat out some soup. Not that cave entrance, I hope. Lyran laughed and shook his head. Not at all. There is another cave miles down the range, where I fetch some special mushrooms. He held aloft his bowl. They are wonderful at healing wounds, but I used the last of them in this soup and need more. However, a recent tremor caused the entrance to the cave to partially collapse, and I find my strength is not what it used to be. I will perform the task, Eastwei spoke up. Pampir lifted an eyebrow. Are you sure? It sounds rather menial for you, my emperor. I have been neglectful of my duties regarding the mountains. Now is a chance to remedy that. Lyran smiled and bowed his head. I will appreciate the company and the help, my lord. Thank you. And we appreciate the food, Eustwei answered as he held up his empty bowl. This is quite nourishing as well. Pampir flexed his arm on the side that had been injured and cauterized by Eastwei. I feel as if nothing had happened today. This is quite miraculous, even for you, Lord Lyran. It is merely an old family recipe, he mused as he cast his shining eyes down on me. The herbs also work to hearten the hearts of animals as well. The tip of my tail twitched and I turned my face away. Eustwei chuckled. You seem to have done the impossible, Lord Lyran. You have shamed a spiritual cat. A very odd occurrence indeed, Lyran replied as he took Eustwei's bowl and refilled it. But eat and rest. I am sure you will have an early journey ahead of you, and the best time to pick the mushrooms is when the dew is still on the ground. Sleeping proved to be a quandary. I finished my delicious bowl and sauntered about the room taking in the sights, and I discovered there was only one small bed in the adjoining room. It was large enough to fit the small Lyran, but not large enough for anyone else. The other guests appeared unperturbed by the sparse accommodations. Eastwei was the first to rise, and he stretched his arms above his head. I believe I shall turn in early. If you gentlemen will excuse me. He bowed his head to the others, and sauntered over to the far side of the room. The table was the only bit of furniture along that wall, but he ignored that for the bare corner. Eastwei swept his arm out in front of him, and his blue magic flakes floated out. They twinkled and formed a lush bed with a thick mattress and blankets. I plopped my butt down close beside him and my mouth fell open. He noticed my appearance and chuckled.
Surprised to see creation magic, cat?
It is a rare sight indeed in the land realm, but not so in the heavens. He lay down and settled himself in for a long sleep. I flattened my ears against my head at the gentle teasing by the god. He adjusted the sheets, and one of the corners dropped low over the mattress. That's when a devilish idea slipped into my mind. I strolled over to the edge of the bed, and stretched my legs out so my front paws pressed against the corner of the mattress. My claws instinctively slid out, and I began my sweet music, which was clawing viciously at the cushion. Eastwei shot up, and the others turned to me. I continued my exuberant exercise, even as I twisted my head around and meowed at the men in front of the fire. The glow from the flames reflected a faint smile on Eastwei's lips, even as the prince scurried to my corner. "Shoo, you evil creature! Shoo!" he scolded me as he waved his hand in my direction. I plopped my paws on the floor and turned away with my tail held high. He frowned at my back end as I sauntered back to the fire and sat in front of the hearth. Pampir likewise conjured a bed on the same wall as Eastwei, but in the other corner. They were both soon in peaceful slumber, and the only sound was the crackling fire in the hearth. The light faded in the room as night took its hold. I lifted my head and watched the dark rays of twilight stretch themselves through the windows only to be swallowed by a cloudy night. Lyran stirred the fire with a poker, and kept his eyes focused on his task as he spoke to his stoic companion. "You seem different than when we last met." Eastwei's eyebrow barely lifted. "Am I?" Our host paused in his work and smiled at him before he nodded at me.
"For one, I have never known you to have a pet."
Eastwei dropped his gaze to me. I cocked my head to one side.
"She saved my life."
The least I could do was tend to her wounds. Lyran's eyes twinkled as he set his gaze on me. "Is that so? This one certainly is full of surprises." I nonchalantly began to groom myself, but the bandages kept me from getting at my paw to use as a wet rag. When that failed, I merely set my head down and closed my eyes.
"Has anything disturbed the mountains of late?"
Eastwei inquired. The tips of my ears twitched. They'd mentioned something before about caretaking a mountain.
"Not at all.
Everything has been as quiet as the moon." He set aside the poker and tossed a log onto the fire. The flames eagerly welcomed the food with a burst of light and a crackle of glee. A pensive expression slipped onto his face as he leaned back.
"What did you find in that village where the creature lived?"
"Nothing," Eastwei replied. Lyran lifted an eyebrow.
"No life at all?"
"None. Even the animals were killed." The old man folded his arms over his chest, and a dark cloud settled on his brow. "I see. This makes the 6th one in as many months, does it not?"
"Yes."
Lyran stared hard at the dancing flames as the glowing light deepened the lines on his face. "I wonder if your coming here was less to ask of the creature, and more to inquire of the mountains. That is why you offered to help me tomorrow, is it not?" Eastwei didn't reply, but the corners of his lips twitched. Our host chuckled. "You pretend to be a closed book, old friend, but you are still as readable as the day we discovered you. Eastwei stood. I will get some sleep. The Lord turned and strode to the center of the room, where he magicked a handsome but plain flat bed. He settled himself in, leaving me alone with our host. There was a twinkle in Leren's eyes as he stood. He caught my eye and winked at me before he walked past, his feet completely silent on the creaky old wooden boards. Our host slipped out the door but didn't latch it behind him. I was a cat. Of course my curiosity was going to force me to follow him. Chapter 12. I slunk across the floor, tapping every stupid creaky board on the way, and slipped out through the open door. The sweet scent of the forest wafted around me, and the clouds above us rolled past, aided by a gentle breeze that tickled my whiskers and ear hair. Lyron stood 10 feet from the cabin beside the chopping block with his back turned to the door. His head was tilted back, and he admired the dark sky above us. Partial clouds hid many of the stars, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. I trotted over to his side and plopped my butt down. We sat there for a minute or two, admiring the view and the smells. You seem to have been through a few hardships, young cat, he mused without taking his eyes off the sky. Meow, was my reply. He smiled down at me. But you are happy. I turned my head so one of my eyes settled on the door. I could just barely make out the end of Eastwei's bed. Meow. I am glad to hear that, he commented as he eased himself onto the chopping block and draped an arm over one bent knee. I would gladly hear your tale, my furred friend, but I am more a hunter of animals than a listener. I stiffened, and the hairs on my tail puffed up. He chuckled. You have nothing to worry about. I do not hunt for sport but to survive and protect. He looked me over. You are in search of your purpose, are you not? My eyes widened and my tail shot up. Who the heck was this guy? His eyes twinkled as he studied me. You are as open a book as young Eastwei. I can see why he would allow you at his side, when he is given that pleasure to so few others. He stretched his legs out and sighed as he turned his sights on the cloudy sky. A few breaks appeared and faint moonlight shone on the woods around us, though the mistress herself was mostly hidden. I wonder when he will fetch himself someone to stay by his side, until the end of his long days. I had heard he fancied a goddess he has known since she was but a babe. I didn't need 3 guesses to know who he was talking about. A hiss and snarl escaped me. Lyron lifted a playful eyebrow at me. You appear to disapprove of that match. I swatted a paw full of extended claws at the air in front of me, and spat at the ground. My host chuckled as he lifted his gaze to the sky. I see. You are a most playful creature. Is that not correct, Lord Eastwei? I stiffened before I whipped my head around. Eastwei strolled from his standing spot only 5 feet behind us. He stopped to stand at my other side, leaving me in the middle of the two. I would call her troublesome, he commented. My ears drooped and I slouched forward. Lyron leaned down and patted my head. There is no need to be so downcast, my furry friend. He is only worried about the trouble you went through to follow him. I cocked my head to one side, and cast a suspicious look at him. Meow. Our host's eyes twinkled. You wonder how I knew you had followed him, and he had not brought you. He brushed a hand over my coat, and wrapped his fingers around something. I yelped when he yanked hard on something stuck in my fur. He held it up and revealed a sap-covered twig only half an inch long. Lord Eastwei would never have allowed such filth on you, if you had traveled with him, and Lord Pampir is damaged while Prince Yushir is untouched. That can only mean you two followed, without the knowledge and protection of the other two. I wrapped my tail around myself and swatted at the twitching tip. Well, what is done, Lyron commented as he stood and turned to us. Now we should get back inside and stoke the fire for our sleepy friends. We slipped back inside and found Yushir and Pampir face asleep on their beds. Lyron moved over to the fire, and dropped another block of wood on the hungry flames. Eastwei stopped in the center of the room, and magicked up a majestic bed with lush silken covers and plush pillows. He settled in, and laid his head on the pillows. I put my paws on the sheets and peeked over the top. Eastwei's eyes were closed, and there was an empty spot beside him. I adjusted my paw position to jump up, but I froze when I saw the dirt left by my pads. The rest of me was no less filthy. There was no way he'd want a dirtbag like me beside him. I flattened my ears against my head and eased myself down. "Come up here." My ears shot up, and I stood on my hind legs to look over the bed. Eastwei's eyes were open and aimed at me. They flitted between me and the empty spot beside him. "Here." I held up one dirty paw to show him the error of his kindness, but the effort proved too much for my weak balance. I toppled backward and flopped about on the floor. So much for cats always landing on their feet. Eastwei leaned over the edge of the bed and I froze. The smile on his lips was more than just a faint echo of the gesture. There was a full and true smile there. The Lord slipped his hands under my front armpits and lifted me onto the bed where he lay me by his side. "You are rather clumsy for a cat," he commented. "I'm still getting used to this body," I protested. Any ire from his teasing quickly melted as he stroked my back. I purred and rubbed my face against his hand. He lay down and closed his eyes, and I gladly curled up beside him. The morning came all too soon, and its bright light streamed through the windows and shot straight into my eyes. I squeezed them shut tighter and buried my face into my paws. A chuckle came from above me. I peeked out and saw that Lyran stood over me. "You must arise, sleepy cat. Breakfast is nearly finished and your friends will soon leave." I lifted my head and noticed that the other beds had vanished. The front door was open, and the three figures of my comrades shone in the bright light. Lyran set a bowl of milk in front of me. "Drink and come." I lapped up my breakfast and hopped from the bed. The fancy furniture vanished the minute my paws hit the floor. I started a bit, and the hairs on my back stood on end. "You are rather unused to creation magic, young cat," Lyran teased from his place at the door. "Hurry now." He stepped outside and I trotted after him. My host closed the door behind us, and we joined the others at the chopping block. "And there is the unfinished business of the turtle clan to discuss with my uncle as well," Yushir mused as he turned his attention to us. "We wish you good luck with your mushroom hunting. The heavens and their fresh air await us."
"Yes," Pampir spoke up as he rubbed his nostrils with one finger.
His voice sounded as puffy as his red snout. "Away from all these are two." He shivered and wrapped his arms around himself. "Away from all this harsh dirt and all this pollen." Lyran smiled and bowed his head. "I wish you all the best, and may we see each other again soon." Pampir and Yushir bowed their heads before their magic surrounded them. They zipped off in colorful clouds of light, one dark blue and the other brown, and were soon lost in the distance. Lyran turned to us and gestured toward the mountains at our backs.
"Shall we?"
Chapter 13. Eastwei knelt on one knee and opened his arms to me. "Come." I trotted up to him, and he scooped me into one arm where I was pressed against his chest. There wasn't a better spot in all the realms than where I sat, as the gods started their walk. "We should save our magic and enjoy this fine day, do you not think so?" Lyran mused as he took in a deep breath.
"Not a cloud in the sky nor a wind to torment us."
"Has the barrier lessened since my last visit?" Eastwei inquired. Lyran sighed and shook his head. "You are always one to forget to stop and enjoy the simpler things in life." His twinkling eyes settled on me. "Perhaps your pet would like your attention. She is a fine animal, but I feel she needs a lot of watching." Eastwei was silent and our host shrugged.
"Very well, down to business."
"I believe there is a slight depletion in the energy. It has been a century since you came here, so such a depletion is hardly surprising. It will be a simple matter of transferring some of your energy to replenish the well." My ears perked up at their conversation. They'd mentioned something about Eastwei and the mountain last night, and the tone of the conversation had been less than sunny. We followed a trail that ran along the winding foot of the craggy mountains. The ground was littered with past rockfalls, and there were many gaps in the trees where landslides had crashed into them, cutting a path of destruction of which the remnants were vacancies and fallen rotting logs covered in moss. The sweet smell of water I had noticed the previous night came up to us 50 yards from the cabin. It was a mountain stream that meandered its way down a crevice in the rock and through the woods. There was no bridge to cross the gap, and I stiffened as we approached the chilly waters. Even the air was decidedly colder as we approached its banks, and its waters sprayed us with a fine mist. The other shore was 50 feet across the cold gap, and there was no bridge in sight. Eastwei tightened his grip on me and pushed off with one leg. My jaw dropped down as we flew across the waters and landed neatly on the other side. Lyron did the same, settling on the ground beside us. His mischievous eyes fell on me as we continued onward. I must have looked a sight with my body stiff, my eyes bulging and my hair standing on end. Did you not know we can step across such distance as a mortal does across a puddle of water? I clapped my jaw shut and mechanically shook my head. She is very ignorant of much of the world, Eastwei mused as he studied me.
Perhaps she has been alone most of her life.
My tail shot straight up and I drew my ears back. Ignorant. Maybe if somebody would have given me a manual for being a goddess, then I wouldn't be dropping my jaw at all the fancy magic stuff you guys can do. The corners of Lyron's eyes crinkled as his smile widened. I believe your furry friend has taken offense at your words. You're damn right, I confirmed as I whipped my face away from Eastwei and jerked my chin up in the air. I'm trying my best here, but it's not easy being a goddess. Cat. Whatever. I hissed and spat out a couple of bits of spittle. Eastwei clamped a hand atop my head and flattened my ears. Ignorance is not shameful. You need only learn more of the world to wipe away the stain of ignorance. I hunched my shoulders and the tip of my tail twitched. Yeah, well, just give me some more time then. Lyron chuckled. You will have that young cat trained yet, old friend, but I wonder what you will learn from her. One of Eastwei's elegant eyebrows arched just slightly.
What do you mean?
One rarely emerges from a relationship without having changed in some way, even you, Lyron mused as he looked us over with those twinkling eyes. I am eager to see what change that will be. Eastwei didn't deign to reply, and we continued on our way. A path existed on this side of the river, and it soon curved rightward and opened onto the mountain face. A small meadow opposed the intimidating heights of the craggy slopes. The flowers and grass swayed in a gentle breeze that blew off the high peaks and swept over us. It wasn't a warm wind, but I felt unreasonably chilled by its biting touch. There was something not quite right about the sharp stones and scraggy shrubs that faced us as we approached the slope. The two men stopped 20 feet from the start of the jumbled mess of rocks that lay scattered about the base, the only memories of long-ago rock slides. Eastwei set me down, while Lyron stood just a little behind him. The Lord swung his arms opposite each other in a circle, and a faint magic circle appeared against the side of the mountain. The circle pulsed with power before it shot out in all directions, creating a translucent wall of brilliant red several feet thick. The magic spread out as far as the eye could see both left and right of where we stood, and ran over the top of the mountain before heading over to the other side. It was a behemoth barrier of thick, glistening fire. And it was covered in cracks. Countless hairline fractures had carved themselves into the ward, creating an etching of dread. What scared me even more was when Eastwei lowered his arms and frowned at the weakened ward. The downward turn of his lips sent cold, trembling shivers down my spine. Those cracks weren't supposed to be there, and the why I dared not imagine. Lyron's mouth was agape, and his dark eyes examined the wall of red with more shock and fear than I cared to see from him. He snapped himself out of his stupor, and examined the wall with a dark cloud on his brow. By all the realms, but what has happened?
How long ago were you here?
Eastwei questioned him. Lyron turned his face toward Eastwei. Only 2 months ago, when the cave-in occurred.
Were there any cracks? Not a single one.
Eastwei said nothing, but his eyes told me a story. The tale was one filled with worry. He lifted his chin slightly and raised his arms in front of him. The glow around him returned. I will renew the ward, but we must keep a careful watch to discover what is amiss. Come with me, Cat, Lyran commanded me as he stepped back. We took up a position 50 feet behind Eastwei. His fire flecks surrounded him as they had during the Twilight Fair, but at that time I hadn't been that close to him. At this distance I could feel the raging heat flow off him in harsh, quick waves. He pointed his outward-facing palms at the mountainside, and twin beams of translucent red magic burst out of his hands. They shot forward and crashed into the faint barrier. The magic flowed over the barrier, sinking into the fissures and sealing them shut. A stifled sound came from Eastwei. I looked at him and watched him clench his teeth. His hands shook a little, but he stiffened his jaw and steadied himself. The magic swept over the whole of the mountain range, casting the huge area in a soft red glow before fading into the barrier. That's when I smelled it. A stench of putrid rot. The odor was so thick and heavy that it clogged my nostrils and sank my stomach. I swayed from side to side and clamped my mouth shut to hold in my breakfast. Lyran knelt by my side and set a steadying hand on my shoulders.
What is the matter?
I lifted my watering eyes to him. Meow. He pursed his lips and whipped his head up to Eastwei. Eastwei. Something is the matter. Lyran couldn't finish his warning before Eastwei wrenched his arms down. The entire ward rattled like wind chimes in a tornado. Some of the cracks that had been sealed reopened, and new ones shot across the surface of the barrier, crafting lines of worry. Eastwei took a step back as white and grey fog flowed from the cracks. The mist mingled together, and formed itself into the vague shape of a giant hound, taller than either of my companions. The creature stood at a crazy angle atop the barrier, and its claws clacked against the magic. It opened its mouth and bared its fangs as drool dripped from its lips. The slobber dribbled onto the ward, and more cracks appeared at the point of contact. The creature didn't have eyes, only empty black sockets. Still, I could feel the thing look at us one by one, stopping at Eastwei. It snapped its jaws and lunged at him. Eastwei leaped to one side, barely missing the dagger-like bite of its teeth. The hound stopped 10 paces ahead between Eastwei and us. It turned those hideous black sockets on Lyran and me, and a cold chill sank into my bones. Chapter 14. Lyran snatched me up and backed away as the creature stalked toward us. He stretched out one hand, and a wall of shadow shot out of the ground between the thing and where we stood. The barrier stretched out 50 feet wide and the same height. My breath caught in my throat as I watched a faint dark mist worm its way through the barrier, creating cracks in Lyran's magic just as it had in Eastwei's. Lyran hurried back, as more and larger fissures appeared in the wall. The shadows shuddered and shook, and in one spectacular moment the magic burst outward. Lyran's magic rained down on us as hard as a gentle spring rain, but there was no comfort to be had, as the creature reformed itself into the hellhound shape. A massive fireball struck it in the left side of its face. The creature stumbled, and caught itself before it whipped its head about. Eastwei stood 10 feet from it, with his hands stretched out on either side of him. Huge fireballs burned in his palms and cast their bright light on his hardened expression. The hound let loose a terrible howl before it charged him, its paws flinging up gobs of grass and dirt. Eastwei leaped up and rained fireballs down on the creature. As soon as he launched, another formed in his hand, allowing a continuous stream of blazing hot fury. The hound had its tongue burned before it clamped its mouth shut, and retreated one step at a time, swinging its face from side to side as the fire god pummeled it with fireballs. Unable to make any head, the creature returned its attention to Lyran and me. It growled and stampeded toward us. Eastwei flung out one hand, and a fiery whip materialized. The flaming rope wrapped around the hound's throat, and Eastwei gripped the whip in both hands before he gave a mighty tug. The creature was yanked backward and fell on its back where it thrashed about. Eastwei kept a hold on the whip with his left hand, and his sword materialized in his right. He lifted the blade high above himself, before bringing it down on our vicious foe. The fiery blade cut into the middle of the beast, and the thing burst into clouds of fog. The grey and white mist swirled above the vanished body, and my heart skipped a beat when I saw a familiar sight within those murky depths. Small golden lights twinkled, but instead of dozens there were hundreds of them. The golden orbs drifted upward together, and there came the faint sigh that filled the air with relief and sorrow. They vanished into the light of the sun, and the meadow was once again clear. I hadn't noticed before, but Leren's grip on me was very tight. I squirmed and pawed at his arms. Meow. He shook himself of his shock and loosened his hold on me. My apologies. Lyran walked with me over to Eastwei, who extinguished his weapons.
What in all the realms happened?
Eastwei shook his head.
I wish I knew.
The old god lifted his curious gaze to the skies, and lifted a hand to shield his face from the glare of the sun. I have never beheld such magic as we witnessed today. It seemed to be formed from many different magics, and crafted with a dark binding to create such evil. He looked past Eastwei, and at the wall where the faint reddish hue denoted the ward's presence.
Perhaps that was the source of the cracks.
We shall see, Eastwei commented as he moved back to his position before the ward. He raised his hands as he had done before, and again he poured his magic into the barrier. The cracks shriveled to nothing, and the thickness of the ward grew greater. The barrier faded back to its invisible status, and Eastwei lowered his arms. The Lord swayed a little, and caught himself with a dragging foot before he fell.
Lord Eastwei!
Lyran cried out, as he rushed toward the Lord, taking me with him. Eastwei's hand shot up in our direction, and we skidded to a stop. The great Lord lifted his chin, and balled his hands at his sides. They shook a little, until he clenched them tight. A great breath left him and his shaking ceased. I am fine. Lyran turned his head slightly and looked him over. You are less than fine. The effort to seal the barrier and destroy the monster would have been immense, even for the likes of you. I hopped down from Leren's arms and trotted over to Eastwei, where I looped my lithe body between his legs. He stared down at me, and I offered him a soft, gentle meow. Even your small friend is worried about you, Lyran added as he gestured to me. I need only time to recover, Eastwei insisted as he looked about us.
Now where is this cave?
Lyran pursed his lips, but nodded at a spot further down the foot of the mountain. It is a quarter-mile further down. Then let us be off, Eastwei insisted, and he started the journey before waiting for his companion to reply. I trotted behind him, and Lyran came up to my side. He walked very close to me, and I jumped a little when his whispered voice floated down.
Watch him, cat.
He is not as well as he makes himself out to be. I nodded as I watched Eastwei's back. My sharp eyes caught that he moved with a stiffer posture than was usual. The pallor on his face was a little off as well, but he tried to hide it behind his indifferent expression. I recognized the troublesome spot a mile off. A mess of boulders had toppled from on high, and landed in front of a cluster of caves created through countless years of upheaval and erosion. The avalanche had partially crushed and buried all of the caves, but the largest one was completely entombed in the rubble. Eastwei stopped in front of the center of the mess, and Lyran moved to stand at his side. You need not do this if you are exhausted from the fight. Stand back, Eastwei commanded him. Lyran pursed his lips, but reluctantly moved back to stand with me a few paces behind the Lord. Eastwei clasped his hands together in front of him, and his red magic flowed out of his palms. The intense heat dried out my skin and made my hair stand on end. The Lord drew his hands apart, and revealed a giant swirling ball of fire. The magic was so intense that it cast its own shadows over the area. Eastwei pulled the orb close to himself before he shoved it forward. The ball shot across the distance and crashed into the boulders. The fierce fire cut into the boulder like a hot knife through cheese. The rocks cracked and exploded to the left and right, exposing the mouths of the caves and their dark interiors. Rodents and bugs scurried in all directions to escape the chaos of the tumbling shattered stones, as a few bounced into the caverns. Eastwei tucked his hands into his large sleeves and closed his eyes. His lips parted in a quiet but deep breath, and I noticed his arms shook a little before he stiffened. "An admirable control of your magic," Lyran commented as he strolled up to Eastwei's side and I tagged along. The old man admired the work with a smile and a nod. "I am glad to see that you have not been neglecting your skills during such a long piece."
"There is always something to focus on," Eastwei mused as he stooped and beckoned to me.
I trotted over, and he scooped me into one arm before he stood and turned to his old friend. "Inform me if anything suspicious happens around the ward. You will not stay for a few hours longer to rest?" Lyran suggested. "I must return and inform the king of what transpired here," Eastwei pointed out. Lyran pursed his lips but bowed his head. "I will inform you right away should anything happen." Eastwei's fiery magical flakes surrounded us, and I felt us lift off the ground. We zipped up into the sky, and arched over the Turtle Clan realms. Time and distance meant nothing inside his warm magic and nestled in his arm. Thus I was a little surprised when he landed us atop Turtle Rock. The Lord landed on his feet, and took a few steps before his legs faltered. He managed to catch himself before we both lurched over the precipice. I yowled and pressed my paws against his chest. His heart pounded beneath my fluffy toe beans, and his breathing came out in harsh quick gasps. Eastwei eased himself onto one knee and set me on the ground. I paced the rock in front of him, as he draped an arm over his bent knee. "Meow. Meow meow." He shook his head. "I am fine." The sweat on his brow told me otherwise. I plopped myself down in front of him, and lay a paw on his bent leg. "Meow." A faint smile touched his lips as he raised his other hand in front of him. The palm shook. He grasped the fingers in a tight fist and drew his hand back. "I will be fine. There is no need to worry." I flattened my ears against my head, but he merely beckoned to me. "Come. We will be home soon." I reluctantly stepped forward, and allowed him to scoop me up. He stood on wavering legs, and his magic surrounded us. His arm didn't have quite the same comfort as before, as my thoughts filled with worry for him. We eventually landed on the Gateway Island, and Eastwei was strong enough, or perhaps just stubborn enough, to land without incident. He swept a hand out in front of us, and the gate activated, revealing the brilliant heavens. Never had those stone streets and pompous palaces looked so good. We strolled through the gate and into the warm heavens. The guards still stood at attention and didn't move as we passed. There was no fanfare save for a few idle gods and goddesses who strolled past. They smiled and bowed their heads to the mighty god, but I knew better. His hand that cradled me against his chest still shook a little. He couldn't contain all of his exhaustion. There was something very much wrong with him. Chapter 15. We reached his abode, where Purin greeted us with a steep bow.
"Welcome back, my lord."
His gaze settled on me and his face fell. "My sincerest apologies for not keeping a better hold on her, my lord."
"No need to apologize.
She proved to be useful," Dardan assured him as he strolled past his servant. "Prince Yushir sent a message only a few minutes ago that he wished to play a game of chess if you were so inclined," Purin added, as he hurried along behind us. Dardan took up a seat on the platform, where he laid me down on the cushion in front of him, and draped an arm over the arm. "He may come in the afternoon." Purin nodded. "I will inform him. Did you need anything before I deliver the message?" "Tea," Dardan replied as he nodded at me. "And a saucer of milk." Purin bowed again. "I shall make some immediately, and fetch the saucer." He hurried off to obey his master's commands. Seeing him so eager to please reminded me that I hadn't seen Arian in a long time. My ears drooped over my head as I thought about how worried she must be about me. I'd have to sneak away for a quick visit and see if I could convince her of my change in form. At least as a shifter, she would be more likely to believe me. A soft sound behind me made me turn. Dardan had leaned his cheek against his raised arm and his eyes were closed. The rhythmic movement of his chest told me he was fast asleep. I turned myself fully to him and studied his soft features. It was a pity I didn't have my sketchbook with me. I could have drawn a better picture, now that I was so close to him. He looked so tempting, that I couldn't help but inch a little closer. I set my front paws on his chest and stood so our faces were at the same level. His thick locks of red hair accented his pale face so perfectly. Perhaps it was a little too pale, but the color made his lips stand out even more. Those full red lips tempted me. What could it hurt? I asked myself as I leaned in. I'm just a cat. He won't think anything's wrong with me being so affectionate. Besides, he said I was useful. A heroine, if you would, and didn't heroines deserve a kiss? I leaned in and pressed my lips against his. They were as soft and warm as I imagined. It was a pity my snout prevented me from deepening the kiss. My cheeks were warm when I drew back. They became red hot when my eyes met his open ones. I yowled and scrambled backward until my tail hit the side of the table. My back pinned my tail, leading to an even more uncomfortable situation as I pinched my own tail. Another yowl escaped me, and I yanked my tail out from behind my traitorous back. The poor thing wriggled about like a worm on a hook. I frowned and pined a paw against my insolent tail. The thing continued its hopping about as best it could, and my irritation only encouraged it. A small chuckle made me whip my head about to find Dardan smiling down at me. You are a very foolish cat. Do you not know that is your tail? I released my insolent tail and hunched my shoulders. I know that, but it's still annoying having that thing attached to me. Dardan closed his eyes and sighed. Lay beside me now and rest. I will take you a bath as soon as I have rested. I studied myself and sighed. My fur coat really was pretty filthy and the smell wasn't much better. The resumption of his soft breathing told me he had slipped back into sleep. Faint footsteps down the hall turned my attention in the direction where Purin approached us. He held a tray in his hands upon which a teapot, teacup, an empty saucer and a small white bottle sat. Purin stopped in front of the platform and opened his mouth, but I quickly put my front paws on the table and raised myself so he could see me, shaking my head. The servant shut his mouth, but gave his master a worried look. He set the tray on the table, and poured out some milk for me but refrained from disturbing the warm pot. Drink quietly, he whispered as he nodded at the sleeping god behind me. I patted his hand with my paw, and nodded for double reassurance. He smiled and winked at me. I will return in a while, Lady Cat. The servant slipped away, leaving me alone with Dardan. It's Dardan again, is it? My inner voice teased. I noticed you've been calling him that since we got back. I can call him whatever I want. I protested, as the hairs on my tail bristled. Yeah, but you know who else calls him that? His best friend and a woman who loves him. Which one do you think you want to be? She had a point. I looked over my shoulder at the sleeping beauty behind me. He was like an angel. Well, if angels had fiery red hair. I could imagine them being that stoic. I don't know what I want. I tucked away my inner voice, and turned instead to the previous matter of contacting Arian. Alerting her to my current condition was more important than arguing with myself. Still, I didn't want to leave without some sort of farewell, even if it was a temporary parting. I looked around for something, anything that would tell the godly lord that I was still around. I started back when a faint glow surrounded me. It was my mischievous magic, come out to play. Why don't you try changing me back? I scolded it, as the slender threads floated around me. They didn't seem to mind me at all, as they split off and floated in two different directions. One group dipped into the teacup, and the tea bag was ejected onto the table. Fear gripped me as I thought what mischief it might be pulling, and I flung my front paws on the table and leaned over. The dainty magic swirled about the bottom of the cup, and a faint whiff of chocolate and peppermint entangled itself around me. The other group entwined itself around the teapot, and lifted the container. My magic floated the pot over to the cup, and poured the hot water over the sweet concoction. The threads were nothing if not exact, and they filled the cup to near the brim before setting the pot back down. My faint wisps vanished, and I was left alone with a steaming cup of cocoa. I guess that was one way of telling him I was still around. I hopped off the platform and trotted down the corridor, but I couldn't help but pause halfway down the hall and look over my shoulder. Dardan looked so peaceful and yet so tired. I would have to hurry back to make sure he didn't worry about me. I darted down the hall and out the front door. Purin and I nearly crashed into each other, but he stumbled to one side. "Lady Cat," he called to me as I darted down the path. "Where are you going now?" I glanced over my shoulder. Meow. Purin didn't look the least bit consoled, but what could I do? I was just a cat. That thought lingered with me, as I scurried out of the expansive gardens of the former emperor, and through the maze of roads that made up the massive heavenly realm. More than one child squealed and pointed at me, and I couldn't help but be reminded of Lia and Keen. It had only been a few days since I'd seen them, but my many adventures since then made it feel like forever. That's when I realized how important my life here had become to me. I was leaving tender consolations to Lord Eastwei, worrying about Arian missing me, and wondering what the kids were up to. It felt like having a family, or at least a wonderful and warm group of friends. I felt like I belonged here. Meow. I cried out in glee, as I leaped high into the air before hitting the ground running. An elder god on a bench looked up from his paper, and lifted an eyebrow. I gave him a wink and a curled tip of my tail as I dashed past, which earned a smile from him. I dodged, ducked and dashed my way home, and I couldn't have been happier to see that familiar arch. Even the spot on the green grass where I'd had so many frustrating practices was a welcomed sight as I darted by looking for my target. That target came slouching out of the house with her head bowed and her cheeks a ruddy mess. Meow. I shouted as I leaped at my dear friend. Arian shrieked and threw up her arms as I tackled her. She landed on her back with me on top of her. "Get off me, you filthy animal," she screamed as she swatted at me. I would have been insulted, had she not been the second person that day to call me dirty. "Off, you smelly rat." Okay, that was going a little too far. I hopped off her onto her side, where I plopped my butt on the floorboards. Arian scuttled up and backward, where we faced off, each of us on one side of the doorway. "Shoo," she insisted as she waved a hand at me. "Go on. Shoo." I curled my tail around me and the end twitched. "Come on, Arian, it's me. Don't you recognize those wonderful locks as fur? Go on. Remove yourself." Apparently not. I sighed and sauntered into the house. A look of horror struck Arian. "No. Stop. I told you to leave." I dodged her clumsy hands and jumped onto the table. My paw crumpled on something, and I looked down to find myself staring at my sketchbook. The drawing I had done of Arian stared back at me. Strong hands wrapped around my midsection, and I was yanked off the table. "Now out," Arian insisted, as she held me at arm's length. I wriggled and writhed in her grip, but the sharp points on her fingernails told me she was using her bare abilities to hold me. She carried me out of the arch and plopped me on the sidewalk. "Now you hey." I darted between her legs and ran back to the house. An idea had struck me, and I used my nose to sniff around. My keen sniffer caught the scent of lead, and I leaped at a box on a side table. The container clattered to the floor, scattering a vast array of pencils, pens, and erasers. I snatched one of the sharper pencils in my teeth, and dodged Arian's eager hands to land neatly on the table where I began to write. "No," she yelled as she lunged at me. "Not that." She grabbed the back of my scruff, and I immediately went limp. No amount of effort would force me to do anything but dangle, as she yanked me away. The pencil clattered onto the paper, as she lifted me so we were face to face.
"What right do you have to come in here and believe you own this house?" she growled, and her eyes had a faint yellow tinge in them.
"Meow," I replied as my eyes flitted between her and the paper.
"I have no idea what you spoke to me, but I will not listen to."
Her attention was drawn to the paper, where my horrible teeth writing had managed to sketch out a few letters. "Anna." Arian's mouth dropped, and she lifted her wide eyes to me. "Anna?" Chapter 16. Those same eyes welled up with tears. Is it truly you?" "Meow," I yelled. "Anna." Arian drew me into a bear hug, both literally and figuratively. A thick mess of dark brown hair popped out of the skin on her arms and nearly suffocated me. I could hear the stretching seams of her clothes as more of her grew larger. She yelped and drew us apart, nearly dropping me in her hurry. "I am so sorry." I shook my head. "Meow." Arian set me on the table, and her body returned to its normal human form. She dropped to her knees in front of me and looked me over. "How did you learn to change yourself into a spiritual cat?" I shrugged. "Not a small feat when you use your front arms for support." My friend leaned back and folded her arms over her chest. A dark cloud settled on her brow. "And you cannot change back?" I shook my head, before I stabbed a finger at her. She blinked at me and pointed at herself. "Me?" Her eyes lit up with understanding. "Oh. You wish to know how I change back?" I nodded. Arian set a finger on her chin, and furrowed her brow. "I merely use my magic to call forth my other form and revert back, but you have difficulty controlling yours, so perhaps that will not work." I hung my head. Visions of me in my senior years danced through my brain. There were a lot of hairballs and dandruff involved. Arian held her hands in front of her and shook her head. "I did not mean to discourage you. Surely you can master your magic, and resume your form before long. You did learn how to master the ability to create chocolate, after all." I lifted one paw and held out the tiny toe beans toward her. "This is a little more complicated than candy." She cupped her chin in her hands and tapped a finger against her chin. "I wish I could understand you." I tapped my foot against the paper beneath me, and dropped onto the floor where I chomped down on the pencil. It tasted disgusting, but I couldn't be picky. Besides, it was better than gripping crayons. I hopped back onto the table, and tapped the tip of the pencil on the paper. Arian nodded. "I understand, we can communicate through writing. Could you tell me what happened after I left you?" She stopped and bit her lower lip. Her eyes brimmed with tears and her hands fidgeted in her lap. Was it my fault you were changed into this?" I spat out the pencil and trotted up to her, where I gave her cheek a slightly pushy purr. Arian laughed and leaned away. "I am relieved, but what did happen to you?" My shoulders slumped a little, as I picked up the pencil, and began the arduous task of writing out my tale. It began with one word, and Arian scooted forward to watch me. Her eyes followed each shaky letter as they were formed. Shian. Her breath caught in her throat. "Lady Shian? She did this to you?" I swayed my head from side to side before I resumed writing. It took a few minutes, but Arian was finally able to read out what I had written. Shian led me through gate and pushed me into water. Her hand flew to her mouth and her eyes widened.
"Surely you cannot be serious."
Oh, how I abhorred my current situation, as I was forced to let that old joke slide. I continued my scratchy tale, and my jaw was glad when I was finally able to open my mouth and let the pencil drop. Arian was nearly dumbstruck as she read aloud my story, omitting all the spelling shortcuts and errors. I cannot remember anything after that, until I awoke on the side of the river in this form. Eastwei found me and has been caring for me since. She cocked her head to one side and lifted an eyebrow.
Does he know your true identity?
I shook my head. And he wasn't going to know, until I was good and ready. Arian sat back on her folded legs, and clasped her hands tightly in her lap. Her eyes were filled with anger and confusion as she shook her head. I cannot believe Lady Sheehan would be so jealous of you, that she would make an attempt on your life. The tip of my tail twitched and I stabbed a paw at myself. She sighed and nodded. I understand. The evidence is before me. My friend bit her lower lip, and her eyes flickered to the door.
But what shall we do now?
The others may not believe you are who you profess to be, and even if they did, they will not believe your word against that of Lady Sheehan. She is a member of one of the most respected families in all the 5 realms. My ears drooped as did my shoulders. Arian was right. I was trapped in this body, for more than one reason. Arian set a hand on my finger, or tried to. My bones were so small, she only managed a couple of fingers. Whatever happens, I will stay by your side. I perked up my head and my butt unconsciously lifted. Still, I picked up the pencil and drew out some more words. Arian leaned forward and read them. Are you sure? She set her hands in her lap and bowed low to me. I swear on the honor of my clan, that I will never leave you no matter what. My heart was full to bursting with glee and hope. No matter what happened, I'd always have a friend. I leaped onto her, and gave her chin a good rubbing. Arian sneezed, and turned her head from side to side to escape my love. Lady Anna. Please, she giggled as she grasped my midsection and set me on the floor. She wiped away my love kisses with the back of her sleeve.
There is no need for such thanks.
Besides, we must think what to do with you now that you are in this form. I plopped my butt on the ground, and cocked my head to one side. You wonder why I ask? She used both hands to gesture at the area around us. You shall live here, of course. Oh boy. I turned my face away and scuffed the ground with one paw. Arian blinked at me a moment before her eyes widened. You intend to live with Lord Eastwei? I was glad for my silken fur as it hid my blushing, but I answered her with a meek nod. But he is Lord Eastwei, she reminded me in a higher-pitched voice than usual. And he does not know who you are. She leaned in and lowered her voice to a hoarse whisper.
What if you should see him?
I cocked my head to one side and a deep blush accented her cheeks. You understand my meaning, yes? I shook my head. Arian wrung her hands together, and her head was now bright enough to have proudly served a red light district. But what if you were to see him? A part of me knew I was being devilishly evil, but again I shook my head. Arian shrank so far into herself that I wondered if she would disappear.
What if you were to see him, naked?
The last word was spoken in a hushed voice, reserved only for the most sacred of temples. She looked so shriveled and illuminated, that I regretted my playful fun. I lifted my butt and sauntered over to her, where I rubbed myself against her cheek. She inhaled a bunch of fur, and the sneezes came in a torrential flood of back-breaking achooes. I jumped back and watched Arian's head fling back time and again, as the sneezes overcame her. She crawled away from me, and furiously rubbed her nose with her hands. I so desperately wanted to console her, but a falling bit of fur scolded me that I was the source of her fit. Arian scurried to her feet, and into her bedroom. I watched her fumble around, sneezing all the time, and she finally dragged a handkerchief out of a drawer. She furiously wiped her nose before straightening and turning to face me. The red on her face had taken a turn for the outlandish. Her cheeks were as rosy as a fire truck, and her tear-soaked eyes were bloodshot. She strode out of the bedroom and back over to me. I tapped a paw against the table, and gave her my best scolding look. Arian hung her head, and her arms drooped at her sides. I had hoped my childhood allergy to cats had long passed, but apparently that is not so. I picked up the pencil and wrote a few words. She lifted her head, and leaned over to read aloud what I had scratched out. You are fine. I will stay with Lord until I can change back. We'll visit often. She smiled at me and wiped away some loose tears. I will look forward to those visits. I swept my bewhiskered face over the house and pointed at myself. Arian blinked at me before my question dawned on her. Prince Yushir has already spoken to me about staying here. He promised I would be able to keep the place until someone desires the place, but not many will. It is rather smaller than many other palaces. I hopped up and down, and turned in a quick circle with my tail held high. Arian's hand twitched, and she bit her lower lip.
Oh, how I wish I could pet you.
Even a little. I backed up and shook my head before I jumped down from the table. The time was getting long since I'd left Dardan's palace. I cast a regretful glance over my shoulder at my friend. Arian smiled, and clasped her hands in front of her before she bowed. I look forward to your next visit. Meow. I replied, and I let out the biggest purr I could muster. My friend laughed, and her charming titter echoed in my ears as I dashed out of the house and down the path. All was well in my world, as I trotted back to Dardan's palace for a nice long rest. How wrong I was on both counts. Chapter 17. I arrived at the tranquil gardens of the stately palace, and trotted into the house. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed the empty seat at the end of the hall. Dardan was gone. There you are. Purin scolded me as he strode out of a side room. He scooped me up in his arms, and carried me down the corridor. His lordship has requested that I give you a bath. I wrinkled my nose and squirmed a little in his hold. He will not see you until you have been bathed, Purin warned me. Ouch. Game, set and matched. I drooped in his arms as he carried me toward the platform at the end, but he turned left 30 feet from the end. We walked down a new corridor, the left side of which partially opened to a courtyard filled with trees and an emerald green lawn bordered by flower beds. The flowers were a brilliant scarlet hue, and their small dainty petals reminded me of thick daisies. Purin toted me through a pair of doors on our right. A thick head of steam wrapped us in a soft blanket, and I could feel my hair begin to curl. We stood in a large indoor pool, with tastefully placed flat stones in the middle for sitting. Benches lined the walls all around, and thick glass windows allowed light to come in without the risk of peepers. I could only imagine all the trouble Dardan would have had, with so many lady goddesses. Purin set me down at the water's edge, and I playfully prodded at the crystal-clear water. Only the steam kept me from seeing the bottom of the shimmering pool. Purin came up behind me with a towel and some cleaning products, all of which were contained in a large bowl. He knelt on his knees at my side and emptied the contents before he dipped the bowl into the water. Steam rose from those captured waters as he set the bowl down behind us. He slipped his hands under my armpits and lifted me above the bowl.
Now please refrain from scratching me.
A soft meow escaped me as I was dipped into the warm, soft water. The refreshing liquid lapped over me, soothing my muscles and washing away all the muck I'd accumulated over my many adventures in the land realm. Purin drew out a hand towel and scrubbed me until my coat shone, and then he applied the oils and bath salts. I felt like a goddess with this pampered treatment. In no time I resembled a skinny wet rat, and I couldn't have been happier. Purin lifted me by my armpits again, and drained me from the tail. I have to admit, I got a little tired of hanging there, and started wiggling about. Please be patient, Lady Cat. We are almost finished, he pleaded as he set me on the towel. He wrapped me in the soft confines of the cloth, and furiously rubbed me down. I came away looking like a slightly less drowned rat. Purin leaned back and admired his work, as I sat hunched over and shivering, as the heavy air touched my chilling skin. I will fetch another towel if you will, but wait a moment. Don't take too long or I'll freeze to death, I grumbled to myself, as he stood and hurried into a nearby linen closet. I sat there thinking warm, happy thoughts, all the while shivering my tail off, as the warm air did little to keep the damp chill off me. I had half a mind to jump into the warm water, when something changed my mind. That something was a breath of hot, steamy wind that blew around me. I sat up as specks of red floated past my nose, giving me a gentle kiss and drying the dampness. The twinkling flecks floated past my fur, wringing away the water and causing a cloud of steam to rise from my body. It also made me fluffy. Very fluffy. My hair stood on end, and a quick look over the edge of the pool showed I was one big puffball. It also showed the bemused face of Dardan. I let out a yowl of surprise and scuttled back. Straight into the pool. The hot water encased me in its warm embrace, as I got a mouthful of the spring. I also learned that I was no better swimmer as a can than I was as a human. Goddess. Whatever. I was drowning. A hand plunged into the water and grabbed my scruff. I was yanked from the waters and set several feet from the edge of the pool. Once again, I was a shivering mass of damp fur and chill. A tender kiss from Dardan's magic cured the moist fur, but I coughed up 2 lungs full of water. Purin peeked his head out of the linen closet, and his eyes widened. My lord. He hurried over to us as Dardan knelt by my side. What happened? Dardan brushed a hand over my back, as his magic cast its tender touch over my fur. Our little friend is easily frightened by her reflection. And drowned even easier, I grumbled, as I hacked out a few more spittles before I finished my undrowning. Would you like me to take her to her cushion? Purin offered. Dardan cocked his head to one side and smiled at me. I will care for her. Purin bowed his head. As you wish, my lord. The servant slipped out of the pool house, leaving me alone with the bemused god. I shook my body and my fur puffed up again. I eyed the pool with a wary look, before I turned my back on the water and the god. You vanished, Dardan mused as he studied me with those brilliant eyes. Where did you go? I lifted my chin and closed my eyes. Not telling. He brushed his hand down his back. My unwilling reaction was to let out a soft purr of appreciation. Damn this new body. The stoic lord kept his sharp gaze on me, as he lowered his voice to a whisper. Do you know who left the drink on my table? I stiffened. That would have been the chocolate one my devilish magic had left. I could have beaten myself over the head just then. The chocolate was my signature food. He no doubt suspected something wasn't quite right with me disappearing when the chocolate treat reappeared. Did you see a goddess slip into my house? He persisted. The tip of my tail twitched. I slammed my paw on it to keep it still. You will keep your secret, he asked me. You have to think of something, or this is going to be the shortest sleepover in your life. I yelled at myself. So I did the only thing I could think of. I rolled onto my back, and showed my adorable tummy to him. Dardan leaned back and stared with bewilderment at me. I coiled to and fro and kneaded the air. Meow. His hand twitched. I was winning. I flopped about until I managed to climb to my feet, where I curled myself around him. Meow. Dardan eyed me with an indecipherable look in his eyes, but his twitchy hand stroked my back. I raised my tail like a flagpole and tickled it against his chin. There you are. The voice came from the door. I froze and jerked my head to one side to look past Dardan. Prince Yushir stood in the doorway with a bemused smile on his lips. He toyed with his ring as his gaze flitted between us. Am I interrupting something? Not at all, Dardan replied as he stood and faced him. But you are early. Yushir pursed his lips and his good humor faded. His Majesty desired to know the current condition of the barrier. All is well, I hope? Dardan crossed an arm over his chest, and the corners of his lips tightened. No. A little color drained from Yushir's face. No. You do not mean to tell me there is an issue with the barrier? Not at the moment, Dardan answered as he stooped and scooped me up in one arm. Then what? Yushir persisted as Dardan and I strode past him. He scurried after us and moved to Dardan's side. By all the realms, Dardan, what do you mean? Dardan continued to stare ahead. There was an issue with the barrier that has been resolved. Yushir froze, and his shocked, fear-laden face was enough to send shivers down my spine. A few hoarse whispered words broke from his tight lips. Then he almost escaped. Chapter 18. Dardan paused in the doorway to the main section of the house, and partially turned to face his friend. There is no cause for alarm. The situation has been handled. But what situation? Yushir persisted, as he hurried up to us. You are telling me only half the story. What happened to the barrier? Dardan swept an arm toward the seating area, where Purin had laid out a chessboard. Sit before you collapse. Yushir furiously twirled his ring back and forth. I will be perfectly fine when you tell me what happened. Then you will not mind if I sit. Dardan moved over to one side of the small table, where he took a seat on the cushion, and set me in front of him. I was almost as tense as our guest, as Yushir hurried up to the side of the table. The prince was fit to bursting, and he looked headed for rubbing his finger clean off. Dardan lifted his eyes to his old friend, and spoke in a clear, even voice. Cracks appeared in the barrier. The prince's face drooped and his eyes bulged. Cracks? Caused by earth tremors. Dardan set his eyes on me and stroked my fur. No. Another magic caused them. It attacked me in the form of a giant hound. Yushir took a few stumbling steps, and slid onto his knees atop one of the cushioned seats. He faced us with his mouth agape. A giant hound? Does that mean that he was almost loosed? The hand Dardan used to stroke me froze, and the fingers tensed against my fur. I twisted my head around and saw his hard gaze was focused on the board, but the dark depths told me he didn't see the game set. His thoughts had taken him somewhere else. Perhaps. Yushir scrambled to his feet with his face ghastly pale. Then I must tell my uncle this moment. Dardan waved his hands at the chess pieces on the table. First a game of chess. The prince's mouth dropped open. How can you be so infuriatingly calm knowing the ward was almost broken? Because I know the ward was not broken, and it has been mended, Dardan pointed out. To alert His Majesty under such alarm would only cause further panic. Stay and calm your thoughts with a game. The barrier will not collapse in such a short time. Some of Yushir's calm demeanor returned, as he toyed with his ring and examined Dardan. How much energy did you have to expend to battle the hound and reseal the barrier? Dardan plucked a pawn from the board and moved the piece. Your move. Indeed, Yushir mused as he sunk onto his cushion. He picked up a pawn and turned it over in his fingers. You have been back for well over an hour. What have you been doing in that time? Dardan stroked my fur. The cat needed caring. Yushir dropped his gaze to me. That is some admirable caring, but I hardly doubt it occupied all of your time. Have you come here to play or talk? Dardan questioned him. Why not both? Yushir countered as he laid his piece on the board. I would rather have music, Dardan answered as he flicked his wrist. His red magic glowed around his hand, and the flute on the table shot across the room and landed neatly in his palm. He set the instrument in his lap, and plucked another of his pieces where he set it in play. That cat reminds me of the goddess that went missing. Lady Roberts, Yushir mused as he picked up another chess piece and toyed with it. My uncle brought up the topic during my discussion of the land realm. He is quite angry at her leaving without permission. She will undoubtedly be imprisoned upon her return, if she is not already dead by the hand of some beast. Don't you dare twitch tail. I scolded my appendage, as my mind filled with horrible visions of being tossed into a decrepit, rat-infested, mold-proliferating cell. My tail twitched with a vengeance. I crawled on top of it, and both hid and pinned it to the cushion. Eastwei plucked a piece from the board but paused at Yushir's words and raised his eyes to his guest. Is that certain? Nothing is certain without a body, the prince mused. He cocked his head to one side, and rubbed his ring between 2 fingers as he studied his friend. I thought perhaps you would like to know that there are those who suspect that the woman is the source of the evil that happened on Kang's island, and in the village you discovered. Dardan set his piece on the board.
Her disappearance is ill-timed.
Yu Xie lifted an eyebrow. Then you believe it? Dardan leaned back and set an arm on the armrest at his side. I merely state that suspicion is hers to dispel, if she would show herself. I stiffened and the tip of my tail twitched. How I wished I could have shouted at them that I was innocent. All I could manage were a few small meows. Yu Xie's attention fell on me as he moved a piece.
You surprise me with this pet, Dardan.
Dardan lifted an elegant eyebrow and performed another move. Oh. I would never have taken you as someone who fancied the feline persuasion. What with your being so set against the feminine kind?
What does a cat have to do with females?
Dardan asked him, as they continued their verbal and board parley. Yu Xie shrugged and moved a piece. Cats and females are very much alike. They lure you in with their wiles and soft skin, and before you know it you have become the pet. Dardan moved one of his pieces and cast his eyes on me.
This one is different.
I puffed out my chest and gave a mighty meow. Yu Xie leaned forward and rubbed his hand against the top of my head. I slunk down and swatted at his hand. Hey, he objected as he jerked his hand away. The prince rubbed his slightly blemished palm and frowned at me. She seems to vehemently agree with you. He returned his attention to the board, and his face fell. The prince lifted his frowning eyes to Dardan.
When did you check, my king?
When you were prattling on about females, Dardan told him as he stood with his flute in his hand. Yu Xie turned his head to watch Dardan stroll past him.
Where are you going?
To think about what you said, Dardan replied without breaking his pace. Inform His Majesty I will see him this afternoon about the matter. About the females, or the trouble at the mountain? Yu Xie shouted, but Dardan didn't reply. The prince returned his attention to the board, and there was a dark cloud on his brow as he swept his arm over the pieces. My eyes widened as his pieces vanished, leaving only the black pieces. He opened his hand, and his white pieces dropped down into the holding bowl before he stood. I never know what that god is thinking, he murmured as he strolled out of the mansion. I hopped down from my perch and scurried after Eastwei. He strolled through the vast gardens in the rear, his eyes on his instrument, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The Lord took a seat under the shade of a small gazebo. I hopped onto an adjoining stool and curled my tail about myself. Eastwei set his elbows on the table in front of us and continued staring at the flute even as he spoke. I wonder if she had rescued me, if I had been thrown into a prison cell. He turned his head and his eyes settled on me. The Lord reached up and stroked my back.
What do you make of such tidings, Fuxia?
I cocked my head to one side and blinked at him. Fuxia? Does he think I'm someone else, or did he just name me? Would you bear the burden with me alone, as you have done? He commented. A tinge of sorrow touched his eyes and the corners of his mouth, and he drew his hand away. He stared ahead, but his eyes had a faraway look in them. But you are not her, are you? I should not expect you to do anything more than comprehend what I am saying. But I am her. I shouted as I stood and danced atop my stool. I'm Lady Roberts. It's me. He didn't appear to notice my little frantic tap dancing. The dour expression on his face squeezed my heart. I had no idea someone who had lived for so long could look lost and lonely. His sadness made me want to do something for him. I hopped onto the table and set a paw atop his hand. He turned his majestic eyes back on me and lifted an elegant eyebrow. I scooted closer and let out a great purr. Meow. I added, for more emphasis. A faint smile touched his lips and he scratched the back of my ear. I had never reached nirvana until he did that. It was like being massaged by the best masseurs in the world. I leaned into his touch and my eyes rolled back. Much was my disappointment when he stopped and stood. Remain here until I return. I followed him with pleading eyes as he strolled down the garden path. He paused where the path met the main walk and half turned to me. I couldn't read the look in his eyes, but I had the feeling he wanted to take in the scene of me sitting there and immortalize it in his memory. He resumed his journey and soon disappeared, leaving me with more than a few questions. And a lot of time on my hands. Chapter 19.
Dardan.
The shout came just as Eastwei left his abode. Yushir hurried up, slightly out of breath and with a bleak expression. My uncle has requested you come immediately and report the matter to him personally, Yushir told him. I will do so in a moment, Dardan replied as he continued his journey. Yushir blinked at him before he shook off his surprise and hurried after his friend.
What could be more pressing a matter than the barrier?
The barrier. The reply left Yushir's brain in a muddled mess. I am afraid I do not follow you, old friend. I am going to inquire into the spell I used to bind the creature, Dardan revealed. Yushir set his hand on his ring and pursed his lips. I see. You hope to discover why it was cracked, so you will have more information to tell my uncle?
Yes.
The prince furrowed his brow before his eyes shot wide open.
Then you intend to go to her?
To whom else shall I go? Dardan countered with a faint hint of a smile. Yushir wrapped one hand around the other and shuddered. I do not envy your task, my friend. Dardan's eyes twinkled a little. Then you are not coming with me. The prince's face blanched a little, but he lifted his chin. I may as well accompany you all the way. The pair strode through the streets without incident until a voice called to them. Emperor Eastwei. Your Highness. The pair weren't at all surprised to see Pampir scurry up to them. He smelled of fresh roses and lavender, and a towel was draped over one arm. My sincerest apologies, but you appear to have a purpose in your steps. Are you in need of assistance? Dardan continued on his way, leaving the prince to deal with the eager lord. Yushir kept one jealous eye on his retreating friend, as he dropped his other one to the man's arm. We would not wish to trouble you.
No trouble at all,
Pampir assured him, as he tossed the towel over his shoulder. I have just finished my bath, and am completely free to assist you as I did before. If only he knew how his presence had delayed our reaching Lord Leron's home, Yushir thought to himself even as he plastered a smile on his face.
Very well, but I doubt you wish to come with us.
Pampir cocked his head to one side. Why? Yushir continued on his way, and threw out the reply over his shoulder. Because we are headed to Gastow. Pampir's mouth dropped open. Gee, Gastow? My goodness. He shook off his shock and scurried after the prince, much to the prince's disappointment. Why in the heavens are you going there? To inquire of certain matters, Yushir replied as he eyed a group of chattering women whom they passed. The lord furrowed his brow. Is something the matter with their, you know what? That is a matter of the utmost secrecy, the prince insisted. Pampir patted his mouth with the pressed fingers of one hand. You may rest assured that I will not tell another living soul of the matter. That is if you would confide in me the problem. You will have to earn that information by coming with us to Gastow, but there really is no reason to trouble yourself, Yushir assured him. The lord stretched his neck and lifted his chin. I am determined to assist you however I can, your highness, even going to Gastow with you. At least I will not be the most fearful there, Yushir sighed as he studied Eastwei's back. The trio walked over many bridges and down many white-rocked streets. They were surrounded by the majestic beauty of bright flowers and glistening green leaves of fruit and ornamental trees. That is until they approached one particular bridge, on the far reaches of the heavenly realm. The cheery atmosphere was stomped out by the ornamentation on the bridge. The ends of the balustrade were adorned with hideous figures of gargoyles with laughing and sneering faces, their wings outstretched as though they were ready to jump any unwary visitor. Wooden serpents were twined around the railing all the way to the other side and back again, their tails being consumed by their own mouths. Eastwei strolled onto the wooden boards without hesitation, but the other two slowed their steps, creeping over the arched decking. Pampir scooted closer to Yushir, who silently cursed Dardan for not waiting for them. The warmth from the sun was muted by the strange atmosphere that curled around them. A faint fog drifted across the bridge to greet them, and entangled itself around their persons, sending a deeper chill over them. The mist was so thick that they couldn't see the opposite side of the bridge except for a few vague outlines of gnarled trees. Pampir shivered and grasped Yushir's left sleeve.
"This is too unnatural."
"Magic often is," Yushir mused. Pampir grabbed his towel and waved it in front of him. The fog was temporarily dispelled, but returned as soon as he stopped. Why has His Majesty not ordered her to remove this heinous fog? "I doubt she could remove the magic even if she wanted, but I know she allows such thickness to keep the children from crossing the bridge," Yushir told him. "Or any others," Pampir muttered, as he inched closer to the prince. Pampir's foot stepped on Yushir's heel halfway across the bridge, and the prince stumbled before he caught himself. Yushir whipped his head around and frowned at the lord. Pampir shrank beneath the scolding look and sheepishly smiled. "My sincerest apologies. I have no idea what has come over me." A faint glimmer of a smile slipped onto Yushir's lips as he nodded in the direction they headed. "Have you forgotten the spell cast around this place to ward off unwelcome visitors?" Pampir shot straight up and lifted his chin. "I would never be unwelcome." He marched ahead with his head held high. The prince, a bemused expression on his face, followed behind him. The gallant stride of the pompous Pampir slowed considerably as he approached the end of the bridge. Eastwei had long ago disappeared into the fog, and not a sound was heard from the ghostly mist. The lord waited for the prince to catch up, and the pair walked side by side into the shadows. The gnarled trees they had glimpsed at the other end of the bridge now loomed up in front of the pair. Their deformed branches seemed to reach out for them as they passed under those shadowed boughs. The air was heavy with moisture and tension as they tiptoed through the gloomy woods. There was no grass, only malformed scraggly bushes and a few sparse helpings of weeds. The path was made up of sharply angled stepping stones that were more hindrance than help as they veered off in different directions.
"Curse that Dardan for not waiting,"
Yushir muttered.
"What was that, Your Highness?"
Pampir whimpered.
"Nothing," Yushir replied as he tried to avoid stepping on Pampir's feet.
The lord had again grown close to him, close enough that their toes nearly stepped on each other. "Would you mind stepping away just slightly before we both fall?" "Caw." The cry was followed by a dark shadow that swooped between their heads and made both of them jump a foot in the air. Pampir landed on the ground running but only in place. His feet scuffed the earth, and he ended up tripping over his own toes. The lord crashed chin first onto the ground so hard his teeth almost shattered. A soft groan came from the lord as Yushir whipped his head about. Movement on a nearby crooked branch caught his attention. A bright yellow eye stared at him out of a black feathered face. He straightened and glared at the dark crow that stared at him with its head askew. "If you are quite through with your games, Anne, we would like to pass." The crow tilted its head and opened its beak. "Caw." The creature opened its wings and took off, disappearing into the misty depths of the shadowed island. Yushir shook his head as he cast his eyes to his companion eating the ground. "If you are finished with your meal, we can continue. Lord Eastwei is no doubt waiting for us somewhere in this mess." A hand clapped on his shoulder. Yushir let out a high-pitched yelp and spun around, his hands filled with swirling orbs of water. The water balls reflected the amused face of Dardan, who stood behind him. The prince breathed a sigh of relief, before his terrified expression turned to irritation. "What in all the realms are you doing?" Yushir scolded him as he closed his fingers, extinguishing his water balls. "I could have seriously dampened more than your fun." "I thought to guide you," Dardan revealed as Pampir crawled onto his hands and knees. The lord sat back on his haunches and looked at himself with distaste. His front was covered in grey dust and bits of gnarled twigs. His Majesty really should order her to clean this island. His attention fell on his towel, which had fallen from his shoulder. He picked it up between his finger and thumb, and wrinkled his nose at the dirt that floated down from its thick fibers. Or perhaps the island should be set adrift completely. Do we even know if she is at home? Yushir wondered as Pampir climbed to his feet. Dardan strolled past him and paused a few paces ahead, where he turned to his companions. A faint smile lay on his lips. Have you ever known the Witch of Gurun to leave her island? Yushir sighed as they pressed on.
No, but one can hope.
Chapter 20. The trio continued their journey through the misty island. Craggy trees and sticky bushes were all that greeted them, until they had traveled a quarter-mile from the crossing. A huge shadow loomed up in front of them, and the mist cleared enough to reveal a two-floor home built of wood slats. The wooden boards were as dark as night, and filled with knots that stared at them like eyes as they approached. The single gable had such a steep incline that it seemed to pierce the dark sky, or what little they could see of it through the fog. A huge stone chimney stuck out the left side of the steep slope, and smoke billowed out, mingling with the fog to create an even darker atmosphere that blotted out the sky with deep shadows.
Such taste,
Pampir muttered, as the companions came up to the wooden door. Yushir rapped the back of his knuckle against the entrance. Lady Wuhel, we would like to speak with you. A hoarse but slightly feminine voice snapped back through the door. Go away. The prince pursed his lips and rocked back and forth on his feet. It is a most pressing matter, Lady Wuhel. I have more pressing matters than your pressing matters, the sharp voice snapped back. Yushir caught Eastwei's attention, and lifted his eyebrows before he jerked his head at the door. Eastwei sighed and cleared his throat.
Lady.
The door flung open, and dim lantern light revealed the shriveled figure of an ancient hag. The woman had streaks of black, brown, green and yellow through her long disheveled hair, the strands of which framed her wrinkled face. She wore a black robe that dragged across the grimy floorboards, and her gnarled hands sported longer fingernails that ended in cracked points. A pair of brilliant green eyes stared at her company, but most especially at Eastwei. You, she snapped as she grabbed the front of his robes and yanked him inside. Mother, a younger and more feminine voice scolded the old woman.
That is no way to treat Lord Eastwei.
This is exactly the way to treat him, the hag shot back as the sounds of scuffling could be heard. Pampir leaped forward and grabbed the door handle with both hands. He yanked on it, but the entrance hardly rattled. Calm yourself, Lord Pampir, Yushir advised him. The Lord whipped his head up. But we must rescue him. Yushir clapped a hand on the frantic man's shoulder. We are no longer in the land realms, my dear Lord Pampir. She will do nothing more than turn him into a songbird. The color drained from Pampir's face, and his eyes rolled back in his head. He slumped to the ground in a faint. Yushir sighed and clucked his tongue at his fallen comrade. Why ever did I allow you to come? He turned his attention to the door and rapped hard. Fuhel, open the door. It is I, Prince Yushir. Do not open it, the old hag snapped. But we must obey the prince, the younger person countered. The door opened, and revealed the form of a beautiful girl of 17. She wore a simple but clean dress, and her golden locks hung past her pert butt cheeks. She stepped aside and swept her arm toward the interior. My sincerest apologies, Prince Yushir.
Please do come in.
A good morning to you, Lady Fuhel, Yushir greeted her as he stepped inside. He paused and looked about the room. The front of the house was occupied by a large foyer of dark paneled walls and roughly hewn floors. A chandelier of blackened metal with a dozen candles and hundreds of cobwebs hung above them, the lights casting dancing shadows about the room. The space was occupied by tables and chairs little and big, and all crowded with vials, beakers, burners, and opened dusty notebooks filled with scribbles and smudges. Stairs at the back of the room led to the upper floor, and a couple of doors on either side of the steps led to adjacent storage rooms. The door of one was ajar, and revealed a library of sorts but with no discernible structure other than chaos. The walls were covered in bookcases, and the dusty shelves groaned under the weight of countless books, scrolls, notebooks, and tomes, all of them of various ages and in various states of decomposition. The prince discovered his lost companion, seated in a chair in front of the hearth. A stack of dusty and thick books lay in Eastwei's lap, and he stared ahead with a slightly irritated glint in his eyes.
Your Highness.
Yu Xia's attention was drawn to Fu Hel, who still stood at the door. She bit her lower lip and nodded at the fallen Pampir.
What should be done with Lord Pampir?
Keep him outside. He needs the fresh air, Yu Xia instructed her, and she reluctantly closed the door. Do not interfere in this matter, Your Highness, the old woman snapped, as she bustled about the room snatching up the random notebook and tome. She tossed an armful atop Eastwei, who took the added weight without a groan, but with a slight twitch in his right eye. I would never dream of interfering with your work, Lady Wu Hel, but we have come on a very important matter, Yu Xia told her, as he strolled up to Eastwei. He draped his arm over the back of the chair, and smiled down at his friend.
Is that not right?
Wu Hel swept up in front of Eastwei and waved a hand at him. What could be more important than finishing this vagabond finishing his studies, after 100,000 years of putting it off? Eastwei's calm voice broke the tension.
The barrier cracked.
Wu Hel froze for a moment before she slightly leaned toward him. She cupped a hand over her wrinkled ear. The hand noticeably shook. Say that again. Eastwei stood and the pile on his lap tumbled to the floor. We need to know why. The ancient lady pursed her lips and eyed him with a sharp look. If this is a joke, it is rather cruel. Her daughter came up to her side and grasped her shoulders. His Highness and his Lordship would never play such a cruel joke on you, grandmother. Then it is destiny that is playing the cruel joke, Wu Hel commented, as she rubbed her wizened old hands together. Tell me everything that happened, and do not spare the details. Eastwei recounted his experience at the mountain, and by the time his tale was done a dark cloud had settled on Wu's brow. She turned her face to one side and pursed her lips.
That cannot be possible.
My friend witnessed the cracks himself, as did Lord Lyron, Yu Xia pointed out. Her eyes flickered between the prince and Eastwei. And you saw nothing more than the hound? No signs of anyone having been there casting spells? Nothing but the disturbed earth of the mountainside, Eastwei replied.
What does it mean, grandmother?
Fu Hel spoke up. Wu Hel crossed her arms tightly over her chest and hunched forward a little. I would wager it means nothing but trouble. Can you guess how close was the barrier to collapse? Yu Xia asked her. The old woman's sharp eyes studied the Fire Lord.
Nothing without a peek at his mind cloud.
Eastwei pressed 2 fingers against his temple and closed his eyes. A faint reddish hue enveloped his hand and flowed onto his temple where it extracted a white light. Wu Hel lifted an eyebrow. You must be desperate to open your mind to me so willingly. The urgency of our inquiry is no light matter, Lady Wu Hel, Yu Xia assured him, as he watched his friend's magic grow brighter. We must discover what is the matter, for the sake of all the realms. The group fell silent as the white light from Eastwei's temple grew brighter. He drew his fingers away, and the glow stretched out with his digits, casting itself as a soft translucent cloud that floated up to settle itself above the hearth. Eastwei stretched out his hand and twisted his 2 joint fingers. The faint red glow around his hand grew brighter, and an image appeared tucked into the center of the cloud. The image was a view from Eastwei's first-person perspective, and showed the great mountain protected by the barrier. Eastwei flicked his fingers, and the image changed into a moving picture. The others stood in awe and worry, as the memories of the discovery and battle at the mountain played out in front of them. Fu Hel let out a gasp when they beheld the extent of the cracks. My goodness. Goodness has nothing to do with those, Wu Hel commented as she stepped up to Eastwei's side and watched the memories roll.
Something evil tampered with the spell.
The hellhound leaped out of the cracks, and its terrible howl reverberated against the walls of the house. A dour expression played across Yu Xia's face as he toyed with his ring. A fearful beast. Some terrible magic crafted that thing. The beast was vanquished, and the cracks in the barrier were fixed. Yushir paused in playing with his ring, and narrowed his eyes at Eastwei's hands. They are shaking, he commented to himself. Dardan must have exerted a great deal of energy to fix the cracks. Wu Hel lifted an eyebrow, and pointed a sharp finger at her small feline form in the corner of the memory.
What is that thing?
Is that a cat? Chapter 21. Eastwei sliced his fingers across the air in front of himself, and the cloud quickly dissipated. The magic faded, and he turned to their hostess. Do you know how the cracks could have been formed, and what the beast has to do with them? Wu Hel cupped her chin in one gnarled hand, and studied him with a faint smile on her pale lips. That is difficult to say without having been in the presence of the beast, but one does wonder if there is a coincidence in the form the magic took. Very doubtful, Yushir mused as he strolled to and fro behind the chair once occupied by Eastwei. He paused and pointedly looked at his old friend.
After all, he was part of the Wolfhound clan, was he not?
Eastwei's eyes took on a hardened look, and he curtly nodded. Fu Hel clapped her hands and rubbed them together.
Talk doesn't lead us to stopping this from happening again.
Yushir lifted an eyebrow. Can you do anything without knowing the source of the magic causing the problem? Just give me a week or two for some experiments, Fu Hel requested, as she scurried over to one of the crowded tables. She cleared it off the old-fashioned way, by using her arm and swiping it across the top. Books and papers came crashing down, including one vial filled with a particularly black concoction which sailed toward the floor. Grandmother! Wu Hel shouted, as she rushed forward with her arm extended toward her parent. The glass struck the boards and shattered, creating an explosion that rocked the entire house. Black smoke poured out of the impact zone and spread across the room. Yushir covered his mouth with his sleeve, as Eastwei drew his two fingers up in front of his face. A faint reddish barrier surrounded him, protecting him from the smog that made the others cough.
What cough was that cough concoction?
Yushir asked between fits. Merely a bug repellent, Wu Hel assured him as she frantically waved her arms in front of her face.
There is no cough harm to us then, he inquired.
I have no idea, the old woman commented as she strode through the storm and opened all the windows on the ground floor. Fu Hel, go upstairs and open those windows as well. Fu Hel was in such a state of coughing that she could only nod and hurry toward the stairs.
No need.
Eastwei pushed his hand outward, and the fiery barrier around him expanded outward at a quick pace. The fire burned the smoke to nothing, but merely tickled the inhabitants as it passed over them. The magic vanished through the walls, pushing the remainder of the smoke out the windows and clearing the air. Wu Hel wrinkled her nose at him. You and your fancy tricks. Yushir let out a clearing cough before he gathered himself.
The matter at hand, Lady Wu Hel.
You were about to begin a spell, I believe. And as I told you, it will take some days to concoct a spell to strengthen the barrier, Wu Hel reminded him, as she dug through a pile of books on a chair.
And I first must remember how the first spell worked.
It has been some 20 million years since it was cast, after all. You were not even a glint in your father's eye, Prince Yushir. The prince clasped his hands behind him and lifted his chin.
Yes, well, when you should discover something, please inform us immediately.
Wu's reply was to wave her hand over her shoulder. However, her head popped up, and her narrowed eyes zeroed in on her granddaughter. Fu Hel, come here a moment before you let them out. Fu Hel obeyed, and the women conferred with one another. Yushir followed suit and sidled up to Eastwei, where he lowered his hoarse voice to a whisper.
It seems our trip here was a waste of time.
Eastwei's eyes were focused on the women, and he didn't deign to reply. Fu Hel soon broke from her grandmother and walked over to them with a smile. The young woman gestured to the door. If you gentlemen will follow me. Fu Hel led the men to the door, which she opened. She let out a tiny yelp at the disheveled god, who cast his shadow in the doorway. It was Pampir, and the man looked a wreck, what with his stained face and the dirty towel haphazardly thrown over one shoulder. He blinked at the trio.
Have I missed anything?
Yushir patted the man on the shoulder and turned him around.
Nothing important.
Perhaps you should have a bath.
Yes.
Pampir murmured, as he stumbled along at the prince's side.
Yes, a bath sounds very nice right now.
Lord Eastwei. Eastwei paused and half turned to Fuhel. Her eyes flickered to his companions, who had stopped a few paces ahead. May I speak with you alone? He studied her for a moment, before he nodded. Yushir sighed and looped an arm around Pampir's shoulders. Come, Lord Pampir. We will have to find the bridge on our own. The color drained from Pampir's face. Oh mercy. Fuhel waited for them to vanish into the mists, before she returned her attention to Eastwei. Grandmother would like to know if you neglected to mention anything else about the trip to the mountain.
Why does she not ask me herself?
Eastwei counted, as his eyes flickered past her and to the dark interior of the house. Fuhel blushed, and her hands fumbled together against her front. You know grandmother far better than I, Lord Eastwei. She is not one to pry into the affairs of others, lest they pry into hers. Only, the young woman bit her lower lip. Only, he repeated.
Not the cat in your vision.
She wondered why you would have such a companion, she finished. Eastwei turned his back to her.
It was not my choice.
Her ears perked up. Then the cat is no longer with you. Eastwei remained still and silent. Fuhel squirmed under the oppressive stillness. I am truly sorry for the questions, Lord Eastwei. I am not sure why my grandmother is so curious about the creature, but she seems to place a great importance on it. Eastwei turned his head to one side far enough for one bright eye to catch her attention. Why? She shook her head.
I do not know, Lord Eastwei.
She only told me to inquire about the cat and its health. Eastwei studied her for a long moment, before he stared ahead again.
Tell her she need not worry.
He didn't wait for a reply but strode into the mist, leaving behind a very confused young woman. Fuhel slipped inside and closed the door behind her.
Well? Her grandmother called from the table.
A few beakers had been set up, and some books were opened in front of her. Fuhel was hunched over one of them with a finger on the page, but her sharp eyes lay on her granddaughter.
What did he say? That you need not worry about the cat, Fuhel told her, as she joined her grandmother at the table. But why did you wish to know about the cat, grandmother?
A broad smile stretched across her wizened face as she resumed her work. The young woman leaned to one side to catch her elder's gaze, as both their eyes twinkled with the same light. Do you know something about the cat, grandmother? Is that why you did not wish to speak with Lord Eastwei on the subject? You feared he would learn as much as I, or perhaps more. Fuhel tamped down her good humor and frowned at her granddaughter. Never you mind that, Fuhel. I need you to go upstairs and fetch the Gurun. It has the spell from that time, and you and I will need to improve upon it. Fuhel bowed her head, but a smile still danced across her lips as she went upstairs.
Yes, grandmother.
Chapter 22. Yushir and Pampir stumbled out of the shadows of Gastau with gleeful hearts and haggard faces. The filthy lord was glad for the first bench, and dropped himself onto its top. Yushir joined him, and the two breathed the fresh, bright, sunny air of the heavenly kingdom. If I return there within 1,000,000 years, it will be too soon, Pampir muttered. Yushir was in silent agreement, but kept his comments to himself as Dardan materialized out of the mist. He stood and brushed off his robes before he hurried over to his friend. Well, what did she have to say to you? Nothing important, Yushir commented as he strolled past the prince. Yushir scurried to catch up to his side. Then you are off to my uncle? Yes. Then I shall go with you to help explain matters, Yushir offered. I will catch up to you later, Pampir called from his bench seat. The pair didn't acknowledge his promise, but Pampir didn't look for any return. He was too beaten and worn from the frantic trip through the mist. The Lord was so muddled in his mind that he didn't notice the two shadows that loomed over him until one of them spoke. "Lord Pampir, what in the world has happened to you?" He tilted his head back and blinked against the harsh light of the sun. One of the figures leaned over, and their shadow revealed their face.
"Why, Lady Biddau!"
Pampir exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet and bowed low to the woman. "My apologies for not greeting you properly." She smiled and pointed down at his clothes. "I am afraid your attire would prevent that." A blush accented his cheeks, and he sought to cover himself with his towel. He pulled it off his shoulder, and bits of leaves and dried twigs clattered to the ground. Lady Biddau jumped back to avoid being impaled in the foot by the many branches. "My goodness, but where have you been?" Pampir nodded at the grotesquely decorated bridge. "On the gas dhow." The other companion stepped forward. "Why were you there, Lord Pampir?" Lady Xian questioned him. A little bit of color drained from the Lord's face, but he lifted his chin. "I am afraid I cannot tell you, Lady Xian. It is of a sensitive nature." Biddau laughed and tickled his chin. "Surely nothing is so serious that you cannot gift us with some juicy gossip about it." Pampir blushed and stepped back out of her reach. "I am afraid not, my lady. My sincerest apologies, but I cannot say a word about it." "Then perhaps you might tell us where you have been of late," Biddau mused as she sauntered around the Lord. "I have hardly seen you around this last week, and am feeling lonely for our long talks." She leaned her shoulder against his back, and the man stiffened. The woman leaned her head forward, and her whispered lips wafted her breath over his ear.
"Now you will tell me where you have been then, won't you?"
Pampir gulped so loudly it almost echoed around them. I do not know, Lady Biddau." "Oh, come," she pleaded as she whisked around to face him. She tapped a finger against his tomato-red nose. "Surely you can at least tell us about your adventures these last few days. One of the guards at the gate told me you left through there and returned the next day. Where did you go that kept you overnight in that dismal place?" The Lord now visibly shook, and he balled his hands into fists at his side.
I was on an escort mission."
Biddau's eyebrows shot up as she stepped back. "You were? How fascinating." Lady Xian yanked on her friend's sleeve, but Biddau swatted her hand away before sweetly smiling at the Lord.
"Where did it take you?"
"Well, we," Biddau repeated, as she cocked her head to one side and wagged her eyebrows at him. "Did you take a lady sightseeing, my lord?"
"No, but I had a cat with me."
"One of the spiritual ones," he revealed. The disclosure made Xian freeze. She grasped the front of her robes and twisted them into knots. Biddau set her hand over those of her friend, and continued her adoration of the Lord. "My goodness! Why ever did you take such a creature along with you?"
"I had no choice."
"She followed me through the gate," Pampir revealed. "Fortunately she proved most invaluable in tracking," he stopped himself and cleared his throat again. "That is, in finding our way through the realm. I sought to confer with Lord Lyron on some matters regarding, his goods at the fair, and we reached his abode with some difficulty, as the Turtle clan had taken offense at being excluded from the vendors. Fortunately, I was able to fend them off with my great strength and battle tactics."
"My, what a tale!"
Biddau complimented, as she leaned back and looked him over.
"But perhaps you should stay the story for another time."
"You will begin to attract attention with such attire." Pampir looked down at himself and his mouth fell open. "My goodness, but I am a fright. If you ladies will excuse me."
"Gladly,"
Biddau muttered, as she kept her smile plastered on her lips. "Thank you for the wonderful story." "Good day to you both," Pampir replied before he bowed his head and hurried away. "You took quite an interest in his disappearance these last few days," Xian commented after the man had disappeared. Biddau winked at her. "All part of my plan for your benefit, my dear." Xian lifted an eyebrow.
"Why my benefit?"
Bidao nodded in the direction Pampir had scurried. Why else would Pampir go down to the land realms if not to follow Lord Eastwei? Everyone knows he adores him more than anything else, and Eastwei was missing at the same time. We might assume that what Pampir told us was also experienced by Lord Eastwei. Some of the color drained from Xian's face, and her hand flew to her mouth. By all the realms, Dardan was in such trouble. She tried to rush off, but Bidao clapped a hand on her friend's shoulder. Wait a moment, my eager friend. Your worry is admirable but short-sighted. Xian whipped her head about, and glared at the other woman. What do you mean? What I mean is that you must take advantage of the situation, Bidao suggested, as she kicked at some of the branches on the ground left by their late friend. He may need some comforting after such a trying couple of days. You might go and offer to cook him a meal or two to comfort him. Xian's eyes widened, and a smile brightened her face. Yes. What a brilliant idea. Bidao laughed. Of course it is, my dear. I thought of it. Now then, she looped her arm through that of her friend, and together they sauntered down the street. Let us see how we might convince him to partake of our kindness. Perhaps your best dish? A hard and sharp glint slipped into Xian's eyes. Or perhaps something more special than that. Bidao lifted an eyebrow. Such as what? Xian shook herself from her thoughts and hurried forward, tugging her friend along. Nothing you need worry about. Now let us see about that dinner. An icy chill ran down Bidao's back, and some of her good humor fell away. The last time her friend had told her that she had partaken in a terrible deed. Stop it, Bidao, she scolded herself. You have to forget that ever happened. Is something the matter? Xian's voice startled Bidao from her internal scolding. She looked at her worried friend with a sharp eye. Is something bothering you? Bidao bit her lower lip. Does the trip to the land realm not bother you? Xian lifted her nose and scoffed. Of course not. She did not belong here, and now she is not here. All is balanced. Now stop thinking such foolish thoughts and let us go eat. Sound advice, and Bidao's mind could go along with it. Her heart, however, was another story. Chapter 23. While Pampir was captured by the curious women, his two former companions found themselves standing before His Imperial Majesty. Majesty Ken sat tall and worried on his throne, with his eyebrows knitted tightly together. His hands gripped the front of his hefty throne, and he studied the two gods in front of him with a sharp look. Are you telling me the barrier nearly collapsed, and it was all because of a dog crafted from some powerful and unknown magic? He questioned the pair. Eastwei inclined his head. Yes. Majesty Ken slammed one fisted hand against the top of the chair arm. These are grave matters to hear. Why did you not come to inform me sooner? Lord Eastwei required some time to think over the details of what he witnessed, Your Majesty, Yushir explained. I expect these matters to come to my attention immediately, the king insisted. Yushir bowed his head. Our sincerest apologies, Your Majesty. It will not happen again. Majesty Ken fell against the rest of his chair, and his fury slumped into worry. Now that that is understood, how do you intend to deal with this issue should it arise again? We have asked Lady Wu Hel to increase the strength of the spell, and perhaps provide us with a reason for its diminished state, Yushir informed him. We hope she will have a solution forthwith, but it may take some time. As you know, the spell was cast quite some time ago, and has only been used once. How could anyone forget the battle with those hideous fiends? The king countered as he balled both hands into fists. His treachery and the creature he aided caused the death of my father and grandfather. I would gladly sacrifice myself if the same happened again, but for the sake of my people I hope that does not come to pass. The barrier is replenished, Eastwei spoke up as he lifted his chin slightly. We have been given time to prepare for when the spell wears too thin to contain the creature. The king shot up and frowned. Too thin? Will this happen soon? We will delay the collapse for as long as we can, Your Majesty, Yushir promised, as he nodded at his compatriot. In the meantime, I have faith that Lord Eastwei will keep his promise and preserve the barrier for as long as possible. His Majesty pursed his lips, and the depths of his eyes revealed his concern. These are grave tidings. Grave tidings indeed. Such dire circumstances require the utmost care. No one among the heavens shall know what you know. Do you understand? Yushir bowed his head. Of course, Your Majesty. We will keep a low profile, and tell no one of what transpired down there. His Majesty tapped the fingers of one hand against the top of the chair arm. On the contrary, you will be telling several people. Yushir jerked his head up and furrowed his brow. I failed to understand you, Your Majesty. I will call a meeting of all the leaders of all the clans, and those who rule the other realms of the world. Yushir started back and his eyes widened. Even the demons, Your Majesty? Them most of all, he answered as he stood and clasped his hands behind his back. They have been our enemies in the past, but they were more affected by what transpired during the fight many millennia ago. That will make them more willing to offer their services should they be needed, and why they must be summoned to the meeting. And you desire that all the clans should come? Even the Turtle Clan? Yushir inquired. All of them. There will be no exceptions that will cause a rift in this alliance, His Majesty confirmed. Yushir toyed with his ring. This is a grave undertaking, Your Majesty. Who will you place in charge of such an important task? You. The prince froze mid-twirl, and his mouth fell open. He choked on spittle before he was able to reply. Me, Your Majesty. You are known throughout the realms and clans as one of a fair mind and mild temperament, Ken pointed out as he studied his nephew. Unlike many of my subjects, you also have a great deal of knowledge of the geography of the land realm, which will assist you in tracing the locations of all the clans. This task requires all these skills to succeed. Yushir's shoulders slumped a little, but he bowed low at the waist. As you wish, Your Majesty. I accept the task and will perform it with all my skills. Excellent, His Majesty answered before he turned his attention to Eastwei. And you will hopefully have a report for me from Lady Wuhel soon? That is what is hoped, Eastwei replied. Good. I hope to hear from both of you very soon with success. He strode from the room as Yushir bowed again. The prince waited for the monarch's steps to fade, before he let out a heavy sigh. I have certainly walked into this mess. He straightened, and noticed he now stood alone in the center of the room. Yushir spun in a circle, and caught his friend's back retreating through the front door. Hey! Yushir scurried after Eastwei, and caught him halfway down the imposing stairs. Eastwei faced ahead, but there was something amiss with his posture and his features. They were too stiff, too sallow. Yushir lifted an eyebrow at his friend. Are you well? You appear to be quite pale. I am fine, Dardan insisted as they reached the bottom of the steps and strode down the street which was lined with pillars. You hardly look it, Yushir countered as he looked him over. Is something the matter? No. His words fell flat when he stumbled to one side, and fell against one of the columns that lined the path to the palace. Dardan! Yushir shouted as he grabbed his friend's arm. What is it? Dardan's eyes were shut tightly, and he gritted his teeth. He clutched his chest with one hand, while the other supported his trembling body. Yushir looked on with worry accented by fear. You are not well. Allow me to call Lady Myansha. Dardan took a deep, shuddered breath, and opened his eyes. He pushed off from the pillar and shook his head. There is no need. No need? Yushir balked as he nodded at his friend's stiff form. You almost collapse, and then you tell me there is no need for you to be examined? You must think me a fool for. He was cut off when Dardan clapped a hand on his shoulder. The elder god stared ahead, and spoke in a low voice. Do not tell anyone about this. Yushir knitted his eyebrows together. What is happening, Dardan? What are you not telling me?
Swear you will tell no one.
The prince pressed his lips together, before he nodded. Very well. You have my word. Dardan slipped his hand off his friend's shoulder, and a faint bitter smile appeared on his face. Thank you. Dardan continued forward, but Yushir lingered for a moment, watching his friend put on a brave face.
When will you learn not to keep this burden to yourself?
He sighed and followed his old friend. Chapter 24. I slumped onto the floor, and let out a piteous meow. Board board board. Purin hurried out of a side room, and over to me where he knelt on one knee. You are feeling well, Lady Cat? I whipped my tail to and fro, and meowed again with my eyes ever on where Dardan had gone. The servant pursed his lips and stroked my back. You cannot expect him to stay by your side every hour. I could hope, I muttered to myself, but I regained some of my dignity by sitting up.
I must get some work done now, Lady Cat, Purin scolded me as he stood.
Please try to behave until his lordship has returned. He slipped back into the room, leaving me with only one thing. My curiosity. I hadn't yet explored the vast and beautiful abode of the Heavenly Lord. There was the main corridor that I knew very well, but the side rooms and courtyards were mysteries to me. I gathered what remained of my self-respect, and trotted off to explore the vast estate. The late morning sun invited me out to the courtyards, where I beheld a vast array of flowers and trees, some of them bearing fruit. Sitting in the shade of one of those trees, I couldn't help but be reminded of the fruit that had brought me to this magical place. Was that hole still there with the unfinished fruit? What had the Public Works Department done with that massive sinkhole? Probably tarped it over, I mumbled to myself. Or put a few cones around it. The tree then intrigued me. I held up one paw and flexed my adorable toes. The sharp claws extended and retracted. The bark looked tempting. I trotted over to the trunk, and hunkered down where I wiggled my butt. All my muscles tensed and I leaped up. I slammed a little too hard against the trunk and had the wind knocked out of me, but my claws latched on. Unfortunately, I had attached myself in the position of a stretched-out squirrel. My arms were too far apart for me to use my strength to climb any higher. I also found I couldn't detach myself, so thoroughly had I stuck myself into the soft wood of the innocent and now harassed tree. Hubris was quick to attack me. The pain in my arms from holding up my body was also quick to remind me that I had to break free somehow. The wounds throbbed in protest, reminding me that I wasn't yet healed from my first foray into the land realms. I yanked and thrashed about and earned one free paw. The claws popped out and left me hanging there for a few seconds, before the claws on my other hand gave up holding my girth, and I dropped to the ground. On my feet, of course. My sore, angry feet. I licked my front paws one after the other, as my eyes searched the area for something a little less adventurous. A nearby open window captured my attention. Purin scurried to and fro inside the room, exchanging one bundle of linen for another as he twisted to and fro. I tiptoed over, and set my paws against the low wall to peek in through the window. The room turned out to be a bedroom, where a large but simple bed sat. Purin had changed out one set of silken linens for another. He bundled the pile into a basket, and hefted it out of the room. I hopped through the window, wincing as I landed on my sore digits, and was struck by the scent in the room. More than any other part of the house, it smelled like Dardan. The blend of roses and the morning dew wrapped around me like a warm blanket. I trotted around the room taking in the smells, when my eyes caught sight of a tall, ornate wardrobe. The tall standing closet was some 10 feet wide. I used my nose to nudge one of the doors open, and beheld a long line of white and purple robes. A whole closet full of his clothes. And they were all mine. I jumped into the wardrobe, and rubbed my body all over the bottom of the robes. My purr was loud enough to rumble the wooden casing, as I exuberantly rolled and hopped into the clothes. However, a dark shadow loomed over my fun. Literally. I froze and whipped my head up. Puran stood in the open door, his face a picture of horror. His mouth was agape and his eyes bulged out of his head. He let out a couple of strangled croaks before words finally burst out of his parted lips. "What are you doing?" he yelled as he leaped forward and wrapped his arms around as many of the sets as he could manage. He yanked them up and out of my easy reach, but the girth of the bundles made him stagger to one side. His shoulder crashed into the back wall of the closet, which led to me scampering out and taking up position at the end of the bed.
"These are not for you to touch."
Puran did a clumsy dance with the clothes, weaving and snatching as many as he could. He tossed some over their hangers, but a few of them slapped back, hitting him full in the face. The poor outnumbered servant stumbled and tripped over some of the longer robes. He yelped as he fell forward and dragged a whole mess of clothes with him. The sudden addition of his weight was a little too much for the wooden bar that held the hangers. The support on one side snapped, and the bar came tumbling down, dropping its hard body and the entirety of the clothes atop the servant. He vanished from view but arose as a new creature, one entangled in cloth and frustration. I screeched as he stumbled out of the closet, a mess of clothes hangers and elegant robes. There was nothing elegant about Puran, as he swayed to and fro trying to remove the clothes without mussing them. Quite the feat, when a few of them were trying to strangle him. I leaped to his defense and snatched as much cloth as I could in my mouth. Gravity did its work and pulled me down, yanking the robes down as well. I dropped to the floor, and the clothes fell on top of me. My burrowing instincts were strong, and I managed to extract myself from the homicidal clothes. Puran freed him at the same time, and we found ourselves staring at one another. Both of us breathed hard and fast, and a mountain of clothes lay about our persons. One of my whiskers twitched. Then, another. Puran slowed his breathing, and the corners of his lips twitched upward. Slowly the two of us smiled, and then a guffaw escaped the stoic servant. I yowled with laughter, as he howled, and together we were overcome with humor at our ridiculous situation. Poon used a finger to wipe away the tears from his eyes, and his laughter sank into chortles. "You are a very troublesome cat, Lady Cat. Do you not know how to stay out of trouble for more than 10 minutes? I puffed out my chest and shook my head. He sighed and turned his attention to the closest.
"This will need repairing before I can set the clothes straight."
I hopped out of my mountainous cavern and slithered my lithe form around his body. He cast a suspicious eye at me, but his smile returned. "You will not be helping me with this task, Lady Cat. I ask that you find a sunny spot on the estate and sleep until his lordship returns." A tempting offer that I couldn't refuse. I trotted away from the chaos I had instigated and assumed my search for the perfect basking spot. I found it in the garden just shy of the tree that had trapped me so well, and lay myself down for a nice long nap. Chapter 25. If rebirth was possible, I wanted to be reborn as a house cat. That became my dearest wish, as I lay stretched out on the grassy ground several hours later. The sun shone through the tree branches and warmed my silver fur. I stretched my legs, all four of them, and yawned, revealing my sharp white fangs. A sound from the main part of the house made me look up. Puran had finished cleaning up my disastrous curiosity and gone off to do his usual chores. It wasn't him whom I heard, but the stiff and haughty figure of Lady Sheehan. She hurried through the main corridor and to the front, where sat the pedestal and its empty cushion. I slunk low to the ground and covered the few yards to the doorway where I peeked around the corner. Sheehan stared at the empty place with tight lips and worried eyes. She would have been a pitiable sight if she hadn't tried to kill me. Puran came out of the opposite side garden and bowed low to her. "Good afternoon, Lady Sheehan. Is there something I might do for you?" She nodded at the empty seat. "I heard from Lord Pampier that Lord Eastwei had some trouble in the land realms." "That loud-mouthed idiot," I growled. "He did, your ladyship, but he returned without a wound," Puran promised her. The worried expression in her eyes cooled a little. "Do you know where he is now?" "I believe he is discussing some matter with His Majesty," Arian answered, before something at the end of the hall caught his attention. Shion turned around, and I turned my head. Dardan strolled up the center hall with Prince Yushir at his side. The prince had a smile on his face, but there was a tension between them that told me the meeting with His Majesty had not gone well. Shion hurried up to Dardan, and bowed so low she was almost forced to her knees.
Dardan,
I am glad to see you safe and sound.
Should I not be?
Dardan countered as he cocked his head to one side. Lord Pampir told me you had encountered problems in the land realm, on account of his being dragged down by some cat or another, Shion told him as she looked him over. You were not hurt, were you? I am fine, he assured her as he skirted the woman and strolled up to take a seat on the prime cushion.
Was there anything else you needed?
Shion followed him, and stopped on the edge of the platform while Yushir tagged along. I am sure you are exhausted from our adventures, and so I would like to invite you to a meal. That is if you are not occupied. I am preoccupied, he answered. Shion's face fell, and she turned her head to one side. Her eyes fell on me, and a familiar icy look slipped into them. There was even a tinge of blue magic that shone in those deep dark depths. She narrowed her eyes and lifted her chin slightly, before she returned her attention to her beloved god. I am sorry to hear that. I was to serve a very special drink. It is the last of the strange sweet treat left by the wayward goddess. My ears perked up as did Eastwei's eyebrows. Yushir stepped up close to her.
How did you find such a treasure?
Shion sweetly smiled at them. I merely asked her servant if there was any more, and, overcome with hatred for her former mistress, she gave it to me. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Arian would never have said that about me. Eastwei shook his head. I am afraid I am still preoccupied. Shion's smile dropped off her face, but her upbringing meant she rallied her spirits enough for a false smile. She clasped her hands in front of her and bowed her head. Very well, then I will take my leave. Good day, Lord Eastwei. Prince Yushir, thank you for escorting me. The prince smiled and bowed his head to her.
It was my pleasure, Lady Shion.
She turned around, which coincidentally faced my direction, and gave me such an icy look that a cold chill ran down my spine. I slunk back, and waited for her footsteps to disappear down the hall before risking another look inside. The mood was dour, as Dardan turned to the prince. Have you other business here, or does a chance at chess keep you? Yushir sighed. As you recall from the meeting, my uncle has entrusted with me the task of speaking with the land clans to unite them in a common front. The messages will be sent out tomorrow, and I hope to meet with the leaders as a whole before 6 months is up. I was curious if you wish to join me on my venture. I would be unnecessary in your talks, Dardan mused as he leaned his arm on the armrest. Yushir paced the floor in front of the platform and toyed with his ring. It is true that I will indeed be the official representative, but your mere presence would show the seriousness of my missions. There is no one they respect more than the former emperor of the entire world. There are few among them who remember me as we witnessed among the Turtle clan, Dardan pointed out as he closed his eyes. I would be seen merely as a servant. The corners of Yushir's lips twitched upward. I would approve of you taking that position as well. Dardan opened one eye, and there was a noticeable annoyance in its depths. The prince opened his hands toward the lord and stepped back. My comment was merely in jest. I will leave you to your rest. Yushir inclined his head and moved to leave. He paused when he noticed my peeking around the corner. Would you mind keeping me company, Lady Cat? Lord Pampir tells me you were more useful than he guessed. His offer made Dardan open his other eye and sit up. There was an unmistakable sharpness in his words. She will remain here. The prince turned his head and lifted an eyebrow at the lord. Truly you care for that creature far more than you will admit even to yourself. Dardan's reply was to continue to give his foreboding look at Yushir. The man stepped back and smiled. Then I shall leave you to her and your rest. Good day. He cast one last curious look at me, before he disappeared down the hall. Purain stepped up to Dardan, as the god closed his eyes again. "Did you need anything, your lordship?"
"Nothing," came the almost murmured reply. "Then I will take my leave."
Purain bowed his head and left. I stretched my neck to get a better look at the resting lord.
"You need not hide there."
Dardan's voice made me jump a little, and a muffled yowl escaped me. I landed neatly on my paws, and the front ones reminded me how sore they were, claws, bandages, and all. With my dignity in shambles, I slunk across the floor and over to the lord. Dardan peeked open one eye, and its brilliance fell on me. He used one hand to gesture to the spot in front of him. I tiptoed onto the platform, and crept up to the place set for me. His hand slid over my back, and my butt invariably reacted appropriately, rising in time with his hand strokes. A heavy sigh escaped the great lord's lips. I paused in my enjoyment and looked up to find both his eyes open, and a heavy, tired look in them as he stared at the floor. His unfocused attention told me he was deep in thought. I once believed that to be forgotten would be a blessing. Now I find that in my acquaintance's hour of need, my lower status is a hindrance. There was a deep weight in his words, the weight of countless years weighing down on him. I stepped up to him, and set a paw on his bent knee. "Meow." His soft eyes settled on me, and he stroked the top of my head. Is my destiny to fade into obscurity as others have done before me, or will my end come in the battle that started long ago? I cocked my head to one side, but he merely closed his eyes. His hand slipped into his lap, and his breathing became deep and even. I scooted closer and studied the worn lines on his handsome face. He looked tired. Far tired than even after his fight with the hellhound. I curled up against him, hoping my warm body would provide comfort, though my thoughts lay with my friend Arian. Sheehan had told a lie, and that made me wonder about the truth. I would need to find out as soon as possible. For now, however, exhaustion overcame me, and I slept beside the tired godly lord. Chapter 26. I awoke to find myself alone atop the cushion. The bright sunlight didn't help me one bit in revealing the time of day, but the house was very quiet. I stretched my front and rear legs and trotted off the platform. A quick search of the rooms told me nobody was home. Now was my chance to find out about my friend. I tiptoed through the palace grounds and stopped at the gate, where I peeked my head out. The hour must have been very early or very late, because the streets were deserted. All the better for this feline, as I slunk along the wall and back to my old home. I scampered under the arch and down the path to the house. A soft sniffle alerted me to trouble, and I followed the sound to the dining table in the main room. Arian was seated on a cushion, slumped over the table. Her arms were folded over one another, and her head was tucked into them. An empty basket sat on the tap on her far side. The soft sniffles came from her, and my delicate nose detected salt water. I hopped onto the table, and walked over to my friend where I pawed her head. Arian started, and whipped her head up. Her face was a mess of tear-streaked cheeks and red eyes. She took one look at me, and the faucet was opened. "Anna," she wailed as she wrapped her arms around me and dragged me into a bear-tight hug. "I am so sorry." I wriggled in her tight grasp. "Meow. Meow meow. Help. Can't breathe." Arian understood my frantic yowls enough to draw us apart. Her nose twitched and my eyes widened. No. No 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 no. A great sneeze erupted from Arian's nose. I shut my eyes and cringed as a hailstorm of wet dripping boogers struck me in the already tear-smeared face. Another bath would be in my near future. Arian took one look at me, and her face fell. "I am so sorry."
"Let me get you a towel."
My friend made to get up, but I clapped my paw on her hand and dug my nails in just enough for her to get the hint. She resumed her seat and turned her downcast face away from me. I am sorry. I am so distraught over the theft," she sniffled as she grabbed the basket and hugged it against her chest. She stared down at the empty bottom, and her shoulders slumped. All those wonderful treats you made before you left. They are all gone. She nodded in the direction of her bedroom. I had kept them in my closet to keep them from melting, and I found the basket lying on the floor this morning. She bowed her head, and another sniffle came out. I am so sorry. Silly Arian. I let out a loud purr and rubbed my cheeks against her hand. She managed a small smile, but her eyes were still clouded with tears. But it is not just because of the treats that I cry. I promised to care for this palace, and I could not even protect it from a thief. I shook my head, and let out another loud purr. She slumped back over the table, and lay her chin atop her crossed arms. You are kind to forgive me, but I wish I only knew who could have done this and why. Why would anyone take my memento of our time together? I wrinkled my whiskers, and trotted over to her. She lifted her eyes as I shrank into myself and shivered. Arian cocked her head to one side and blinked at me.
Have you caught a cold from me?
I rolled my eyes and shook my head before pointing at myself. Understanding dawned on her, and she sat up.
You know who stole the sweets?
I bobbed my head before I stabbed a paw at myself and shivered. She leaned in and studied my charade before her eyes lit up. Are you saying Lady Xian stole them? I hopped up and turned in a circle. Arian cupped her chin in her hand, and furrowed her brow.
That would explain the slight bit of water I found on the floor beside the basket.
She used her ice magic to whisk the sweets out of the house, and in her blind attempt she knocked over the basket. Her shoulders slumped and she shook her head. But I suppose that matters little. Even if I complained, there is no evidence but a dried puddle, and the word of a cat. She stared ahead, and a little color drained from her face. They may even discover who you are. I recalled the conversation between Dardan and Yushir, and a shiver ran down my spine. No prison for me. It would ruin my fur coat. Still, I wondered if telling someone about my condition wouldn't help me figure out how I could get out of my luxurious coat. I twisted about, taking a look at my small form. Arian noticed my perusal, and leaned to one side to catch my eye. You still have yet to figure out how to revert to your true form? I slumped forward and hung my head. She smiled and scratched me behind the ears. It was amazing how quickly cats could achieve nirvana with such a simple massage. Whatever happens, know that you have a home here, Arian promised me as she drew her hand back. I could see her nostrils twitch at the bits of fur on her fingers, which she discreetly on the underside of the table. And should matters become intolerable here, there is always my homeland. I perked up and wagged my tail at her. She blinked at me, but I slowly wrote a word in my fur that lay on the table. Arian scooted closer and stretched her neck to read what I wrote, and blushed. She plopped back down on her haunches and stared at the table.
Yes, I suppose Jin will be there, unless he has taken a job elsewhere.
I could manage a toothy grin. The corners of Arian's lips twitched before she burst out laughing. I couldn't laugh as a cat, but I could enjoy watching her clutch her stomach and hunch over as the moment took her. She eventually wiped away the warm tears from her eyes with the back of one hand, and smiled at me. Thank you. You are a very good friend, Anna. I puffed out my chest to show off my modesty before I stood. She leaned back and nodded. Of course. The hour is very late, and you must return before your absence is noticed. I waved my paw at her before I turned and trotted outside. Arian's words had at least told me the time of day, and I wasn't quite as surprised to find myself alone in the streets once more. My feline feminine mind couldn't quite let go of the intrusion into my old home by my archnemesis. There had to be a way to make her pay without her catching me, and seeing how many ways you could skin a cat. Maybe I could shred all her curtains or rub my hair all over her couch. But I'd never get away with it. Xian had a host of lackey servants in her palace. I'd be noticed before one of my claws grazed the fine linens. I paused at a crossroads and plopped my butt on the beautiful white stones. Forward led me to Dardan's palace. Left and right to the great unknown. I wasn't sleepy, so the palace of the handsome lord didn't tempt me.
But does he tempt you?
I wrinkled my adorable pink nose. Did my inner mind really have to bother me right now? You know you like him. Stop denying it. My whiskers twitched, and I curled my tail around my body so it twitched against my front paws. Yeah, well, what if I did like him? It's not like he was going to fall in love with a kitty like me, cute or not. And if you were to change back? What then? My shoulders slumped and I scoffed. Then I'd be locked up in a prison cell. He could see me on visiting days. I expected my inner voice to come back with some snarky reply, but that wasn't what answered me. Instead, it was a faint silver glow from my body. My stupid magic was acting up again, and I glared at the brilliant light as the threads drifted out of me. I screeched when those same mischievous threads slipped underneath me and lifted me off the ground. My magic zipped me down the left path with such speed that my fur was pushed back. I yowled and rocked about trying to free myself from my disobedient powers, but they didn't heed my cries one bit. I was flown through the streets and up a familiar hill. The path led to Dardan's secret pool ward. We approached the precipice with reckless abandon, and though I knew I wouldn't fall, my brain was still triggered by the steep drop. I let out one terrified screech before I disappeared through the invisible barrier. Chapter 27. My traitorous magic hefted me into the waxing night that wrapped the pool area in deep shadows. I was deposited with no fanfare a few yards from the entrance. The wisps of silver strands faded to nothing, and I was left to glare at the air. Still, I had to admit it had brought me to a nice spot. The sky was a curtain of black, and a crescent moon glowed softly among its folds, casting its gentle light over everything. I felt a strange sort of lightness as I stared at the crescent moon. Its light seemed to descend and drape itself over my furry body, giving me another soft, warm coat. The night that wrapped around me reminded me of my adventures in the land realm, and the subsequent conversations between Dardan and Yushir. Even immortal gods have big things to worry about, I mused, as I stood and padded down the path. A faint breeze wafted past me from behind and disturbed the water's surface with tiny ripples. I trotted to the water's edge and looked into the pool. My eyes widened as I beheld my face, only it wasn't the one with the whiskers. It was truly my human face, complete with long shimmering silver hair and smooth whiskerless cheeks. The only change was the crescent moon mark still lay on my forehead. I reached up to brush my paw against my skin, but my pad had changed into a human hand. I jumped to my feet and looked down at myself. An ethereal glow surrounded me, giving me a translucent appearance in a soft white light. Still, I could make out my human shape and the elegant robes I'd last worn. I stretched my arms out on either side of me and turned in a circle. A smile spread across my face and a laugh escaped me. I was myself again. No more worrying about fleas. My dance caused me to spin under the shade of a nearby tree. I fell against the trunk but caught myself. However, I froze when I beheld not human hands holding the bark but cat paws. I looked down at myself and watched as my human shape began to change back into the cat. Fear gripped my heart and I stumbled backward away from the tree. Immediately, my translucent human form returned. I lifted my hands and turned them over. The bright moon reflected off my pale, glowing skin. I raised my hand to the moon, and the glow seemed to brighten. Then it hit me, and I smiled up at the night light that twinkled down on me. "Thank you," I whispered as I clutched my hands against my chest.
"I suppose this won't last, will it?"
I swore. The moon seemed to twinkle in agreement. I looked down at myself and smiled. Then I guess I should enjoy it while it lasts. I spun in a circle and danced around the pool, my reflection glowing in the bright light. It was great to again feel my bare feet against the ground, and the gentle breeze through my hair. I stopped, out of breath and laughing, at the edge of the water where my reflection smiled back at me. A tingling sensation teased at the back of my mind, and I felt compelled to turn around. My breath stopped when I found myself staring into the bright eyes of Lord Eastwei. He stood 20 feet away at the mouth of the path. His keen eyes stared unblinkingly at me. The handsome lord took a step toward me, and a few whispered words passed his lips. "Who are you?" Confusion and panic muddled my brain for a moment before I realized why he asked that. He didn't recognize me. No wonder. The ethereal glow around my body had almost fooled me into thinking I was someone else. I opened my mouth to tell him the truth, but I quickly shut my lips. What could I tell him? That I was that strange mortal from a different world, and I'd been living in his house as his pet for the past few days, but the moon had temporarily changed me back into my human form. No, that wouldn't do. I couldn't fathom how much trouble I'd be in if my sins were found out. So I did the only sensible thing: I ran. I dashed to the side toward the large grove of trees. Dardan moved with all the speed such a god of his stature possessed, and swept into my path, blocking my escape route. I backed up as he stepped toward me. "Who are you?" he repeated, and this time I didn't miss the persistence in his voice. I pursed my lips as I backed up toward the pool, but I misjudged the distance. One of the heels of my feet slipped off the edge. My eyes widened as I flailed my arms. Dardan showed surprise as I fell backward and crashed into the pool. A terrific splash rose as I sank into the deep waters. The pond was so deep that the light from the moon couldn't reach me. I started kicking with my feet but soon found myself paddling with my paws. My unprepared lungs begged for air, but I could see Dardan's silhouette appear above me as he peered into the water. A quick look around revealed a good hiding spot, and I doggy paddled hard to the other side of the pond, where a mess of reeds cast their shadow over the water. I came up among the thick reeds and gulped in some air. The plants pressed against me, hiding me from the prying eyes of the moon and Dardan as he searched the pond. I paddled deeper into the reeds as his sharp sight zeroed in on my hiding spot. He made to walk over to my side of the pond, but something stopped him. "Dardan." Dardan stopped but continued staring at the pond as an evil imp hurried down the path. It was Xian in all her grace and beauty. She looked radiant in the moonlight as she approached the great lord, and curtsied to him. "The damn thief. I had no idea you ever opened the ward to anyone but yourself," she mused as she slipped up to his side. "I am truly honored to be able to step foot in this wonderful place you have created." Her beaming face soon turned to puzzlement as he continued to stare at the pond. "Is something the matter? Have you lost something in the pond?" He didn't answer immediately, but there was a pensive expression on his face. When he spoke, it was in a low, contemplative tone. "Perhaps I have." "Then might I help you recover it?" she offered. He stared at the pool a while longer before he turned to her. "That won't be necessary." "Did you need something?" She blushed and clasped her hands in front of her as she bowed her head. I merely heard that you had gone this way, and was wondering if you might like some company." "No thank you," came the bland reply as he strode past her toward the path. "I was just leaving." Her face showed pain and she spun around where she snatched his sleeve. He paused but didn't turn to her. "Dardan, please tell me. Tell me if you care even a small amount for me." "We have known one another for a very long time," was the bland response. Tears glistened in Xian's eyes as she shook her head. "That is not what I mean." She slipped in front of him and pressed her arms against her chest. "Do you love me? Even a little?" The corners of Dardan's lips tightened. "I would not let anything harm you." She shrunk into herself and turned her face to one side. "That is not what I asked. That is not what I desire." "Then I cannot give you what you desire," Dardan answered as he stared with indifference at the weeping woman. "I will protect you, but I cannot love you." A sob escaped Xian. She turned and fled, exiting the area and allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Dardan half turned toward the pool with one bent arm pressed against his front. His bright eyes searched the area, and I sunk lower into the water. He stared for a few moments before he turned and followed Xian out of the ward. I breathed a fresh sigh of relief and climbed out of the pool. The rays of the moon shone down on me, and I resumed my human form, albeit a little more damp than before. I looked down at my bedraggled self and wrinkled my nose. Can this night get any? A violent sneeze escaped me. I rubbed the bottom of my nose with one finger and sighed. Worse. What a night. Chapter 28. I shuffled up the path and back into the city proper, where I was glad for the 4 legs. They meant faster travel back to Dardan's palace, where my dry and comfortable pillow awaited me. I slunk through the vast gardens and into the house, but a figure at the end of the hall made me freeze. Dardan sat on the platform atop his cushioned seat. The Lord held his flute in hand, and his eyes stared at it, but I could see they were unfocused. Something was distracting him. I backtracked and made for the gardens on the left side. A quick peek inside told me Dardan hadn't lifted his gaze from the flute. I stood up straight and trotted into the house as though I'd just been basking in the sun. Dardan didn't look up as I hopped onto the platform and slithered my way onto the spot on the cushion in front of him. I lay myself down, making sure to tuck my paws underneath me in as cute a fashion as possible. Was it just a dream? Dardan's soft words made me look up. His intense eyes fell on my forehead. I tried not to shrink beneath it. Or did you bewitch me this night? Do something other than sit there. I shouted at myself. I rolled my eyes away from him and set my head on the cushion. It's not easy trying to look innocent when you're a cat. They just have a guilty aura about them, and it didn't help that in my case the guilt was true. Dardan lifted the flute to his lips and closed his eyes. He took in a deep breath and blew. The wonderful music I'd heard played that day in the hall floated out in all its haunting and beautiful glory. The shimmering translucent butterflies floated out of the melodic air and danced around us. One of them danced past my nose. My feline instincts kicked in and I jumped to my feet. I lunged at one butterfly after another, passing through them and being touched by a gentle warmth from their luminous bodies. Their stardust floated down and covered me in shining glitter before the lights faded away. I was sorry when the last note faded and the butterflies vanished. Dardan lowered his flute into his lap and studied me with a faint smile. I turned to him and lifted my tail high before giving him a loud meow. He stroked my back and I offered him a loud purr. I was rewarded with a wider smile and his brilliant twinkling eyes. A faint sound came from one of the side rooms, and Purin shuffled out of his bedroom. He rubbed one of his bleary eyes with a fisted hand as he shambled up to the platform. "My lord, is something the matter?" I was sorely disappointed when Dardan stopped petting me and set the flute on the table. I could not sleep. Purin dropped his hand and stood at attention. "Did you wish for some tea, my lord?" "And some milk for the cat," Dardan added. The servant bowed his head and hurried off to obey. I lifted my head and studied the quiet lord. He stared down at the flute, his eyes slightly wide and with that faraway look in them. I pawed at his arm. Meow. He turned those absent eyes on me. I swore there was moisture in the deepest of their depths, but he blinked and the look vanished. He stroked my back and cocked his head to one side. "I wonder if perhaps you are not descended from her." I followed his example and tilted my head. Descended from who? I wondered. My question would remain unanswered as Purin returned with a fresh batch of tea and a saucer of milk. He set the tray down and separated my milk to lay it in front of me before stepping back. "Will you be needing anything else, my lord?" Dardan poured out some tea and grasped the cup in front of him. The steam floated around him like mist. "Summon Lady Myansha." Purin knitted his eyebrows together. "At this hour, my lord? Why do you wish to see her?" Dardan lifted his eyes to his servant who blanched and bowed his head. "I will do so at once, my lord." He scurried off to obey. I ignored the sweet scent of milk and pawed at his bent leg. He paused mid-drink with the teacup pressed against his lips, and drew the glass away to look down at me. I wish to learn something. Dardan drew the glass to his lips again, but his hand shook a little. The Lord dropped his arm so quickly that some of the tea spilled onto the table. His face turned ghastly pale and he shut his eyes. He scrunched his face as if in pain. My heart skipped a beat, and I pranced to and fro on my front legs. Meower. Meower. Dardan took a deep heavy breath, and slowly opened his eyes. He turned his shaking hand over to examine the palm. His pursed lips did nothing to calm my frantic fear.
There is no need to worry.
I set my front paws on his leg and shook my head. Meower. He clasped his shaking hand shut, while he used the other one to stroke my back. I will be fine. I rubbed my cheek against his leg, as much to comfort him as me. A faint smile touched his lips. You have a way with you, cat. If only we had met under better circumstances. My ears perked up and my heart fluttered again. What circumstances? Why are you making it sound like you're dying? I shrieked in my head. Of course, he wouldn't answer my thumping heart any more than I could change back into a human. I consoled myself by snuggling up against him and laying my head on his leg. We lay there in silence for several minutes, until the quiet was broken by a loud discussion outside.
This had better be good, a woman's voice screeched. Not so loud, I beg of you, Lady Myansha.
Puren pleaded with her. It is late, and many are asleep. And so was I until you woke me up, the woman countered. Lady Myansha made her appearance in the doorway, and marched up the hall toward us. She was a few inches above 5 foot, and sported brown shimmering hair that was currently disheveled and bent at all angles. Her white sleeping robe trailed behind her like a cloak, and was only partially closed in the front, revealing her bright pink nightdress. Puren scurried beside her, his face a picture of apology and embarrassment. My sincerest apologies. You already gave those. I want something from your master now. Lady Myansha snapped. Dardan sat up as she reached the platform. Good evening, Lady Myansha. The woman stomped her foot. Evening. It's barely past midnight. Why ever have you called me here at this hour? Dardan's eyes flickered to Puren. You may leave us. The servant pursed his lips but bowed his head and exited the room. Myansha cast a suspicious look at Puren's departure, and returned her attention to Dardan, with a curious glint in the depths of her eyes. What is this about, Lord Eastwei? As the preeminent alchemist among the heavens, I wish for you to create a potion for me, Dardan told her. She folded her arms over her chest and arched an eyebrow.
What sort of potion?
A mending potion. She looked him up and down. Who is it for? A faint smile appeared on his lips. For me. Lady Myansha's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open. She pointed a shaking finger at him. You, Lord Eastwei. The former emperor of everything below the sun requires my mending potion?
Yes.
She took a step closer and scrutinized his person. Is this some ill-timed joke of yours, Lord Eastwei? Because if it is no jest. Eastwei raised a hand with the palm turned upward. His magic flowed out and shaped itself into a glistening red crystal. The gem floated above his palm and slowly turned. The shifting lights couldn't hide the gaps and cracks in the gem. Lady Myansha clapped a hand over her mouth, and her eyes bulged out of her head. In all the realms. What have you done to your crystal? Dardan closed his hand and the magic vanished. You are to tell no one of this. Do you understand? Her ladyship removed her hand from her mouth and revealed a frown.
Does His Majesty know about this?
He does. My heart pounded in my chest. There was something wrong here. Deathly wrong. My naive mind couldn't wrap around the details, but I could guess that crystal wasn't supposed to look like Swiss cheese. Myansha drew her hands against her chest and furrowed her brow. I can craft a mending potion for you, but it will not last.
Not with that level of decay. That will work, Dardan replied.
No, it won't work. You have to fix that thing, I shouted as I sat up and pawed at his leg. My sudden movement caught the attention of Myansha. She cocked her head to one side and blinked at me.
Is that a cat?
I will need a steady supply of the potion, Dardan told her, ignoring her question and me. She frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. You know as well as anyone, the mending potion deteriorates quite quickly. I can give you a month's worth of energy in a single draft, but any more will spoil before you need to take it again. She twined her fingers together and cast a sharp look at him. And there are the consequences of drinking too much. I am well aware of them, Dardan answered. When can you send the first draft? She shrugged. Later today if you wish.
Then I will see you later.
Myansha's shoulders drooped and she wrinkled her nose.
A nice thank you, that is.
She turned and marched down the hall, getting me up at all hours, and then showing me that. What is the world coming to? I wasn't finished with my frantic pawing. Dardan clapped a hand over my head and stared into my eyes. I cowed at the sharp, heavy look in them. Stop that. I will be fine. I shook my head despite his heavy hand. No, there's something wrong here. You're not telling me something. Dardan lifted me off his lap and stood. I must rest. You remain here. I yowled and slouched with my head slightly bowed. He paused halfway around the table, and a faint smile slipped onto his lips. Do you prefer my bed to the cushion? I shot up straight and bobbed my head. His eyes twinkled. What a pity. You will remain here. My jaw hit the floor as he sauntered into his room without so much as a glance at me. Chapter 29. I had half a mind to attach myself to the back of his robes, but I thought better of it. Attacking someone who needed mending medicine didn't sound fair. Reminding myself of the nightly visit of the woman did nothing to lift my spirits, nor did I feel inclined to go to sleep as the others had done. Instead, I shuffled off into the left-hand garden, where my steps invariably took me to the center of the area. It was the same place where I had been unceremoniously and embarrassingly dropped into this world. But all of that paled compared to the thoughts about Dardan and the visit. I plopped my butt on the high platform and looked over the edge into the pool. The bright sun lit up the fishes, and dew glistened off the petals of the pink lotus flowers. They showed off their beauty to a distracted audience. What was that crystal about? I thought to myself as my tail twitched at my side. I have to ask Arian about this as soon as possible. It won't be fun writing all this, but I have to know. A faint noise made me jerk my head up. For a moment I saw nothing, and then a familiar head peeked around the corner of the side entrance. Xian. I stifled an instinctual hiss and leaped off the platform, where I shot over to the bushes. Their thick branches provided ample shadowy cover as I turned around and intently watched the arch. Xian inspected the area for a moment longer before she tiptoed into the gardens. One of her hands was clasped tightly around a leather bag. She slunk across the path and over to the patchy grass in front of the pool. Xian knelt in front of the grassy knoll and flicked her wrist. Her ice magic flowed out of her and formed itself into a thick icicle. She grabbed the cold stake and used it to dig into a soft patch of dirt, creating a small hole. The intruder vanished away her digging tool and opened the bag. She dipped her hand inside and fumbled around, her dark brow a picture of guilt and fear. Xian finally found what she wanted and drew her hand out. I couldn't see what she held, because she quickly pushed it into the hole. She buried whatever it was and jumped to her feet, making a hasty exit from the gardens. I slunk out of my hiding spot and cocked my head to one side. That was an excellent display of hair-curling weirdness. My curiosity was drawn to the disturbed patch of dirt. I trotted up the platform and to the buried hole. My nose detected an unpleasant odor from the fresh earth. That's when I heard something. It was a faint scratching sound like a mouse in a wall. And it was coming from the dirt pile in front of me. The hairs on every part of my body stood on end as I backed away. A yowl was forced from me when my brilliant silver magic emerged from my body, but this time was different. Every other time my magic had emerged unbidden from my body, I had felt warmth. This time, it felt like every fiber of my being was being ripped out of me. The pain was so great that I dropped to my stomach. My body trembled and jerked about, as the thin threads were yanked toward the mound of earth. The peak shuddered, and little bits of dirt rolled down. My eyes dilated, as something crawled out of the top. They were thin black tendrils that slithered down the mound, and stretched up to gather the threads to themselves. My magic plumped their slender bodies and broad black leaves sprouted. My heart nearly stopped when I recognized the beginnings of that horrible plant from the land realm. The pain was nothing compared to my terror, and I found the strength to scuttle back. My retreat pulled my magic back with me, but the plant tightened its grip around my threads. I was yanked to a stop and crashed to the ground just shy of the steps leading up to the platform. The tendrils grew fatter on my magic, and I felt myself grow weaker. My skin grew tight and crackly, and the pain intensified into a roaring train of agony. The creature was turning me into a mummy, as it had those poor villagers and their animals. Instinct kicked in. I thrashed and jumped about. More of the monster thrust itself out of the earth and stretched up, casting its dark shadow over me. Retreating was getting me nowhere, so I hissed and lunged forward. I clamped my fangs down on one of the thicker tendrils that entrapped my magic, and its putrid blood gushed into my mouth. The tendril loosened its grip on my magic thread, which was able to fly back inside me, rejuvenating me somewhat. The boost in energy gave me the strength to start chewing and shredding the plant to little bits. I was just in the middle of my salad bar, when I felt something stab sharply into my side. Time seemed to freeze as I turned my head. My eyes widened as I beheld one of the thick pointed tendrils stuck in my ribcage. Blood poured out of the wound, and dribbled onto the ground. My body went numb as I collapsed onto my side. The plant thing wormed its way around me, encircling me in a hellish nightmare of writhing tendrils. The creature blocked out the sun as its leaves hovered over my wounded form. One of its hideous arms slithered over my wound and dug into the bloody depths, causing a spasm of pain to reverberate through me. I opened my mouth in a silent scream. And then the creature joined me in agony. The tendril digging into my body shuddered and yanked back, fraying the edges of my wound even more. I clenched my teeth against the pain, and watched as my tormentor suffered an even worse fate. The shaking tendril flung itself about like a fish, and a thick mess of white mist rose from its surface. A faint hissing noise like steam escaping reached my ears, while at the same time, the other tendrils slithered in to see what was the matter. Some of them slithered through the puddle of my life fluid, and steam shot out of their grimy bodies. The creature jerked backward and flailed its smoking arms above its slimy center. Bubbles popped out of its flesh, and the wound spread down to its squirming trunk where a black smoke rose. I crawled away from the thrashing thing, and felt my wound miraculously begin to heal. However, my strength didn't return as quickly, and I could only manage to limp to the steps. I set a paw down on the top one, but slipped on the ooze and my blood. The slick surface sent me sliding down the steps and onto the ground, where I landed on my side with my back away from the platform. A garbled screech made me look over my shoulder. The black smoke had worsened, and flames erupted from the creature. The thing flailed about even as some of its tendrils dropped off, burnt away by the disease that ravaged it. The broken tendrils jerked on the ground before sinking into black goo. The trunk itself shuddered and imploded, sinking into a puddle of its own black blood before that was evaporated by the flames. I breathed a sigh of relief and found my breasts tickled by my wild hair. Wait, hair. Not fur. I dropped my eyes to my body. My human form had returned, naked and bloodied. The hole in my side had stopped bleeding, but the ragged edges pulsed with pain at the tiniest shift. The blood loss had also made me lightheaded. I wasn't too far gone that I couldn't see the problem in being found here as I was. I tried to drag myself over to the bushes, but my shaky arms wouldn't pull my weight. Dizziness struck me, and I froze to let my stomach adjust to the spinning world. I need help. A bright ball of silver light burst out of one of my shaking palms and swooped out from under my fingers. The orb zipped up into my face and danced around. I blinked at it, as it etched something in the air. It looked like a bear. Arian? I guessed. The tiny creature bounced up and down, before it hastened away through the side arch. Hope was kindled in me, at the thought of Arian coming to help. She could dig through dirt, surely she could lift and carry me away. Another woozy spell struck me. The world faded at the edges, and my body slipped into a numb exhaustion. Stay awake, my voice shouted at me. You know what happens in the movies. If you go to sleep, your magic won't work, and there won't be any rescue party.
But I was so tired.
I just needed to rest my head on the cold, hard ground. Don't go to sleep.
But I was so tired and so dizzy.
I closed my eyes against the encroaching darkness. Just a little rest. That's all I'm doing. Wake up. Stay awake. The voice couldn't overcome the extreme burnout. My body ached, my head was woozy, and I felt so cold. Stay awake or Dardan will find you naked again. My eyes shot open, and I sucked in a huge gulp of air. Not again. I couldn't let him find me like that again, especially when I'd have so much explaining to do. And we'd probably have that discussion on opposite sides of cell bars. I gritted my teeth and grabbed the edges of one of the walking path stones. My fingernails dug into the tiny gap between the flat stones, and I slowly pulled myself toward the arch. I didn't expect to meet them halfway to the house, but I could make an effort. Chapter 30. I was halfway to the arch when someone peeked their head out from behind the arch. My heart skipped a beat, as I imagined Xian having returned to see the rotten fruits of her evil labor. A small gasp told me it was my wonderful friend Arian who had arrived. My little spark of magic danced about before it vanished. Anna, she yelped as she rushed forward and dropped to her knees at my side. I managed to smile up at her. Hey. She looked me over with her face twisted in horror.
What has happened to you?
I shook my head.
That's a long story, and I don't want to finish it in the king's cells.
I shut my eyes against a fresh wave of exhaustion and pain. The hole in my side was still open, and my crawling had rubbed the ragged edges together to spill out fresh blood. Can you carry me home? Arian nodded, as she slipped her arms beneath me. Of course. Fur sprouted from her skin, and I could feel her muscles ripple as her body transformed. Her clothes tore and hung loosely about her bare form, as she stood on her hind legs with me clutched in her arms. I lay amazed at her transformation, but the weight of my battle pressed down harder on my body and mind. Arian hurried out of the garden, as I slipped in and out of consciousness. The world was a blur of brilliant colors, and Arian's furry face. Even her changed features couldn't hide her concern, especially not in her yellow eyes. My aching body welcomed the soft mattress and gentle sheets of my bed. It felt like an eternity since I'd laid down there. Arian's shadows slipped away but soon returned, human again and with a tray of medical goodies. Faint pain rippled through my body as she cleaned and dressed me up. I was glad to finally have something resembling clothing, as my body shivered. Arian paused and pursed her lips. Are you cold? My lips parted, but I couldn't find the strength to push out any words. Arian's knitted brow gained a few more wrinkles. She disappeared, and reappeared with an armful of blankets. And then she commenced to bury me. Layer after layer of sheets were spread over me, until I thought I would be crushed. My shivering stopped, only because I couldn't move. The soft warmth that enveloped my body, however, was worth its weight in sheets. Arian took a seat on the edge of the bed, beside me, and looked me over.
You should rest.
I will prepare to get you out of here. I could only manage a slight nod, and gladly closed my eyes. Sleep was mine for many hours, how many I couldn't say. By the time my eyes fluttered open, I was a bundle of sweat and hunger. Some of my strength had returned, enough to shift the blankets and lift my head. All was quiet and bright. The sun shone through the windows, and birds sang from the branches of a nearby tree. A heavenly paradise. And I had to escape it, as soon as possible. Arian's head popped into the room, and her eyes widened. You are awake. She hurried over to the bed, and set her hands on the mattress to get a look at me. I expected you to sleep through the whole night and day, but it is still early morning. How are you feeling? I could only manage a croaking reply. Better. Did you need some water? I nodded. And some food? Right away. Arian hurried off to obey, and soon came back with a breakfast meal. She helped me sit up and set the tray in my lap. Fortunately, I had enough strength to handle a knife and fork, and I gulped down both the food and the water. My body was refreshed, and my parched mouth was wet again. I licked my lips and smiled at my friend. Thanks. You're a lifesaver, and I mean that literally. She blushed and bowed her head. I only performed my responsibilities. I set the tray aside and snorted. If you were doing what you had to, then you'd be turning me into the king. Arian jerked her eyes up at me, and shook her head. No. I will never do that. I gave her a sad smile. It might have to be done if I can't get out of here, and I don't want you accused of harboring a fugitive. Jin would never forgive me for getting you locked up with me. She jumped to her feet and lifted her chin. I do not care what anyone else believes. I will help you escape to my home, and you will be welcomed there with open arms. I shifted my legs to test my strength, and winced when they didn't respond very quickly, and it wasn't because of the mountain of blankets still on me. Any ideas on how to get me past the gate? Arian nodded. Oh yes. I have been thinking of an escape, since you came here as a cat. Then I could put you in a basket, but now I will have to fetch the dungeon from Lord Buhelm, if he will allow it. I blinked at her. The what? The dungeon is a cloak of invisibility, she explained, as she resumed her seat on the edge of the bed. Lord Buhelm crafted the cloak many years ago on a whim, and keeps it for special uses. A crooked wry smile slipped onto my lips. Like getting a fugitive out of the heaven realm? She bit her lower lip. Yes, I will have to make up a lie to convince him of the urgency of borrowing his cloak. I folded my arms over my chest and furrowed my brow. Where does this lord live? In the heavens, right? She nodded. Oh yes. He is the god of weaving, and only he has the skill necessary to create such a garment. Is there any way you can sneak me into his palace with you? I suggested. Arian dropped her gaze to the floor, and furrowed her brow. It would be very risky. He lives on one of the eastern islands past His Majesty's palace. We would have to sneak past there at night. She cast her curiosity at me. But why would you wish to come? I shrugged. 2 pleas are better than 1. Or if you don't convince him, then maybe I can take up cat burglary and get the cloak that way. Arian's hand flew to her open mouth. You would steal it. I sighed and flung my bare legs over the side of the bed. I don't want to steal it, but I really don't want to go to the dungeon either. My shoulders drooped and I picked at a loose thread in the top sheet. It's not easy being the good guy. Arian smiled at me, and set a hand on my arm. I am sure we will think of a way to convince Lord Buhelm to let us borrow the cloak. He is a kindly gentleman with a— She stopped and wrinkled her brow. The pause piqued my curiosity. He's what? Arian blushed and turned her face away from me. It is nothing. I scooted closer to her, and leaned forward to catch her eye. Come on, Arian. Do you know something that might help us get the cloak? My friend sighed and her shoulders slumped. Lord Buhelm is not only the greatest weaver among the heavenly gods, but he is also the most notorious flirt. I stared at her for a moment before a snort escaped me. The snort turned into a laugh, and before I knew it I was flat out on the bed with my gut bouncing up and down. Pain also bounced through me, but I didn't care. Arian cracked a smile before she hid it behind her pursed lip.
This is most serious, Anna.
He is notorious for his admiration for the female body. Most of the ladies will not go to him without their husbands present to ensure he behaves himself. I wrapped my arms around my stomach and grinned up at her. You could always play the part. Maybe grow a furry beard and grow some muscles. Arian's jaw hit the floor. Anna. Okay, I replied as I sighed out my laugh guffaw and sat up. We don't go as a couple, we go as ourselves. Two adorably cute women in need. There is still the matter of you being seen should you leave the palace, Anna pointed out as she stood and faced me. You should remain here and heal your wounds. Damn. She had 2 good points. My shoulders slumped, and I looked down at my hands that lay in my lap. I flexed my fingers and furrowed my brow. I wish I could change back, and then we'd only need that basket to get me out of here. Arian smiled and set a hand on my shoulder.
There is no need to worry.
I will visit Lord Buhelm immediately, and see if he will grant me the use of the cloak. She moved away, but I caught her hand. Arian turned her face toward me, and I shook my head. I can't let you do this alone. Not for me. Arian set her hand over mine, and her eyes twinkled with a fiery, eager light. You are my friend. I would cross worlds to help you. Crossing the Heaven Islands to ask a boon of a kindly, if overly eager lord, will be my pleasure. My friend didn't give me a chance to reply but swept out of the room, leaving me with a warm glow on my cheeks. My heart was equally moved by her kind words, and I was frustrated that all I could do was hope she'd come back soon. I scooted a little closer to the edge of the bed, and a sharp pain shot out of the hole in my side. A hiss escaped through my gritted teeth and clutched my hand over my bandaged wound. The pain reminded me of its origins, and Shian's late-night gardening. What had she buried in that little plot that had created the monster from the land realm? And how in the world could I warn Dardan about her nefarious scheme? An idea struck me, and I tightened my grip on my wound. I'd do it. I'd warn him before I left. Now I just had to wait and hope for Arian's success. In the meantime, the throbbing pain in my side was a cruel reminder of my ordeal. I eased myself back onto the bed and lay down where I closed my eyes. Exhaustion flooded my mind and body, and I was soon asleep dreaming of cats and emperors. Chapter 31.
Lord Eastwei.
The call came from Purin, as the servant searched the home for his beloved master. The morning was still very young, and he had gone to rouse his master but found the bed empty. Purin noticed a figure standing in the western gardens, and hurried to the doorway. He paused and his eyes bulged at the terrible sight. The platform and stairs were covered in blood. My lord! Purin shouted, as he hurried over to his master. He stopped at Eastwei's side, and looked him over to discover he was immaculately attired. The servant breathed a sigh of relief, but his face contorted with confusion.
What has happened here, my lord?
Eastwei knelt in front of one of the ruined remains of a tendril, and brushed a finger through the blackened muck, all that remained of its body. He studied the putrid blood, before allowing his eyes to wander up the steps. The stoic lord froze when his eyes detected a trail of red blood. Purin jerked back as his lord leaped up the steps and knelt on the platform. Eastwei's hand shook a little, as he pressed it against a puddle.
What is it, my lord?
Eastwei's bowed head hid his features, but he balled his shaking hand into a tight fist. Blood, he replied as he stood and looked around the gardens.
Where is the cat?
Purin copied his master's gesture, and investigated the area. He shook his head. I do not know, my lord. Shall I go find her? Immediately, Eastwei commanded as he strode down the steps. Purain nodded at the black muck.
But what of the rest of it, my lord?
Eastwei swept his hand over the blackened area. His fire magic floated out of his palm and dissolved the remains. We will search for the cat and then alert the king. His servant's mouth dropped open.
Search for the cat before alerting the king?
Eastwei turned his head just slightly and a sharp blazing eye stared down at Purain. The servant shrank beneath such a fiery scolding, and nodded. Why yes, my lord. Together the pair scoured the grounds, searching for the feline. They were still performing that search, when Prince Yushir made an appearance in the doorway of the home. Good morning, he greeted the household as he strolled down the central hall for the third time. He paused and surveyed Purain's somber expression, as the servant exited a side room.
What has happened?
The cat is missing, Your Highness, Purain explained as his eyes flickered toward the garden entrance. My lord fears she has been killed by something. Yushir's bushy eyebrows crashed down. Killed? How? Purain shook his head. I do not know, Your Highness, but my lord may know something more of the matter. He is out in the western garden. Yushir nodded, and hurried out into the courtyard. He found Lord Eastwei at the bottom of the platform steps staring at the charred stones. Purain tells me you have lost your pet, Yushir spoke up as he joined his friend at the silent man's side. There was a long pause before Eastwei spoke.
She was killed.
Yushir lifted an eyebrow, and leaned to one side to study his friend's face. There was a hint of melancholy in his words that caught the prince by surprise. Killed? By whom? Dardan nodded at the platform. The creature from the land realm. A piece of it somehow made its way into my garden. The prince's face turned ghastly white. He couldn't speak for a moment before he stepped closer to his old friend, and lowered his voice. Are you sure? Undeniably so. Yushir wrapped one hand around the ring on his other and pursed his lips. This is very disturbing. Have you informed my uncle?
Not yet.
Then I will do so at once, Yushir swore as he turned away. He paused and turned his head toward his friend. Dardan continued to stare at the top of the platform.
Then the cat?
Dardan only nodded. The prince's heart fell. I see. My sincerest condolences. If you will excuse me. Yushir reluctantly hurried off, though not before casting a worried glance over his shoulder at his friend. Eastwei remained stiff and silent in his spot, until Purain came up to him a half-hour later. The servant bowed low to his master. My lord, I cannot find the cat anywhere. I believe you are correct in assuming she has been killed. Even he was reluctant to state the obvious, so painful was it for his lord. Eastwei stared at the spot a moment longer, before he lifted his chin. I will be in consultation with the king for some time. Purain nodded. Understood. I will inform visitors you are unavailable. Eastwei turned away and strode into the house. Purain looked after him, with the same concerned expression as Yushir. My lord. That same lord made his way to the imperial palace, but his steps were slow and his gaze lay on the ground. He didn't notice the eager figure who joined him at his side, until the person spoke. Dardan. Xian greeted with both exuberance and curiosity. Have you come out to walk with me? No, came the bland reply. Did the seed not work? Xian wondered, as she bit her lower lip. She forced her smile back and tried to catch Dardan's eyes, but he continued staring at the ground. The woman pressed her lips into a pout and stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Have I done something wrong, Dardan? You are completely ignoring me. Dardan lifted his eyes and her blood ran cold. She had known him all her life, but she had never seen such a look of sorrow in his eyes as he had now. He tried to hide it, but the dull glimmer of his eyes made it unmistakable. The emotion was enough to build a lump in her throat. She stepped up and set her hands on his arm. Dardan, what is the matter? Please tell me. He lifted his chin, and his stoic expression returned. Nothing. She wrapped her fingers around his arm.
This is not nothing, Dardan.
What is the matter? The feline has died. Xian's shock was so great that she didn't comprehend his words at first.
That the cat is dead?
Truly. With each word, glee lifted her heart and melted the lump in her throat.
I must go.
He shrugged off her hands and strode past her. Xian was in too much jubilation to stop him. All she wanted to do was yell at the clouds in thanks to whatever fate had brought her such good news. It was a time for celebration. For feasting. She had to find someone to tell the good news. Bidao. The said lady started back, as Lady Xian rushed into her home. Her intrusive acquaintance dropped onto her knees on another cushion around the table at which Bidao sat. Xian was out of breath and had a broad smile on her face. You will never guess my luck, Xian exclaimed. Bidao suppressed a shiver down her spine, but she couldn't tamp down her fear.
What has happened?
That wretched creature Lord Eastwei brought back from the land realm is dead. The color drained from Bidao's face. Dead? How did it happen? Xian clapped her hands on the edge of the table and lifted her chin. I have no idea, but what tidings? Now Dardan will have no one else but me to show his affection. She waited for a response, and when none was coming she set her confused eyes on her friend. Do you not think this is wonderful news? Bidao studied her friend with a curious look in her eyes. You are sure you do not know how the poor creature died? Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Poor creature? Why do you show such compassion for a miserable mess of fleas? And why would I know how it died? Bidao glanced around the room. They were alone, so she leaned toward her friend and lowered her voice to a hushed whisper. Have you forgotten so quickly? Xian wrinkled her nose.
Forgotten what?
The genteel lady's face twisted with horror.
What we did in the land realm.
Her guest rolled her eyes. I would do better for forgetting, if you would stop reminding me. It is not healthy to dwell on such things. Bidao's mouth dropped open.
But how can I?
And now this cat is missing as well.
I had nothing to do with its disappearance.
Xian protested as she jumped to her feet. She balled her hands into fists at her sides and glared down at her acquaintance.
And I would not spread such lies if I were you.
Bidao froze and her heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Xian threw up her hands. You are impossible. Good day. She stormed out of the house, leaving one very frightened lady behind her. Chapter 32. Arian hurried on her way with a stiff jaw and determination in her eyes. She crossed over bridges and under blooming trees, her gaze ever forward toward the faraway island that harbored her hope to save her friend.
Lady Arian.
Arian froze and her heart skipped a beat. She turned to see Prince Yushir strolling toward her with a smile on his lips and a twinkle in his eyes. You are out rather early, are you not? He mused as he stopped by her side and studied her. All the shops are closed and will be for quite some time. She wetted her dry lips and managed to crack a smile. I was merely on my way to, place an order with Lord Buhelm. She leaned to one side to look where he had come. The imperial palace stood at his back. You were visiting the king at such an hour? Some of Yushir's good humor faded, but he rallied himself.
Yes, I thought to have breakfast with my uncle and the family of my cousin, but I was scolded and told I had to wait for quite some time.
He nodded in the direction she was headed. Would you like some company on your journey? Arian blanched at his proposal. I do not believe that will be necessary, Your Highness. His crooked smile widened. Are you sure? We both know the reputation of Lord Buhelm. He is eager to help everyone, especially beautiful young ladies such as yourself. The maidservant blushed and dropped her gaze to the ground. Her fingers fidgeted with each other against her front. I do not deserve such praise, Your Highness, nor such attentions.
Nonsense, he objected as he stepped up to her side.
I would be honored to accompany you, and keep that rascal from performing his usual bad habits. Panic began to set into Arian's mind. I would not wish to keep you from breakfast, Your Highness. He laughed. You are a stubborn one, Lady Arian, but I will not be deterred. More the pity for me, Arian thought to herself, even as she sapped a smile on her face. Thank you, Your Highness. I appreciate your willingness to help me. No need to thank me, Yushir assured her as they walked down the deserted road. I am always here to help. Arian bit her tongue to keep her thoughts to herself. They had not gone far when Yushir resumed the conversation.
I hope you have not been too lonely without your mistress.
Arian tried to keep her voice calm, and her expression stoic.
I have managed.
Perhaps you would not wish to leave Fanch Hall for another palace, he suggested. You may come and work in my palace. There are many rooms that need to be cleaned ahead of, well, visits. She shook her head. I appreciate the offer, but I will remain there until her ladyship returns. He wrapped one hand around the ring on his digit, and studied his companion. And if she does not return? I am sure she will, and an explanation will be forthwith, Arian insisted. A faint smile graced Yushir's lips. I admire your loyalty, Lady Arian, but perhaps you are a little too hopeful. Arian jerked to a stop so quickly that Yushir stumbled as he put on his own brakes. He turned to find her facing him, with her eyebrows knitted together. She spoke in a firm, even tone as she lifted her chin. She will return, Prince Yushir, and everyone will see that her disappearance was not what it seemed. He cocked his head to one side and stopped fidgeting with his ring.
Will she?
That sounds like a rather interesting tale. Do you have some foreknowledge of the event, or do you speak from your heart? Arian opened her mouth to reply a little of both, but she clamped her mouth shut. It wouldn't do any good to give away any of what she knew, even to the kindly Prince Yushir. I speak from the heart, Your Highness, and if you insist on bringing up this subject, then I will venture to Lord Buhelm's home alone. Yushir smiled, and swept his arm in the direction of the tailor's home. Lead and I will follow. The pair continued on their way through the streets, and eventually reached a wide bridge which crossed onto another island. The first palace on that floating ground was a palace surrounded on all sides not with stone walls, but with heavy fabric. A gentle breeze came along and ruffled the cloth, revealing a building shaped into a square U, and with no garden to speak of, except a courtyard in the center of the three wings. A wide covered porch surrounded the courtyard, and freshly dyed fabrics hung from the rafters. The scent of oils and herbs filled the air, as they passed through a gap in the fabric wall and arrived in the courtyard. A huge bell hung from a wooden support situated near the entrance. Yushir's twinkling eyes fell on Arian.
Shall you or I?
At this hour, she reminded him. He has hung it to be alerted to the presence of a customer, Yushir counted, as he strolled up to the large bell. He grabbed hold of the thick cord with both hands, and gave it a mighty yank. The bell swung to and fro, and the heavy ball inside slammed against the interior walls. A loud ring rang out that bounced around the courtyard, before escaping into the wilds of the streets. Both Yushir and Arian winced as the noise traveled far and wide, and more than one window was flung open. The occupants stuck their heads out and glared at them. What is the meaning of ringing that accursed bell at this hour? One of the lords shouted. Yushir sheepishly smiled and bowed his head. My sincerest apologies, my lords and ladies. The locals growled and grumbled, as they slammed their windows shut and returned to bed. Yushir returned his attention to his companion, who had a disapproving look on her face.
Why such a look?
I apologized. Arian tamped down her ire, as the front door of the residence opened. A man of 40 stumbled out, his bleary eyes casting a look of hate over his abode. He leaned against one of the upright posts of the porch, and squinted into the bright sunlight. What is wanted at this hideous hour? Clothes for this young lady, Lord Buhelm? Yushir spoke up as he used a hand to gesture to his companion.
And a waistband for me.
Wilhelm wrinkled his nose. Could you not wait until after breakfast, Your Highness? Arian's heart skipped a beat, and she hurried over to the grumpy lord. This is very urgent, Your Lordship. I would dearly appreciate your help. Her close proximity allowed the lord to get a good look at her. A smile spread across his face and he puffed out his chest. My, such a lovely creature. I do not believe we have met. Arian cast a look over her shoulder at her companion. We have not met, Lord Wilhelm, but your skills precede you, and so I desire to have you make a dress for me. He opened his arms wide. Of course. Anything for a pretty little thing like you. Come in, the both of you. Come in. Chapter 33. Wilhelm led his guests inside and into a magical world of fabric and stitching. Bolts of cloth were stacked everywhere into great mountains of glistening fibers. Cut cloth was strewn about in piles that left little room for movement, except through narrow halls that forced the trio to walk one behind the other, with Arian in the middle. Tables broke the monotony, and offered up mounds of threading needles, rolls of thread and scissors of all shapes, sizes and worn teeth. Arian sidestepped a dust-covered mound of cloth and wrinkled her nose. A single sneeze or careless trip would set off a dust devil of trouble. I see you have cleaned the place somewhat, Yushir mused. Arian whipped her head about and stared at him in horror. His eyes twinkled back at her.
Yes, I can finally get to the rear where the best fabrics are, Wilhelm commented with a bob of his head.
Of course I would not have gone to the trouble, but His Majesty requested a new gown for the upcoming meeting among the land immortals and him. I believe you are the one who is managing that affair, Your Highness? Arian's curiosity was piqued, and she recalled Yushir's offer to her about joining his palace. Prince Yushir cleared his throat. Yes, well, His Majesty has not met with them for many years, and this matter with the villages is as appropriate a time as any to call them together. Wilhelm's expression turned grave as he knitted his eyebrows together.
Yes, terrible business that.
I hope it is cleared up soon. He shook off his morose mood and rubbed his hands together.
Now then, lady, he paused and wrinkled his nose.
I do not believe I caught your name. Arian, she answered. He bobbed his head. A pretty name for a pretty woman. Now let me see what I can find for you, Lady Arian. You are of the Bear clan, are you not? Arian cast a furtive look over her shoulder at Prince Yushir. I am, sir, and you needn't call me Lady Arian. Just Arian will be fine.
Nonsense, he protested as he dove into a pile of scraps and dug through them.
The discarded ones were flung behind him, and over the path into the opposite pile. A lady deserves to be treated like a lady. Aha! He shot straight up and drew out a long piece of silken fabric the color of pure snow. Here we are. A perfect color for a perfectly beautiful woman. Arian offered him a shaky smile as he pushed the cloth against her front.
Hold this so I can get a better look at it.
Arian obliged, and Wilhelm scurried back to admire his choice. He cupped his chin in one hand and bobbed his head.
Yes, this will do very nicely.
Yushir coughed into his fisted hand. And for me, Lord Wilhelm? Wilhelm reluctantly turned his attention to the prince, and looked him over with a cursory inspection.
Yes, I may be able to find something for you.
Will silk work? Yushir smiled and bowed his head.
That will work perfectly.
Then I will have it wrapped up and sent to your palace, Wilhelm answered as he tossed the sash over his shoulder. He returned his attention to Arian, and his bright grin returned.
What do you say to me taking your measurements now, so I can get started on your dress?
Can you not guess her measurements with your eyes? Yushir suggested. Wilhelm leaned to one side to look past Arian, and frowned at the prince. I might, but this is guaranteed to have the correct measurements. I do not mind being measured, Arian replied as she half turned to Yushir. You do not have to remain for this, Your Highness. It is rather tedious. Eustwei lifted his eyebrows and his crooked smile widened. On the contrary, I too like to admire the feminine form, and what better time to do it than when you are being measured? Arian couldn't have been more disappointed. There went one way of getting the prince out of earshot. Up here, Wilhelm instructed her as he pulled a stool out from a pile of material and slid it up to her. Stand on this, please. Arian climbed aboard the short stool and stood straight. Wilhelm pulled a measuring tape out of his pocket and wiggled his fingers. His smile was less than pure as he began measuring her curves. You use your hands almost as much as your measuring tape, Lord Wilhelm, Eustwei commented. All part of my technique, Wilhelm replied as he moved close to Arian's hip to slip the tape around her waist. Arian saw an opportunity and scooted toward the tailor. She accidentally bumped her hip into his head, and Wilhelm looked up at her with shining eyes. Is something the matter, Lady Arian? She bit her lip and lowered her voice to a whisper. I was wondering if I might also borrow the dunnion. Wilhelm shot up and spun around so quickly that the back of his head nearly collided with Arian's jaw. The dunnion? Whatever do you want with that old thing? His words caught the full attention of Lord Eastwei, and Arian squirmed beneath the men's gazes. Her mind whirled with reasons and excuses, all of them pretty feeble. The stories of its fabulous ability are well known among even the land realm gods, and I was just interested in seeing how it worked. Wilhelm leaned back and wrinkled his nose. I am not so sure about that. Arian clasped her hands together in front of herself and gave him big bleary eyes. Please. Wilhelm wavered, and the corners of his mouth tipped up and down. Finally he closed his eyes and heaved a great sigh. I am sorry, Lady Arian, but I cannot. You seem kind and trustworthy, but the cloak is too valuable to give to anyone merely because they are as beautiful as you. Arian felt as though her heart was being squeezed. No way. No. I am sorry. Arian's world came crashing down. This was her only route for sneaking her friend out, and now it was lost to her. I will vouch for her. Arian's eyes widened, and she whipped her head around to find the prince smiling up at her. You would do that for me? Why not? He countered as he turned his attention to the dubious tailor. I know this woman well. She is as pure as she is beautiful, and I guarantee you will have your cloak returned to you. Wilhelm rubbed his chin and eyed the pair with a sharp look. Well, I suppose if you vouch for her, Your Highness, then I have no objection to loaning it out. Wait here while I fetch it. He turned and disappeared into the rear of the piles. Arian returned her attention to the prince, and clapped her hands against her sides before she bowed low to him. Thank you so much for your help. This means a great deal to me. He twisted his ring between two fingers and chuckled. There is no need for that. I have nothing to lose from you borrowing the cloak, and you must need it quite desperately to go alone to Lord Wilhelm. Arian bit her lower lip, and her body shook a little. Why yes. That is she straightened but her foot slipped on the edge of the stool. The young woman gave a stifled cry as she toppled forward. Prince Eustwei leaped forward and caught her in his arms, holding her tight against his chest. Arian lifted her eyes to him and blushed. The prince had a coy smile on his lips. I would advise you to be more careful, Lady Arian, but I would not mind catching you again. Heat shot up and down Arian's body, and she hurriedly pushed off from him. She scuttled back, and paid immaculate attention to brushing the creases off her dress, rather than meet the bemused gaze of the prince. Here you are. Wilhelm spoke up as he sauntered out of the back. A black cloak of shimmering cloth was draped over one arm. Arian turned to him as he grasped the collar and held it up for their admiration. The material glistened in the light, and the room could be seen as a reflection on the surface. Wilhelm peeked around the cloth and grinned at the pair. What do you think? A piece of fine craftsmanship, if I do say so myself. One of a kind too, for the creature that wove this thread is long gone. Arian brushed her hand against the fine fabric, and her eyes widened. It is as soft as butter. Wilhelm nodded. And as light as air. You hardly know it is on your shoulders. Try it. He held out the cloak to her. Arian reluctantly took it, and drew the cloth around her shoulders. She gasped when the two ends joined in front of her, and everything below her neck vanished. The cloak's creator bobbed his head. Wonderful, is it not? And none will be the wiser for your being in the room. He leaned in toward her, and tapped the side of his nose. But you will be mindful not to abuse my little gift, will you? Arian clutched the cloak to herself, and shook her head. Of course not. Wilhelm nodded. Excellent. You may keep it until you come to pick up your dress. I should have it ready in a few weeks, provided I can get His Majesty's clothes done in a timely manner. Arian bowed her head to him. That is quite all right, and thank you so much, Lord Wilhelm. I will not forget your kindness. He waved off her thanks, but his grin widened. Nonsense. It is the least I can do for such a beauty, and one favored by Prince Eustwei as well. You are very lucky. Arian turned her head slightly, and cast one eye at the prince. He winked at her, which made her blush. She quickly drew off the cloak, and neatly folded it against her chest. Why yes, Lord Wilhelm. If you will excuse me, I will leave you to your work. Come around any time, he called after them as the pair meandered through the narrow hall. The door is always open, though the hall might not be. He let out a great guffaw at his own joke, which stayed with them as they stepped out into the waving tapestry of tailor work. Chapter 34. A kind fellow, Eustwei mused as they walked down the path and onto the street. A few more people traveled to and fro, and sounds could be heard coming from inside the palaces. Arian pressed the cloak harder against her chest and nodded. Very kind. If you do not mind my asking, what do you intend to do with the cloak? Eustwei wondered as they strolled down the street. His eyes twinkled as he looked her over. And please do not tell me your curiosity was piqued. I believe you are not the type of person to let such a simple emotion lead you to ask for such a valuable item. Arian's eyes flickered to and fro at the empty road. I wish to return home, and I have heard so many stories of the attack on villages that I fear I may be waylaid by the culprit. He nodded at the cloak clutched tightly against her. And you thought to hide yourself inside this cloak? It is a good idea. Even Lord Eastwei cannot penetrate its magic, unless the wearer is using magic themselves. Thank goodness, Arian thought to herself. However, I expect you to bring the cloak back when you return, otherwise my word will be nothing to Lord Wilhelm, he pointed out. She bobbed her head. Of course. I will be very careful with the cloak. And I must see that Anna is as well. When will we have the misfortune to lose you to your homeland? Eustwei inquired. I will be going very soon, she replied as she cast a casual glance at her companion. She was startled to see a look of deep regret in his eyes. You will be sorely missed, Lady Arian, the prince commented as he lifted his gaze to the sky. One hand fiddled with the ring on the other. This place can be rather boring year in and year out with the same inhabitants. Your mistress and you liven these streets and halls with a great deal of fun and laughter. Arian blushed and bowed her head. That is a very appreciated compliment coming from you, Prince Eustwei. Thank you. He slipped in front of her, arresting her movement. She lifted her head and his bright eyes searched her face. If you truly wish to thank me, then please return. I would be most grateful to see you again. Arian's heart warmed at his words, and there was a distinct flutter. I do not know what to say. He grasped one of her hands in his hand, and drew it between them so he could clasp it between both of his. Say that you will return someday soon. Arian felt as if her head would erupt from all the blushing heat. I will try my best. Eustwei's smile remained, but there was a twinge of sadness at the corners. He released her hand and nodded. Of course. We can only do our best. Arian felt a weight of guilt descend on her shoulders as they resumed their journey. Neither spoke a word until they reached the arch of Fanch Hall, where the prince turned to face her and stepped back. He crossed an arm over his chest and bowed low to her. His words were spry, but the tone had a melancholy twinge. I wish you a safe journey, and may you enjoy your stay with your family. She bowed her head as much out of politeness as to hide the faint glimmering tears in her eyes.
And I hope you keep yourself well, Prince Yushir.
Good day and good luck, Lady Arian, he finished before he moved off. Arian didn't dare lift her head until he was well out of sight. She straightened and brushed away a loose tear that had escaped her bleary eyes. Goodbye, sweet prince. May we meet again. She continued on her journey and arrived at the lovely little palace. A breeze blew past her and rustled the leaves, making them appear as though they were waving hello to her. It will not be easy leaving here, she mused as she walked down the familiar path. There are so many wonderful memories. She walked into the home and over to the bedroom doorway. Anna lay on the bed with the covers bunched around her. A faintly pained expression lay on her face. Arian leaned her side against the doorframe and set a hand on the cloak folded over her arm. But it must be done. She is in grave danger here, and I could not live with myself if something happened to my friend. However am I going to live without that bit of excitement? The question came from Prince Yushir's lips as he paced the sidewalk that surrounded a small orchard. His thumb and finger madly fidgeted with his ring as he furrowed his brow.
There must be a way to convince her to stay at least for a while, he mused.
Have you always had this habit of talking to yourself? The voice startled the prince, and Yushir spun around to find a bemused Lord Kang leaning against one of the trees. His arms were folded over his chest, and a crooked smile lay on his lips. Or has love caught you in its wily grasp, and now makes you say such things aloud? Yushir stretched himself to his full height and cleared his throat. I was merely contemplating the quiet comfort of the heavens. Kang's eyes twinkled as he cocked his head to one side.
Is that all?
I could have sworn you were crooning like a lovebird, over losing its mate. He lifted one hand and whistled. A white bird flew down from the branches and landed on his extended finger. The creature scooted close to him and cooed. He stroked its head, and his gaze returned to Yushir. And I would know about such things. My uncle would have you know what occurred in Lord Eastwei's garden last night, Yushir countered as he crossed his arms over his chest. After all, you were charged with keeping the borders. Kang's good humor dropped off, and he scowled at the ground before shaking his head. I cannot understand that trouble. I would swear on the deity tree that no one breached the borders. Then you would suggest to His Majesty that the intrusion came from within the heavenly realm? Yushir pointed out. Kang lifted his eyes to the prince and gave a curt nod. If I had to swear, I would say just that. Yushir lifted an eyebrow and returned to toying with his ring. That is a most serious charge. The Beastmaster shook his head. I charge no one, Your Highness, but I know these borders better than anyone save Lord Eastwei. No one passed through them last night. The prince paused in his ring teasing and furrowed his brow. I see. Do you have any suggestions on how we might find the culprit? Kang shook his head but raised his chin. No, but I am thinking of how to do just that. Give me a few more days and I may come up with something. Perhaps you might speak with your predecessor of the hunt, Lord Lyron, Yushir suggested. The hunter's eyes widened, and he slammed one fisted hand into his other palm. Yes. He may know some trick to rooting out this vile plant. Thank you, Your Highness. If you will excuse me. Kang dashed off in the direction of the gate. Yushir sighed. If only my problem could be solved so easily. He froze and his eyes widened as Kang's had done. Yes. That may just work. He hurried away, leaving the birds in the branches with puzzled looks on their faces. Chapter 35. How are you feeling today? The questioner was my dear friend Arian, and was presented to me as she sat down on the edge of the bed, with a breakfast tray in her hands. I eased myself into a seated position, and winced when my side complained. I was hoping I'd be a little better than this after 3 days. Don't you tell me gods have a magical gift for naturally healing themselves really fast? She set the tray on the bed between us and nodded. They do, but your wound was very grievous. Your healing ability prevented you from bleeding to death, but it could not quickly repair the hole and the damage within. I wrinkled my nose. So if I had been mortal, I would have died? Undoubtedly, she confirmed as she slid the tray closer to me. Her eyes shimmered as she offered up food and a smile. But I am very glad you are not mortal, and that you survived.
For once so am I mused as I took up the tray in my lap.
So is there any news about me from outside these 4 walls? Or about what attacked me? She shook her head. I have heard nothing definite, though rumors have arisen regarding a commotion in Lord Eastwei's gardens. Someone passed close to the walls around the time the attack occurred, and heard a faint commotion but thought nothing of it. I paused mid-bite, and lifted an eyebrow at her. Why would that start a rumor about something bad in Eastwei's garden? Dardan, she repeated with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. I have heard Prince Yushir refer to Lord Eastwei with that name. I shrugged and resumed my eating. I picked up some habits while I was in there, but you didn't answer my question. She bit her lower lip, and turned her face to one side to avoid my gaze. I set down my half-finished piece of toast and frowned at her. What's wrong? She closed her eyes and sighed. The rumors of the disturbance in the garden arose because many people have learned that Lord Eastwei's pet died very suddenly. My hand trembled, and I grasped the front of my robe to get it to stop. Dead? She nodded. Yes. At least, that is the rumor being spread. My heart felt as though it was being squeezed by a merciless hand. Then Eastwei thinks I'm dead? I fear so, but is that not for the best? She wondered as she set a hand on my shoulder. He will not be searching for you, and possibly discover you as you are now. I closed my eyes and nodded. Why yeah, I guess so. No. That's not it at all. He thinks I'm dead. How could I just lay here all these days letting him think such a horrible thought?
But what if he doesn't miss you?
The color dismissive words sprung tears in my eyes. My inner voice had a point. I'd been his pet for such a short time and he lived so long. He might have already forgotten about me. Are you feeling well? Arian asked me. I managed a shaky smile, and wiped the back of my hand against my eyes. I'm fine. I was just remembering the attack, that's all. Arian's pursed lips and eyes that flitted between my bleary ones told me she didn't believe me. I see. Well, eat your food and we shall see how you move after I perform some chores. I picked up my half-eaten toast, and Arian slipped away to take care of the chores. I waited until I heard her moving about at the far end of the house, before I lowered my bread back onto the plate. He thinks I'm dead. My sorrowful mantra ate away at me, as I stared down at the plate. All those wonderful memories, all that fun I'd had with him, even the harrowing adventures, they all just seemed so pointless. My cat form had been yanked from me by that horrible creature, so I couldn't even console him. Or maybe I could. I glanced over at the vanity, on the opposite side of the room. The cloak Arian had brought lay folded on the top. What had she told me? That not even the great Lord Eastwei could see through its magic? The pressure on my heart lifted, and I picked up my piece of bread. I'd do it. I'd make sure I left him a parting gift that showed his little cat may have been gone, but she hoped she wouldn't be forgotten.
How are you doing?
Arian spoke up as she peeked her head into the room. I stuffed the bread into my mouth, and nearly choked to death on my hasty action. Crumbs flew out when I spoke and splattered across the bedsheet. Great. Arian smiled as she slipped into the room. You have hardly touched anything since I left. I was just, thinking about something, I replied as I picked up my glass of milk and munched on the piece of bread. I followed the bread with a heavy splash of milk, which caused me to choke. Careful! Arian scolded me as she took my glass before my choking fit caused me to spill milk all over me.
You need to mind your health.
As the old saying goes, a healthy life is a healthy crystal. Crystal. My blood ran cold as I thought about that little episode in Lady Wool's house. Dardan's crystal had been as broken as the barrier over the mountain.
What's that about a crystal?
I asked her. She leaned back and blinked at me. Have I not told you about the crystals each god possesses?
Not that I remember, I replied as I tried to tamp down my curiosity. What are those about?
The lives and powers of every god are represented by a crystal inside of us, she explained as she pressed her splayed fingers of one hand against her chest.
The crystal is generally of a color akin to one's powers.
Mine would be brown due to my Bear Clan heritage. I would guess yours would be silver. So these things are really important? Important enough that breaking one would be bad. I guessed. She set her hands in her lap and grasped the glass between them.
It would mean the death of the god.
The color drained from my face. Arian's eyes widened, and she shot off the bed.
What is the matter?
Are you well? I swallowed the rising tide of dread and managed a smile. I'm fine. I was just, well, your mentioning being a bear got me thinking about the trip to your home. I adjusted my seated position and wagged my piece of toast at my friend. You haven't even told me what your home looks like. Is it like the area around the gate? A faraway look slipped into Arian's eyes as she recalled her homeland.
Not quite.
The trees have bristles rather than leaves, and there are more mountains and hills. And you told me something about your ancestors living in caves. I reminded her. She laughed and nodded. Oh yes. The mountains have many caves which my ancestors inhabited before establishing Banha as their home. I cocked my head to one side. Banha? The name of the capital town of my clan. It abuts the Kofa Mountains where many large caverns sheltered my ancestors, she explained. I sheepishly grinned at her.
I hope there won't be a test about all this when I get there.
A horrified look slipped onto her face, and she furiously shook her head.
Oh no.
My people are very forgiving of little mistakes. My face drooped. And big ones. Arian pressed a finger to her lips, and the worried look in her eyes didn't give me comfort.
Well, my people place a great deal of importance on speaking the truth, and those who deceive them are never forgiven.
Some of the color drained from my face. So if they ask who I am, what do I tell them? You may tell them who you are. The affairs of the heavens have very little bearing on their own lives, she assured me as she patted my shoulder. They're not as mean as they appear, and if they like you then you will have no friend as loyal as they. If. She laughed and handed me my glass of milk. I am sure they will love you as dearly as I do. Now eat your food and we will see how well you can move about. She slipped out of the room like a spook, leaving behind a heavy and haunting cloud over my head. Our brief discussion about the crystals didn't do my heart and mind any good either. Broken, I thought to myself as I recalled the horrible condition of Eastwei's crystal. Wu Hell had been really worried about it. All the more that you should go see him one last time, my mischievous voice insisted. I sank lower into the sheets, and cradled my cup of milk in my hands like it was a teddy bear. I would go see him one last time, and then I'd go with Arian to her home. The tidings of an adventure loomed on the horizon like a coming storm. A storm I wasn't at all prepared to weather. Chapter 36. Prince Yushir strolled through the arch of Fanch Hall, and sauntered up the stone path toward the house. A whistle lay on his lips, and his hands were clasped behind him. Something peeked out from his fingers, which he fiddled with as much as his ring. He reached the low porch and saw that the front door was closed.
Lady Arian.
Hurried footsteps were his first reply. A shadow appeared on the other side of the silken screen doors, and the pair were pulled apart a fraction of an inch. An eye peeked out at him, followed quickly by a squeak. Yushir started back when the doors were slammed shut and more frantic footsteps were heard. He took a tentative step closer to the porch. "Lady Arian? Is something the matter?" There was silence for a few moments before soft footsteps padded against the wooden floorboards. The doors were opened wide and with a flourish, and Arian stood in the doorway with a smile on her face. "Good morning, Prince Yushir," she greeted with all the enthusiasm of someone hyped up on a pot of coffee.
"What brings you to Fanch Hall?"
"I merely wish to give you something as a going-away gift," he explained as he leaned to one side to peek past her. He didn't see anyone seated at the main table. "But I appear to have interrupted something important. Do you have a visitor?" A barely audible squeak came from Arian's pressed lips. She swallowed the growing lump in her throat and hurriedly stepped out. "Of course not," she assured him as she carefully closed the doors behind her. She spun around and clasped her hands behind her where they grasped the sunken door handles.
"Why would you say such a thing?"
He lifted an eyebrow.
"You seem to be hiding something in there." "Hiding something?"
Arian squeaked as she pressed her back against the doors.
"Oh, of course not.
Nobody visits me, except the children on occasion, and they are not here today." Yushir cast one last curious look at the doors before he returned his full attention to her.
"Then I have excellent timing."
He drew out one of his clutching hands, and opened the fingers to reveal a small lotus flower. However, the blossom wasn't real, but was made of glistening red gemstones with green emeralds for the stem and receptacle. "I wish to give you this as a going-away present," he told her. Arian's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open.
For me?"
She unconsciously stepped away from her guard position, and to the end of the porch where she studied the glistening gem flower.
"But why?"
"A beautiful rose for a most beautiful woman," Yushir cooed as he held it out to her. "Will you not accept this token of my love for you?" Arian's cheeks brightened like a ripe tomato. "Love, Your Highness? Surely you jest." He brushed the fingers of his other hand over the sparkling ruby petals. "Do you believe I jest when I offer you such a gift? This is the gift of Arian after all, and not something to trifle about." Arian's hand flew to her agape mouth. The gift of Arian? But I could not possibly accept such a gift. What would His Majesty say? His Majesty's branch of the family was not the one given the gift, Yushir assured her as he grasped her other hand. He turned her palm over, and set the lotus on her palm before he enclosed her fingers around the precious jewel. His shimmering bright eyes looked up at her, with a faint mischievous twinkle. "But if you truly do not wish to keep such a gift, then you may return it upon your return to this realm."
"But such a precious item," she persisted as she looked in terror at her enclosed hand. "What if I was to lose it?"
Yushir chuckled. "I very much doubt someone as careful as you would lose such a thing, but should that come to pass, then you will still need to return to this realm. Do you understand my meaning?" Arian's hand shook.
I cannot accept this gift, Your Highness."
"I just cannot." The prince wrapped both his hands around her enclosed one, and steadied her trembling fingers. He looked up into her eyes, and the look in his own orbs softened. "I will not accept any other reply than, thank you." Arian met his gaze, and the tension in her body was released. She reluctantly drew her hands out of his hold, and pressed them against her chest. "Thank you, Your Highness." He puffed out his chest a little and grinned.
"No need to thank me.
Merely return to the jewel with yourself. Now that is all my business, so I will bid you a good day and a good trip, Arian." He bowed his head, and slipped out before she could muster a reply. Arian was left standing there in a stupor. She drew her hands away from her, and stared blankly down at the only evidence of their conversation. The gemstones glistened as if to say hello to her. Arian pressed the precious gift against her chest, and the corners of her lips twitched upward. The young woman turned, and mechanically opened the door before stepping inside. She closed the entrance behind her, and shuffled through the main room to the closed bedroom doors which she opened. Anna sat on the bed, with a grin that stretched from ear to ear.
I think he really likes you.
Arian dragged her feet over to the side of the bed, where she stood there staring blankly ahead. Anna's smile curved downward into a frown, and she reached out and used a finger and thumb to tug on her friend's sleeve. Are you all right? The slight nudge shook Arian from her shock, and she blinked several times. Did that truly just happen? Anna laughed, and nodded at the item clutched in her friend's hand.
I think it did.
Do you mind if I see it? Arian stretched out her arms toward Anna and eased open her hands. The treasure shone in her hand, and Anna's eyes widened. Now I see why you came in acting like a zombie. That is one impressive gift from your boyfriend. The boyfriend? Arian repeated, as the color drained from her face. Anna had to suppress the urge to laugh again, at her friend's discomfort.
I think you need to sit down and take a deep breath.
Sit down. Sit down. Arian repeated, each word more frantic than the rest. She began to pace the floor beside the bed, and each rotation was faster than the last. You tell me to sit down, when Prince Eastwei has given me one of his family's most treasured items. Anna tried to catch her friend's sleeve, but Arian's turn made her just out of reach. You're going to dig a hole in the floor, if you keep that up.
What shall I do?
Oh, what shall I do? Arian bemoaned. How can I return this precious item, without insulting His Highness? What if his family were to discover it missing, and to disapprove of his giving it to me? She froze in place and her eyes widened. Her words came out in a choked whisper. I would disgrace my own family. They would disown me. Arian's hands fidgeted in front of her. Her nervous habit meant the precious gift slipped out of her hold. She yelped and juggled the flower, before finally getting a firm grip on it in both hands. The frightened woman pressed the gemstone flower against her chest, and felt the vibrations of her quick-beating heart murmur against the walls of the perfect gems. She was now close enough that Anna clapped her hand over Arian's wrist. How about you sit down, and tell me why this pretty little flower is so important to his family? Is it because it's worth so much? Arian turned around, and dropped her butt onto the edge of the bed. She continued to clutch the jewels as she told her tale. The gift of Arian was gifted to the family of His Highness many millions of years ago by the Queen of the Frog tribe. She offered the gift as a way of proposing marriage to one of the princes of the heavens. I lifted an eyebrow.
Was she that ugly, that she had to offer a gift this valuable?
Arian dropped her gaze to the item against her chest, and shook her head. On the contrary, she was rumored to be quite beautiful, but the prince had politely refused every other offer she had made. You see, she insisted on his living in her land after the marriage. As a prince of the lesser branch, he was certainly not needed in the heaven realm, but he desired to remain there. Both my eyebrows shot up.
So did he do it?
A faint smile touched her lips, and she cupped her hands in her lap. She opened her fingers, and the glittering jewel of Eastwei's family smiled up at us.
Yes.
Though they shared many hardships that separated them, they eventually came to love one another and married. The family cared for the jewel for many years in the land realm, but the wars between the clans forced them to send their children to the heaven realm. One of them was Prince Eastwei. I blinked at her. Prince Eastwei? So he wasn't born here? No, but he was sent here at a very young age along with his older brother, and when their parents were killed in the great battle many years ago they remained. She sighed and her shoulders slumped. It is rather a sad but wonderful tale, is it not? I had to suppress a grin, as I scooted closer to her. So if this was a proposal gift to the prince, then what does that mean for you and Eastwei? Arian blushed and shrank from the question.
I am sure I do not know what you mean.
I set a hand on her shoulder, and let loose my evil grin. I think you and I know exactly what I mean. Arian stood and clutched the jewel against her chest. I will put this away, and we shall see if your strength has returned enough for you to walk without my help. She scurried out of the room. I dropped my arms into my lap and smiled after her. It was a sweet story, and I was somewhat envious of the pair of lovers, even if they did have such a tragic ending.
It would be nice to have such a gift, I enviously murmured.
I bowed my head and bit my lower lip. Not much chance of that now that Dardan thought I was either dead or a traitor. Chapter 37. Carefully. Carefully.
I'm not a piece of china.
I won't break that easily. But you may fall, Anna, and then we would have to wait another 5 days before trying this. A groan vibrated up and down my throat. Arian and I were in my bedroom, with her standing to one side watching me take one step after another. I'm just fine, I assured her as I turned in a slow circle. Fine enough to march through those gates and out into the world. Arian crossed her arms over her chest and bit her lower lip. I am not so sure. You are not nearly as nimble as you once were. What if we were to be attacked? I froze and whipped my head about to face her. Bad idea. The quick movement made me lose my balance. Fortunately, I toppled onto the nearby bed, and not the hard wooden floor. Attacked. I repeated, as my mind conjured up images of deadly plant monsters and vicious wild boars.
What could attack us?
Oh, there are many things along the way, she mused as she took a seat beside me. She raised one hand with the fingers splayed out, and ticked them off one by one with a finger on her other hand. The flesh-eating roaches of the sunken marshes, the mangle birds of the spinned woods, the giant spiders of the netted dens, the wolves of the grassy wilds, and the digging worms of the abandoned oasis. My mouth slowly fell open with each horrible ticked creature, and my voice went up an octave. All of that? That's when I noticed the corners of her lips twitch upward. My eyebrows slowly knitted together, and I narrowed my eyes at my friend.
Are you pulling my leg?
Arian blinked at me, before she dropped her gaze to my said appendage. Pulling your leg? Are you teasing me? I reworded. Arian couldn't contain the laughter that had been building up during my suspicion period. She wrapped her arms around her stomach and doubled over. I looked on in both amusement and feigned insult. My sincerest apologies, Arian spoke up after a minute of mirth. She used a finger to wipe the tears from her eyes. I merely thought to amuse you with stories of the land realm. I let out a heavy breath of relief.
So none of that is true.
Thank goodness. Arian stared ahead and wrinkled her nose.
Well, not exactly.
There went my heart murmur again.
Which one isn't true?
They are all true. My heart stopped the murmuring, and went straight to dropping into the bottom of my gut. I could also feel the color drain from my face. All of them. She twisted around to face me and threw up her hands.
But they are no problem for us.
Many of the creatures are not in our path. Indeed, some are quite far from my homeland. One of the quantifiers made me suspicious. Many but not all. She bit her lower lip, and her eyes dropped to the bed.
The territory of the wolf clan abuts those of my clan.
Well, that eliminated 4 gruesome deaths. So I'm guessing the bears and the wolves don't get along? Arian sighed and her shoulders slumped. Unfortunately, no. There have been territorial disputes since even when Lord Eastwei was emperor. The clashes finally culminated in a war some 50,000 years ago, where both clans tried to eliminate the other. It was stopped only through the intervention of Lord Eastwei and Prince Yushir. I lifted an eyebrow.
The prince can fight?
Arian vigorously shook her head.
Oh no.
Lord Eastwei parted the warriors with his magic, and the prince drew the territory lines on behalf of the King of Heaven. The rulers of the clans agreed to the redrawing of the boundaries, and there has been a tense truce ever since. I looked her up and down. So, are you old enough to have watched those battles firsthand? A faint smile appeared on her lips. Oh no. I am only 40,000 years old, and the battle occurred some 50,000 years ago.
You don't look a day over 20,000, I teased before I thought back to her tale.
So, I'm guessing we won't be traveling through their territory to get to your clan? No, but we will be skirting some of their borders, she revealed as she stood and turned to face me. The main road has followed the boundary since Prince Eastwei created it, because merchants are protected on both sides by the clans. I set my hands behind me on the bed, and kicked my legs.
I think I'm ready for a nice long walk.
How long will it take again? If all goes well, only 2 days, she reminded me as she looked about us. She clasped her hands together in front of her and sighed. Oh, I will miss this wonderful place. I examined the room as well, and nodded. Yeah. We had a lot of good times here. And we shall have some grand times in my homeland, my friend assured me as she studied me.
Shall we try your walking again?
One of my feet twitched and I winced.
I think that's enough for one day.
How about you just sit down and tell me about your homeland? A nice story might make my foot feel better about going there. Arian pressed a finger against her chin, and the mischievous twinkle returned to her eyes. I believe I will not tell you what wonders await. I would rather you see them and judge them for yourself. I snorted.
That's a very evil reply, keeping me in the dark like that.
She clasped her hands behind herself and nodded. Yes. I believe you are, what is the term you use, rubbing off on me. I really laughed at that one.
I didn't know it would come back to bite me so soon.
Arian's eyes danced with glee as she bowed her head. I aim to please. Now I will leave you to rest. She slipped away, leaving me with a feeling that perhaps I'd created a monster. A nice, friendly, devilishly evil monster. Chapter 38. Prince Eastwei walked with a heavy step as he made his way down the street. His head was bowed, and his eyebrows knitted together. I have done all I could to guarantee she returns, he murmured to himself.
Now I can only wait. What weighs so heavily on the mind of the prince?
The voice startled Eastwei from his reverie, and he jerked his head up. Lady Xian stood in front of him, with a basket hung over her arm. An elegant silken blanket covered the top. He shook off his morose humor, and offered her a smile. Good morning, Lady Xian.
What brings you this way?
She laughed. The same as you, I imagine. We are both going to visit Dardan, are we not? The pair stood at a crossroads, and Prince Eastwei glanced to his right at the street.
Yes, I had planned on seeing him today.
She swept her free arm toward the street.
Then shall we go together?
I would be honored, he replied, and the two of them set out side by side.
Have you seen Dardan much this past week?
Xian inquired. Eastwei shook his head. Unfortunately, no. I have been busy making preparations for His Majesty's Grand Gala. The guest list has become an extensive work in its own right. Xian studied him with a coy smile. I have heard His Majesty is planning this gala for more reasons than to meet the current leaders of the clans. There is even a rumor going around that the Demon King will be in attendance. You need not put much faith in rumors, Lady Xian, he assured her as he cast a curious look at his companion. I am sure you have not had much time to yourself either, preparing the empty palaces for their arrival. Xian rolled her eyes and sighed. Unfortunately, you are correct. I have barely had time to myself, and so I am late in bringing Dardan these. She lifted the cloth cover, and revealed a platter topped with the stolen chocolate. I had hoped he would visit me and try them there, but it seems he is preoccupied himself. Eastwei had to suppress the urge to snatch one of the delicious treats. Those are the chocolates left behind by Lady Roberts, are they not? The corners of Xian's lips twitched downward, and her eyes flashed with an icy light. She tossed the cloth back over the goodies. Just the same, though you do her too much honor by referring to her as a lady. A mere of habit, he counted as his fingers continued to twitch. Have you been able to figure out how the sweets are made?
No, came the curt reply. It seems the recipe has died with her.
Yu Xie lifted an eyebrow.
You sound very certain she has perished.
Xian fidgeted beneath his cunning gaze.
Well, I am not certain, but what else could have happened?
She was unfamiliar with our world, and could hardly use any magic, much less the protective kind. I am sure she fell in with some trouble, and we shall not hear from that traitor again. By this time the pair had reached the gates of Dardan's palace, and Xian quickened her pace. Yu Xie gladly let her lead the way as he studied the back of her head, with curious thoughts floating inside his mind. She sounded so sure about the end of Lady Roberts. I wonder. Speculation would have to wait. They arrived at the entrance to the majestic palace hall, and Purain met them in the doorway. He bowed his head, but his face was wrought with worry. What is the matter, Purain? Yu Xie asked him, as the pair stopped in front of the servant. Purain's eyes flickered over his shoulder. It is his lordship, your highness. He has not been himself since the cat died.
Not been himself because of a dead cat?
Xian scoffed, with an added bonus of a sneer.
Surely you jest, Purain.
He shook his head. I wish that I were Lady Xian, but he hardly eats, and I do not know if he has had any sleep since that night.
Well, let us to him at once, Xian insisted.
Purain bowed his head, and guided them through the halls. Their path took them into the western garden, where the incident had occurred. A faint chill ran down Xian's spine as she recalled her last visit to the garden. Her nighttime call hadn't improved her relations with Dardan in the slightest, even with the cat removed from the picture. Damn that lying vendor, she grumbled to herself. Dardan lounged on a bench that overlooked the steps. Purain had scrubbed the stones clean, and repaired the minor damage to the grass. It was as if nothing had ever happened, and yet... Good morning, Dardan, Xian greeted him as the duo strolled up to the bench with Purain standing back. Dardan's attention was focused on the steps, and he acknowledged her greeting with only the slightest nod. Xian bit her lower lip, and held out the basket. I have brought you something to comfort you. She slipped a hand into the container, and drew out one of the bars of chocolate. I believe you once showed quite an interest in these. You may have the whole basket if you so wish. Dardan turned his head, and his eyes fell on the bar in her hand. His pursed lips tightened, and he returned his focus to the steps. You may leave the basket on the ground. Xian's crestfallen face spoke 1,000 words. She stepped closer to him and grasped the basket handle to hide her shaking hand. Have I offended you in some way, Dardan? Why do you not give us your attention? Why do you stare at the steps with such intensity? Yu Xie set a hand on her bent arm. I think for the time being, you should leave Lady Xian. She opened her mouth to protest, but he shook his head. I will see to him. Trust me. Xian reluctantly allowed him to slip the basket off her arm. He offered her a gentle smile, as he nodded at the doorway into the palace. She bit her lower lip, and cast one last longing gaze at Dardan. Tears pooled in her eyes and she spun around and fled from the garden. Yu Xie watched her go with a mix of emotions. He pitied her, but only so far as one would pity a child too spoiled to see they weren't welcome. The prince returned his attention to Dardan, and set the basket on the ground.
What is the matter? Nothing, came the bland reply.
Yu Xie turned his nose up and scoffed. Nothing would be you and I playing chess, not you moping out here in the gardens, staring at the spot where the cat was killed.
Then let us play chess.
However, Dardan didn't move from his spot. The prince crossed his arms over his chest, and knitted his eyebrows together. Why do you mourn for this cat so vehemently? She was your pet, for less than a week. It has been longer since she passed than the days you knew her. Dardan didn't so much as twitch. The prince stepped in front of him, blocking his view of the steps. I only want to understand why this cat was so important to you, Dardan. Will you not confide in me? Or perhaps in Purin. He, too, is worried about you. Dardan rolled his eyes over to Purin, who bobbed his head. Very much so, my lord. The great lord studied the pair for a long moment, before he slipped his legs over the side of the bench. I will worry you no longer. A look of pure relief appeared on Purin's face, but Yushir was then pleased.
That does not answer my question about your infatuation with the feline.
Dardan stood and strolled past his consternated friend.
Shall we play chess or not?
Yushir pursed his lips, but Purin practically danced behind his master. The prince reluctantly followed, with his curiosity unsatisfied. Chapter 39. Today was the day. I swung my legs out of bed and wiggled my feet. No tingling and no pricking needles. All was good on that front, so I eased my weight onto my legs. They didn't quiver in the slightest. A good sign that they were going to turn into pool noodles and collapse beneath me. I stood and strode over to the closest. A quick change, and I was attired for the long day ahead of us. Arian had packed 2 knapsacks stuffed with clothing and provisions for our trip. I tucked them one under each arm, as I did yesterday. They still fit comfortably, so I could be able to hide them under the cloak. Speaking of that fantastical item, I eyed the shimmering cloth with hope mixed with apprehension. The cloak lay folded atop the vanity. I set down the packs and picked up the lighter-than-air fabric. The cloth was as soft as silk, and my hands disappeared into its wonderful magic. I unfolded the cloak and swung it over my shoulders. The cloak closed at the front, and my body vanished except for my head. That was the work of the hood that hung invisible on my back. I stuck out a hand and marveled at how I still couldn't see my wiggling fingers. No gloves were needed with this thing. Arian strolled into the room and froze on the threshold. Her wide eyes examined me from neck to vanished feet, before she clutched her hand over her heart. My goodness, but you frightened me. I sheepishly smiled at her. Sorry. I was just seeing if it still worked. It has worked for many hundreds of thousands of years, she reminded me as she set down the breakfast tray on the vanity. I am sure we need not worry about the magic fading now. Yeah, I mused as I rubbed one front end of the cloth between 2 fingers. I reached back and drew on the hood. The cloak fell in front of me, and I was completely invisible. A quick look in the full-length mirror confirmed my hope. I was gone. Arian stood alone in the room. Which means here was my chance. I had to go see him just one last time. I know you wanted to get an early start, but do you mind if I go somewhere for a bit? I inquired of my friend, as I adjusted the cloak, to guarantee there wouldn't be a wardrobe malfunction. This won't take long. A faint smile slipped onto Arian's lips. You wish to see Lord Eastwei? I winced. There went my hopes of not making myself look like a lovesick fool. Yeah, but it'll be just for a second. I just have to go see him one last time. This might be my only chance for a while, or maybe forever. Arian waved her arm in the air between us, and I understood what she meant to do. I laughed and slipped the hood off my head. She could finally clap her hand on my shoulder and sheepishly smile at me. I understand your feelings completely. I will be waiting here when you are ready. I patted her hand. Thanks. I drew the hood back on and slipped out of the room. Arian's early departure request meant there were very few people out on the streets. I reached Dardan's palace without mishap, but I hesitated on the threshold of the palatial grounds. What if I found him as his usual stoic self? What if he had already forgotten about me? You're not going to find out, unless you get in there. I stiffened my jaw. My inner voice was right. Standing around wasn't going to answer my question. Still, I was reluctant to enter through the front door, so I slipped around to the western garden entrance. I'd left through there before without being seen, so why break a good habit? All was quiet and calm. The only sound was the gurgling brook that ran through his property. I tiptoed toward the entrance into the palace hall, but something caught my attention. It was a basket. The container sat lonely beside one of the benches. I veered off course, and over to the container where I lifted the blanket. A pile of delicious, if slightly melted chocolates stared back at me. I tightened my grip on the edge of the cloth as my blood boiled. That witch had stolen them to get into Dardan's good graces, and here she was now letting them go to waste. An idea popped into my head. There wouldn't be any need to go inside. I tossed the blanket off the basket, and pressed my hands together with the palms turned upward. My glistening silver magic threads flowed out and wove themselves into a chocolate bar, but not any ordinary one. This one was shaped like a cat. I focused hard on those shining silver threads, pouring my heart and soul into each slender ribbon. Please let this make him feel better, I thought to myself as I recalled his crystal. At least just a little. Who's there? The voice startled me and I jerked my hands apart. The finished chocolate landed with a soft thud atop its partially melted brethren. I whipped my head up and my heart skipped a beat. Dardan stood in the doorway to his house, and his eyes were focused on where I stood. I wrapped the cloak tighter around myself and fled the scene. My traitorous footsteps pounded loudly on the stones. Dardan rushed across the distance with his superhuman speed and blocked my path. His gaze, however, was no longer completely focused on me. Rather, his eyes flitted to and fro as though searching. I darted around him. His hand shot out and missed me by a hair's breadth. He pursued me, but I stopped a few steps outside his palace. The ancient dragon god stopped as well. His eyes scoured the area while I tried to hold my breath. "Who are you?" he called out. I set a hand over my mouth to stifle my chattering teeth. We stood opposing one another for what felt like an eternity, before I finally risked taking an easy step backward away from him. It was probably the hardest step I'd ever taken in my life. Every fiber of my being was telling me to rip off the cloak and reveal myself to him. Every molecule in my head, however, was screaming at me not to do it. I'd be captured and imprisoned, and Arian would suffer for harboring me. Each step was careful and soundless. I was halfway down the wall when he reluctantly retreated into his garden. That was my cue. I turned and raced away as fast as I could manage. I should have stayed. I would have seen Dardan approach the basket with its discarded blanket. He peered inside and his eyes widened. The almighty Lord knelt on one knee, and his hand shook as he reached inside. He drew out my adorable cat creation. The mouth smiled back at him with its tail curled around its front paws. Dardan brushed his hand over the tiny object, and a faint sliver of sorrow but mostly confusion filled his eyes. He gently set the creation back with the bars, and took up the basket and blanket. The Lord strode inside and to his room, where he set the chocolates in the darkest, coolest corner. He carefully draped the blanket over the top, before stepping back. His soft, bright eyes studied the basket for a moment, before he strode out of the room. Chapter 40. I scurried back to my little hole, and found Arian seated at the table with a hot cup of tea clutched between her hands. My heavy footsteps made her start, and she whipped her head up. I removed my hood, and dropped onto my knees on a nearby cushion. "Is something the matter?" she asked me as she set the cup on the table. "You look as though you ran the whole way." I bobbed my head, and managed a few wheezing words. That's pretty much it." Her face drooped. "Then you found trouble?" I choked on a laugh. "That would be typical of me, wouldn't it?" "I sort of found trouble." I grasped the front of the cloak, and stretched it out in front of me. Dardan somehow saw me. Arian lost a lot of color in her cheeks. "You removed the cloak?" I shook my head. "No, that's the weird thing. I was just making up a chocolate for him, and heard him call out, and when I looked up there he was staring directly at me." Now Arian really looked unhealthy. So unhealthy that I scooted closer to her and stretched out an arm. "What's wrong?" You look as white as a sheet. She swallowed a huge lump in her throat. This is all my fault. I blinked at her.
How?
She bowed her head, and her hands fidgeted together on the table. I was told by Lord Buhelm that the wearer would be invisible even to Lord Eastwei, but only if they did not use magic. She bit her lower lip, and turned her face away from me.
I forgot to tell you that.
This is my fault. The corners of my lips twitched before a smile spread across my face.
Is that all?
Arian dared turn her face far enough, so one eye fell on me. Is that not enough? That nearly caused you to be seen. I lifted my chin and scowled at her.
You're quite right.
You should be punished. Her eyes grew as big as saucers. Punished how? By this way. I snatched her teacup from her, and downed the entire contents. Bad move. It was still very warm. I ended up choking on the heat, and it burned all the way down. The coughing fit made me double over, and I hacked all over the table. Arian leaped to my rescue and rubbed my back. Are you all right? I bobbed my head, and slowly with the help of my friend regained control of myself. My dignity, however, was now an emotion. I offered her a shaky and sheepish smile.
That was dumb of me, wasn't it? Rather reckless, but that is you, Arian teased as she resumed her seat.
But I do most sincerely apologize for my actions, and should you desire to punish me, then I will not object. I waved a hand between us. I think I've learned my lesson by teaching you a lesson. I leaned toward her, and lowered my voice to a whisper.
But there aren't any other rules I need to know about this thing, is there?
She furiously shook her head.
Oh no.
That was the only one. I breathed a sigh of relief, and clapped my hand on her shoulder.
Then, there's nothing to worry about.
I got out just fine, and now we can head off from the hills. I climbed to my feet and stretched my arms above my head. I could use a nice long walk after being bedridden for so long. We went over the house one last time, before I tucked our knapsacks under each of my arms. Arian slipped the hood over me, and all my body was now invisible. She stepped back to take a good look. See anything? I asked her. She shook her head. No, but you must be very quiet when you walk or the guards at the gate will hear you. I laughed. I think I already learned that lesson, so let's go. We set out together down the street, but had hardly gone very far when a familiar figure appeared down the road. It was Lady Bidow, and she had her sights set on us. She angled her steps so she blocked Arian's path. I was tempted to play a joke on her by tugging on her hair, but that would have meant dropping a knapsack, so I behaved myself. Good morning, Arian, Bidow greeted my friend. Arian was too much of a lady not to smile and bow her head. Good morning, Lady Bidow. Is there something I can help you with? She bit her lower lip and glanced at our surroundings. Nobody was in sight, but she still stepped close and lowered her voice to a whisper. Have you heard nothing from your mistress? Arian blinked at her before she shook her head.
No, not at all.
Why do you ask? Bidow winced at the question as if she'd been slapped. No reason. No reason at all. Good day. She skirted around Arian and scurried off down the street. I scooted close to my friend and whispered to her.
That was really weird.
Arian pursed her lips as she watched the retreating Lady Bidow disappear down the street. Very much so, but we should move even quicker. I nodded, and realized how stupid that made me look. Or not look. Or whatever.
Yeah.
I followed my friend down the street, and to the Imperious Gate, that acted as the first line of defense against invasions from the lands below. The guards made me nervous as we passed them, but they didn't see me any better than Arian or Dardan. Dardan. The name bounced around my head in a heavy sigh. I paused just past the threshold of the gate, and half turned back to the arch. The glistening streets of the Heaven Realm twinkled back at me in a gentle goodbye. Bye, Dardan. I hope I see you again. I reluctantly hurried after my friend, who had no idea I'd paused. Arian was just walking through the portal when I rushed up behind her. Together we slipped through the magical gate, and out into the fresh wilds of the land realm. I stopped a few steps from the gate and took in a deep breath. You know, the heaven realm is really nice, but I do miss smelling the dirt. Arian turned to me and clasped her hands in front of her. I do truly hope you will like my homeland. There is much dirt to smell there. I set the bags down and drew off my hood.
I'll like any place where I don't have to sneak around.
Arian leaned to one side and looked past me at the gate. We should hurry from here. Anyone may pass through and see us. We each picked up our knapsacks and hurried on our way over the bridge. I couldn't help but shudder a little at the memories that lingered there. We passed on to the other side, and instead of the familiar rightward path, Arian led me to the left. A large cliff stood some 50 yards away from the bridge, and didn't dip inward for 100 feet. The road wound its way halfway between the winding river and the stone wall, a compromise with floods and falling rocks. Trees soon surrounded us, blotting out any view of the heavenly gate. Patches of grass grew around the trunks, and a sparse smattering of flowers dotted the landscape. I trotted along beside my friend and enjoyed the sights, smells, and sounds of it all. Birds flew hither and thither, and animals scurried away at our coming. Some of them resembled Earth's creatures, like the mice and lizards, and others were stranger than anything I'd ever seen. A thing like a badger but with the tail of a beaver sauntered across our path.
I think it's going to take some time for me to get used to things here, I commented, after we'd let the thing pass and continued on our way.
Arian smiled at me, and her eyes twinkled.
There is no need to rush.
You will have plenty of time with my people to enjoy the sights. Oh boy. Famous last words. Chapter 41. As night approached, we made camp on a bare patch of ground beside the road. The place had been used by previous travelers, as indicated by the circle of stones, for a fire pit and a small pile of dry wood tucked under the low branches of a nearby tree. I gladly dropped my knapsack and plopped my butt on an ancient stump. My legs tingled, and I vigorously rubbed my calves. Are you in pain? Arian asked me, as she set her bag down near me. I furrowed my brow as I massaged the muscles.
I think I'm just a little out of shape.
Being bedridden for almost a week isn't helping this hike.
Then allow me to build the fire, she insisted.
My friend didn't wait for a reply, but hurried over to the pile of wood. Arian soon had a nice teepee built in the pit, and she fetched a flint striker from her bag. I leaned down and snapped off some dried bits of grass and twigs which I held out to her. Use this. These will work nicely, she complimented as she took the dried material from me. Arian knelt in front of the pit and stuffed the dried bits inside her little building. I was glad to see the sparks from her flint land on my goods and consume the wood. Not only because I'd helped in my infinitesimal way, but because night fell all around us. The warmth from the sun vanished, and was replaced by a foreboding chill. I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered.
Sure is quiet out here.
Arian tilted her head back and studied the stars that twinkled one by one above us.
Yes.
I had forgotten how calming the night could be. There was a tinge of longing in her voice. You've been away a while, haven't you? About 3 years, she admitted as she stood and brushed herself off. She turned to me with a smile and a tilt of her head.
But now I am returning, and I have a friend with me.
Are you sure you can talk freely about me, in front of your people? I wondered, as she took up a spot on a nearby fallen tree.
I mean, I am a wanted person.
She curled her legs up against herself and set her chin atop her knees. I am sure the news from the heavens will not have reached you. Well, except Jin, and I made him promise me that he would say nothing about your unusual arrival. I lifted an eyebrow.
Why did you do that?
Arian curled her legs closer against her and tried to dig her chin deeper into her knees. A sheepish smile spread across her lips. I had hoped even then that we would soon go to my homeland, and I did not wish for you to be treated differently than any other heaven god. I toyed with a lock of my silver hair. Are they treated differently by your clan? Lord Eastwei is an honored guest to our ruler, but many of my people have rarely seen anyone besides him, she mused as she glanced at the knapsacks that lay between us. But, are you not hungry? I could cook something for dinner. My grumbling stomach answered for me, and I laughed.
I think I am, but how can I help?
Her eyes twinkled as she stood. You might conjure a dessert for us. I am not very good at cooking those. I lifted my hands so they hovered opposite each other, and wiggled my fingers. 2 bars of chocolate coming up. I made some magic, quite literally, while Arian brought out some greens and a hunk of meat, carefully wrapped in a bundle of damp clothes to keep it from spoiling. We had ourselves a feast under a sky filled with twinkling skies. I munched on my bar of chocolate, with an empty plate at my feet. My eyes lay on those dazzling lights so high above us. I couldn't take my eyes off them. This reminds me of the night when Dardan caught me on his private island. Arian paused in her eating, and cast a curious look at me.
Caught you on his island?
When did that happen? My cheeks heated up and I turned my face away.
It happened when I was a cat.
I held up one arm and turned it over. I was dragged there by my magic again, and it had a starry sky like this one. It also had a moon, and I think that changed me back into a human. My friend froze before she blinked at me.
But how is that possible, Anna?
You were always a cat to me, before the creature attacked you. I scratched the back of my head, and sheepishly smiled at her. To be honest, I don't know myself. I just know that standing in that moonlight gave me a kind of shadowy human form. Like I projected a light image of myself. I became a cat again, whenever I walked into the shadows. And Lord Eastwei discovered you in such a state, she wondered.
Yeah.
Arian leaned toward me, and a sly smile slipped onto her lips.
And then what happened?
I leaned away from her and frowned.
Not what you're thinking. What am I thinking? That there was some kind of smooching going on between us.
To tell you the truth, I tripped into the pond and hid myself in the reeds until he left. Arian's smile drooped into disappointment. She let out a sigh and returned to poking at the fire. I see. I had hoped your relationship with Lord Eastwei had progressed further than your being his pet. My shoulders slumped, and I stared at the nibbled bar of chocolate in my hand. It reminded me of the one I'd left in the basket.
Yeah, me too.
Perhaps you will return to the heavens soon and be reconciled with the king, she suggested. I snorted. I think I've met him enough to know he doesn't like anybody sneaking off without his permission. Arian prodded the wood, and I noticed the dancing firelight glisten off the faraway look in her eyes. I scooted as close to her as my seat would allow, and nudged her with the tip of my foot. You okay? She shook herself out of her thoughts and bowed her head. I had hoped we could both return to the heavens in a few months. A year at most. I settled my gaze on her knapsack, and imagined the keepsake, tucked safely in a bundle of her clothes. A sly smile slipped onto my lips, and I leaned in close to her. You really like him, don't you? Her cheeks blushed red and she whipped her face away from me.
I do not know what you are talking about.
I only wish to return a few items to their owners. Namely a certain gemstone? I suggested. Her eyes flickered over the cloth still wrapped loosely over my shoulders, so that I could see all of my body. There is the cloak. I laughed and pinched the cloth between my fingers. You really want to meet that lord again, huh? Arian's head shot up and her eyes widened. She jumped to her feet and lifted her nose in the air. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I rose.
What is it?
I asked her as my frail human eyes scanned the area. How I missed my cat eyes. She shook her head. I am not sure. I caught something on the wind, something foul, and watch out. She leaped at me and pushed me out of the way as something came charging out of the brush to our left. The creature slammed into my friend and knocked her to the ground beside the campfire. Arian's head slammed against the hard-packed earth, and she lay still but breathing. Her attacker stood over her, a hunched figure with a bristled back and a short hairless tail. "Arian!" I shouted as I tried to rush to her aid. Her attacker whipped its bulky head around and glared at me with hideous tusks. The thing spun around and raced toward me. I threw myself out of its path and rolled across the ground before stopping on my side. Dust and soot covered me as I looked up at my attacker.
The hog skidded to a stop and spun around to face me.
My heart skipped a beat when I recognized that bloodthirsty madness. The terrible look in its dark eyes brought back horrible memories of my cat self being chased through that rotten tree. It seemed the beast wasn't done with me yet. Chapter 42. I narrowed my eyes at the creature.
"You again!"
The boar tossed its head and snorted. Apparently, the feeling was mutual. I could only assume the creature remembered my scent as much as I remembered the look in its eyes. The thing pawed at the ground with one of its razor-sharp hooves and released a horrible squeal before it charged me again. I rolled across the ground and ended up close to the campfire. My arm struck one of the ends of the burning sticks that stuck out of the flames. I snatched it and climbed to my feet as the boar spun around and charged again. I grasped the stick in both hands and waited. Waited. Now. I swung hard and fast. The burning end of the stick struck the beast in the side of the head, dashing its flesh with flame and ash. The boar yelped and tumbled across the ground a few times before landing on its side. It shook its head and rubbed it against the ground. I kept one eye on the thrashing creature as I backed up and knelt beside Arian. She hadn't moved since the attack. I grabbed her shoulder and gave it a hard shake. "Arian! Wake up!" A faint murmur came from her, but her eyes didn't open. A heavy snort returned my focus to my foe. The boar stood 20 feet away with its terrible eyes on me. Just on me. I tightened my grip on Arian. If that's the game it wanted to play, then so be it. I had more than one trick up my sleeve. I slowly rose and faced off against my ugly enemy. The stick burned hot in my hand, and the flames slowly inched up to my gripping spot. The clock was ticking. I darted toward the woods where the rough ground meant the boar couldn't continue charging at me. The creature followed, its heavy breathing puffing away at my heels. I swung the flaming stick haphazardly behind me, keeping the thing at bay with the flying embers and flickering flames. Those same flames finally neared my hand enough that my skin began to prickle at the heat. I clenched my teeth against the pain and looked for an out to my dire situation. A low tree branch proved to be that, and I turned sharply left. My hand holding the stick struck a bush, and my weapon was knocked out of my grasp. I still had some luck with me, as the stick clattered to the ground in the path of the boar. The creature skittered back away from the flames, and that gave me time to climb onto the branch. The boar skirted the fire and leaped at me with its head swinging to and fro. The sharp curves of its tusks sliced through the air and nearly hooked on my cloak. I yanked the cloth up just in time to avoid being caught, and plopped my butt on the branch. The boar stood below me snorting and pawing at the ground. I swung my feet 3 feet above its head and grinned. "Those hooves aren't so good for climbing, are they?" I teased. The animal seemed to know what I was saying, because it flung its head back and loosed a terrible squeal. The boar marched backward on those clapping hooves and lowered its head. I watched with curiosity mixed with apprehension as the pig snorted before it charged. Its aim was the trunk of the tree in which I sat, and it squarely slammed its hard head and tusks into the wood. The bark was sliced open, and the tree gave a terrible shudder. I grasped the branch with both hands and teetered to and fro. The boar backed up and performed the maneuver again. And again. And again. The creature was rewarded each time by cracks in the wood and flaked off bark. I felt a tremor in the whole of the tree at the fourth slam, and my branch began to lean to one side. It was time to evacuate this sinking ship. I wrapped my cloak tight against me and my lower part vanished. The hood did the same to my head, just as the boar performed another slam against the trunk. A horrible splintering noise ran through the whole of the tree, and the plant teetered as its trunk gave up the ghost. I leaped off my branch and hit the ground running. The other branches rained down on both the boar and myself, and I ducked into a bush as the tree collapsed on top of me. I covered my head with my hands and was pelted with branches, twigs, and leaves. The debris covered me in a thick layer of dust and pollen, and I lay still in shock for a moment. That moment ended when I heard a deep snort. I slowly lowered my hands and turned my head. The boar stood only a foot from where I lay. Its sharp eyes scanned the area to no avail, as my cloak performed its magic. The beast's snout, however, was working overtime as it wiggled about at the end of its face. I pressed my lips together and held my breath. The boar used its snout to rummage around in the debris that surrounded me. I could only assume all the dirt and foliage masked my scent. Until I felt a tingle in my nose. Not now. I shouted at myself as I wrinkled and twitched my appendage. Not. The sneeze burst out and leaves flew all over the place, including into the face of my pursuer. The boar stumbled back, and its own nose erupted in a fit of sneezes. I crawled out of my hiding spot and scurried past the animal. It squealed and rushed after me, its sharp tusks aching to be impaled in my calves. The animal may have been able to smell my location, but it couldn't see where my arms were located. I spun around and grabbed a tusk which I pulled off course. The boar kept going right into a tree, slightly larger and hardier than the one it had crashed. The animal was knocked senseless for a few seconds, and I took this chance to run through the woods in a direction parallel to the road. The boar shook off its headache and rushed after me. I could hear its hooves pound closer and closer. There were no low branches ahead of me this time. I felt the animal's breath on the back of my legs, and prepared for some bad pain. Which is when a hulking shadow crashed out of the woods to our right, and slammed its body into the boar. The hog went tumbling into another tree, and slumped against the wood. I slid to a stop and spun around in time to watch a huge black bear stand on her haunches. "Arian?" I asked it. The bear turned its beautiful golden eyes on me, and nodded. Relief drained away my icy fear, and a faint smile slipped onto my lips. Noise from the boar wiped that away, especially when the animal climbed to its hooves and shook off its shock. The boar whipped its head toward us and squealed. Arian loosed a roar that made the very air vibrate. I clapped my hands over my ears to stop the pulsing ache. The boar's eyes widened and it bowed its head. My formidable foe lowered its head and slunk backward before doing a full retreat into the woods. I clapped a hand over my heart and let out a deep, shaky breath. "Am I glad to see you?" Arian dropped onto all four paws and lumbered over to me. She sniffed me with her warm, wet nose, and I laughed before pushing her away. "It's okay. I'm just a little banged up, that's all." I leaned back and studied her head. "What about you?" "That was a nasty fall." Arian shook her head before she nodded in the direction of camp. I clapped a hand on her furry shoulder and smiled. "Lead the way, my guardian angel." Chapter 43. We made it back to camp without mishap, and I was glad to be in front of the warm fire. Arian's clothes lay in a tossed bundle near where she had fallen, and I picked them up as she reverted to her human form. I studied her head as that came into view, and winced at the nice big lump on her forehead. I nodded at the wound as she finished dressing. "Is there something I can do for that?" Arian straightened and smiled at me. "I will be fine, but I feel I should apologize. I should have been more alert and smelled that creature long before it attacked us." I cast a frown over my shoulder. "Don't feel too bad. I think that pig is a special case." A thought struck me, and my cheeks lost a little color as I turned my attention back to my friend. "It is a special case, isn't it?" "Very much so, she assured me, brushing the dirt from her clothes. I have never known a boar to be so reckless as to attack one of my people without helpers.
Well, let's forget about it and get some sleep, I suggested as I dug into my knapsack and dragged out a thick blanket.
I know my weary bones could use one. Arian gingerly touched her wound, and Riley smiled. I will keep watch for a while and tend the fire. After all, I have already had a nap. I was too exhausted to argue with her, and gladly tucked myself into bed. Sleep was soon mine, and I awoke in the early hours of the morning with a touch of frost on my back. My front was still toasty from the fire that burned brightly, and a scent of food wafted across my nostrils. I sat up and discovered Arian with a frying pan in one pawed hand. Meat and eggs sizzled in the fragrant oil. I lifted my nose and licked my lips.
That smells delicious.
She smiled and nodded at a pair of plates and matching utensils. Take one. The food is nearly done. I took up both the plates and scooted close to her like a beggar. My eager eyes didn't miss the dark splotches underneath hers. Did you get any sleep last night? No, but I shall get some later when we rest for the afternoon, she assured me as she slid half of the contents of the pan onto each plate. I lifted an eyebrow as I waited for her to set the pan down to take her plate. Is there a reason we need to stop in the afternoon? I mean, besides you needing to collapse. Her eyes twinkled as she took her food from me.
There is something I wish to show you. Will pleading get you to tell me what it is?
I suggested. She couldn't contain her smile as she dug into her food. I sighed and did the same with my meal. My mysterious friend and I packed up camp and doused the fire. I missed those wonderful flames as we set off down the road. The chill morning nipped at my nose, and I bundled my cloak about me so tightly that my lower half constantly vanished. I hope we don't meet anybody on the road, I commented, as I glanced down at my invisible self.
It would be hard to explain this.
This road isn't well traveled except when a festival is happening in the heaven realm, she assured me, as she turned her head to and fro, taking in the sights with a gentle smile of remembrance. I recall the first time I traveled along here. My nurse and Jin took me to see one of Lord Eastwei's fireworks displays during the Twilight Fair.
Nurse,
I repeated. She blushed and stared at the ground.
I had a nurse when I was young.
She was a very kindly, but very strict woman. And you were allowed to go up to the heaven realm, to see a fair? I mused with a soft tap of my finger against my chin. They allowed anybody to see it at that time?
Well, not just anybody, but I pleaded with my father so vehemently that he sent a letter of request to His Majesty.
There came a tingling in the back of my mind, and I narrowed my eyes at my evasive friend. Who exactly is your father? Arian tightened her grip on her knapsack strap and quickened her pace. We really must move faster, or we will not reach my homeland by noon tomorrow. I scurried along after her with a bemused smile on my lips. We wound our way along the cliff walls, with the fragrant scent of the river tingling our noses. The stone wall on our right was etched with carve-outs from a few small streams of water that ran down from on high. They grew more numerous the farther we traveled, and my ears detected a faint noise that grew into a terrific crash. The river that had been hidden by 20 yards of forest on our left curved toward us, and a bridge appeared 100 yards down the road. The river ran under the bridge, and disappeared behind a bend in the cliffs. We passed the bend, and my mouth fell open. A monstrous waterfall some 500 feet tall crashed down in front of us. The cool waters from on high cut into the rocks at odd spots, creating tiny ledges where small pools glistened in the bright sun. The constant barrage of water created a faint haunting mist around the place, and cooled me with its kiss of spray. The tremendous amount of water dropped into the river, and engorged the downstream flow of the waters, increasing its load twofold. The river continued to flow southward, cutting deeper and further into the banks as it did so. The waters even nudged into the foot of the cliff at certain points, crafting little gentle pools from countless years of erosion. Arian half turned to me with a broad smile on her face.
What do you think?
My mouth was agape as I bobbed my head. That is really beautiful. She grabbed my hand and tugged me toward the bridge. The view is even better over there. We hurried over to the wooden span and stopped at the top of its arched center. Rainbows danced all around us, and a few glistening lights at the bottom of the waters caught my attention. I grasped the railing and leaned forward, squinting my eyes. The lights were small butterflies that flitted about, their beautiful blue and green wings reflecting the mist and creating a tapestry of dazzling color. Their finger-length bodies were covered in soft silver fur dampened by the constant spray. The creatures danced among themselves, seemingly oblivious to the crashing waves beneath them. I caught my friend's eye and pointed at the butterflies.
What are those?
She looked at where I pointed, and her eyes crinkled with amusement. Those are Melita. We might be able to feed them if you wish. That will bring them closer to us. I nodded my head. Definitely. Arian set her knapsack on the railing and dug through it before she pulled out a familiar bit of food. One of my chocolates. She held up the bar and smiled at my quizzical expression. The Melita are very fond of sugar. I believe this has a great deal of that ingredient in it. I snorted. Definitely a lot. Arian broke the bar in half and handed one piece to me. Break the piece into smaller pieces and throw them as far as you can. I cast my eyes to the untamed crashing waters and lifted an eyebrow.
Is that such a good idea?
I don't want to drown any of them. Arian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she began breaking her chocolate. You will see. I shrugged and followed her example. Soon we both had a handful of chocolate pieces in our palms. Arian nodded at my hand.
Now throw them.
I wrapped my fingers tightly around the sugary treats and drew back my arm. A silent prayer passed my lips before I tossed them into the tumultuous water. The sugary bits flew 3/4 of the distance to the waterfall before they began to lose altitude. That was close enough for our winged friends. The butterflies shot off toward the falling treats, and their wings left little trails of sparkling dust. They used their wings to blow that same dust ahead of them, and the glitter swirled around the treats. My mouth dropped open as the food was suspended in midair by the dust. The butterflies reached the chocolate and gnawed them to nothing. Arian laughed and threw out her handful. Her throw was better aimed than mine, and the chocolate landed around the butterflies. They performed the same trick of capturing the food with the dust and eating the offered bits. I snapped my gaping mouth shut and stared blankly at my friend. Can they do magic too? She nodded. In their own small way. The dust that floats off their wings allows them to fly in place if they wish, and can also be used to levitate other objects as well, though only small ones. I was a little disappointed at her last bit of information. There went my dream of floating. So what do they usually eat when we're not feeding them? The bugs that come to the river to drink the water, she explained as she brushed the chocolate powder off her palms. They use their magic to capture and eat them, and when they're not eating they play in the water. I draped my arms over the top of the railing and smiled at the dancing creatures.
Sounds like a nice life.
I cocked my head to one side and studied the flying insects.
I wonder if they're as soft as they look.
Jin has a Melita as a pet. You might touch his pet when we reach the city, she suggested. My eyebrows shot up and I whipped around to her.
They can be pets?
Her eyes twinkled as she looked me over. Oh yes. They are very loyal and live a very long time. The Melita often help their owners clean their houses and entertain their children.
Wow, I answered as I returned my attention to the flying little helpers. How does somebody get one as a pet?
She sighed and looked longingly at the creatures as I did. You must be chosen by them. There is no other way. My shoulders slumped, and I drooped over the railing. Damn. Arian patted me on the back. Perhaps you may find your own Melita someday, that we should continue our journey or we will not reach the next campsite before. She tried to grab her knapsack, but her hand instead pushed it off the railing.
No.
Chapter 44. We both partially threw ourselves over the railing to catch the bag, to no avail. However, we had a little guardian angel watching out for us, as a heavy dust cloud blew out from beneath the bridge. The sparkling dust surrounded Arian's knapsack, and caught it before the pack hit the unforgiving waters. A male-eater flew out from beneath us and over the top of the bag, creating a trail of its dust behind it. The pack was pulled along the route, as it flew in a dizzying circle up to our level. Arian leaned over and grabbed the bag, while I gaped at the dazzling beauty of the creature as it fluttered above our heads. I held out a hand, but the majestic butterfly flew out of reach. My heart sank, but I still offered it a smile. Thanks for the save. We owe you one. The butterfly danced about our heads, and dusted us with its magic. I felt lighter, but there was no lift-off like I hoped. Arian blinked at the creature before her eyes lit up. I believe it wants a treat for its effort. Do we have any more chocolates in your bag? I asked her. She rummaged around for a moment, before shaking her head. No. I sighed and cupped my hands together.
Then I'll just have to make a thank you.
My silver threads floated out and crafted the delicious treat. The butterfly dove down and spun in a circle above my hands, sprinkling its dust over the chocolate. The bar floated out of my hands, and was whisked away by our tiny friend. I expected them to fly toward the waterfall, but they zipped away down the road. I guess he doesn't want to share, I commented as I parted my hands and my magic vanished. We should follow him, Arian suggested as she shouldered her pack. We headed out, and followed the wider river along its wild course. I was glad my icy boat hadn't reached this far, otherwise I may have been dashed to pieces. The sun crested and waned, and the air took on a chill as we reached the next campsite. It was much like the last one, except a fallen tree had been dragged close to the fire pit. We settled in for the night, as the sun settled toward the horizon. Arian turned to me and smiled.
What do you say to some fishing to supplement our dinner?
I cast a wary glance at the rough waters. In that? She pointed at one of the pools on the far side of the tumultuous waters. The fish stay in there to catch easy food. We should be able to find some in the darkest holes.
But without a fishing pole?
I pointed out, as I looked about us.
Or do we make our own?
Her eyes twinkled as she drew off her outer dress. I will throw the fish and you will catch them. I blinked at her, as her form began to transform.
Wait, what?
I didn't get a reply before my naked friend changed into her hulking bear form. She sauntered over to the rough river, and slid into the waters. Her bulk meant the tide tried to take her but didn't succeed. She swam from one heavy boulder to another, until she reached the far end where a large pool offered her sanctuary. I stood at the edge of the river confused and tense. Arian waded to the edges of the shallow swirling waters, and turned her head to and fro. She stiffened, and lifted one huge paw out of the river. Arian lunged forward, and swatted at the surface. Her paw dipped into the water as clean as a diving fish, and she scooped something out of the river. She used her paw as a net, and flung her catch at me. I yelped and leaped back as a flying fish landed on the ground where I had just stood. The creature flopped about, and a roar from Arian brought realization to my fuzzy mind. This was my part of the deal. I had to catch the fish. Literally. I dove at the fish and clapped my hands together. Its slick body sprang out of my palms and up into the air where it flopped about, spraying me with water and bits of dirt. I shut my eyes against the onslaught, and the fish took its chance to bounce back into the water. I sheepishly looked over at my friend. Her muzzled mug was hard to read, but I don't think she was too happy. I slowly lifted my shoulders, and my hands on either side of me. Sorry. Arian huffed, and returned her attention to the pool. Now prepared for my part, I knelt on one knee and waited for supper. My furry friend only took another minute before she swatted another fish my way. I body-piled the flopping fiend and pinned the creature to the ground. The fish flopped against me as I eased myself to one side and slipped a hand beneath me. I found its body and wrapped my hands around its slippery form, but this time it didn't win. I climbed to my feet and held up my triumph, the floppy fish in my fingers. Arian bobbed her head before her eyes flickered to the fire. "Right," I shouted as I raced back to camp with my prize and pinned the fish by the tail with one of the fire rocks. The fish weren't big, so we went through the motion 3 more times until there was enough to whet our appetites. I sat down and built the kindling, as I had seen Arian do the night before, as she trudged out of the water. She was dripping wet, even transformed into a human, and I quickly wrapped 2 of our blankets around her. "You sit right here and let me do the chores for once," I insisted as I set her down on the log. She lifted one arm. "But..." I grasped her arm and tucked it back into the blankets. "But nothing. It's not going to be warm tonight, and you need to dry off, so sit there and look as pretty as you always do, and I'll get everything done." I turned away and used the flint lighter to ignite bits of twigs I'd found scattered about. Do I truly look pretty? The question was so out of nowhere that for a moment I thought I'd heard wrong. I turned my head and looked over my shoulder at my friend. Arian had wrapped the blankets tighter about herself, and she stared at the ground. "Who said you weren't?" I counted. She shrugged and scuffed the ground with a few bare toes. "I was told Lady Sheehan only picked the ugliest maids, so she would not feel jealous around them." I left my food-making business and shuffled on my knees over to my friend. She reluctantly lifted her head as I clapped my hands on her shoulders. "Listen to me, Arian. You are one of the most beautiful people I have met, inside and out. If anybody ever tells you you're not pretty, you tell them they need to put down a mirror. You got that?" She blinked at me. "Put down a mirror?" I lifted my chin and nodded. "Yep. That means they're just looking at their ugly selves. Besides, you have to care about their opinion for it to bother you, right?" She cocked her head to one side and furrowed her brow. I suppose you are right." I snorted. "Of course I am. Aren't I always?" Arian bit her lower lip, but the corners of her lips twitched upward. "I suppose." I narrowed one eye at her and suppressed a sly smile. "What's that supposed to mean?" She popped her head up and vigorously shook her cranium. "Nothing. Nothing at all." We stared at each other for a few silent minutes before a titter escaped my friend. Then a stifled chuckle escaped me. Then we both burst out laughing until our sides ached. I wiped my tears away with the back of my finger and gently smiled at my friend. "Jokes aside, you are a very beautiful young woman, Arian." And to prove it, I spun on my knees and crawled my way back to the fire. "I'm going to make a meal fit for a princess." I didn't notice the startled look on my friend's face, nor how swiftly she tried to hide the expression. Chapter 45. Ta-da! I presented Arian with her platter. She eyed the crispy fish with hesitation mixed with horror. Her gaze rolled up to my eager face. "Have you ever cooked fish before?" I shook my head. "No, why do you ask?" "No reason," she replied as she accepted the plate with as much enthusiasm as someone attending a funeral. I grabbed my plate and plopped down beside her. "How are you drying?" "Very well, thanks to your fire," she assured me as she adjusted her blanket. I poked at my blackened fish and pried apart its flesh. Pink flesh greeted me, and I eyed it with suspicion. "Is it supposed to look so pink?" My friend laughed. "Of course. Have you not had fresh fish before?" I shook my head. "No. I don't remember it being served very much in the heaven realm, and there weren't too many places to pick it up in my hometown either. At least not the kind you could believe were fresh." Arian prodded at her meat and drew off the charred skin, discarding it to the far ends of her plate until she had a deboned meal in front of her. I stared at her with far more reluctant anticipation than I should have, as she stuck a forkful of the meat in her mouth. She chewed a few times before swallowing.
"Well?"
I asked her. A smile spread across her face, and she nodded. "It is actually quite good." I lifted my chin, but my eyes twinkled too brightly.
"Was there ever any doubt?"
I mean, besides the tremendous doubt both of us felt. "I will show you how to cook fish with spices when we reach Banha," she promised as she picked away at her food. I dropped my gaze to my fish. A thought struck me, and I floated the plate over to my friend. She looked up, and I stuck my lower lip out. "Please." Arian laughed and handed me her plate while she took mine. "You can eat that one while I pick the bones from this one." "Do you guys have to worry about bones when you're in your bear shape?" I wondered, as I dug into my meal.
"Not at all," she assured me as she deftly removed the skin and dug out the bones.
"We merely swallow the fish whole, and our bodies worry about the bones." I prodded my food and sighed.
"Must be nice being able to transform like that."
She paused in her picking, and cocked her head to one side. "But you have that ability. You were once a cat." I snorted. "Yeah, a cat that couldn't transform back into a human, and I can't transform back into a cat." "You will learn in time," she assured me as she resumed her picking. "I believe I recall telling you how my brother was not interested in his magic studies." I nodded. "Yeah. You told me he used his brute strength until your dad knocked some sense into him." A thought struck me, and I narrowed my eyes at my friend.
"You're not suggesting I get the sense knocked out of me to teach me how to transform, are you?"
She laughed and shook her head. "Oh no. I am merely saying that perhaps you may find your ability when you most need it." I recalled the terrible time with the boar, only the night before. That hadn't activated my feline talent. My shoulders slumped and I chewed morously on my food. What kind of danger would it take to give me the ability to change? We finished our meal, and I held out my hand to my friend.
"I'll take your plate in the first watch."
"Are you sure?" she wondered. "You didn't get your nap this afternoon," I reminded her as I took her plate and stood. "You get some sleep and I'll get some time to admire the stars." She tilted her head back and gazed up at the twinkling sight. "They are amazing, are they not? I wonder what makes them appear so beautiful." I didn't have the heart to tell her it was some gaseous formation reflecting light from millions of light years away. Then again, this was a world of magic. Maybe they had been created by a spell. Either way, I had a long night ahead of me. Arian settled into a deep slumber, and I leaned my back against the trunk. The fire crackled at my feet as I stared up at those happy stars. That beautiful night sky reminded me of the few other times I'd seen it during my stay in this new world. "Can you see the same ones I can from your little island?" I whispered. Silence was my answer, and my heart was heavier for it. I tucked my folded arms behind my head and watched the wondrous sky float by over the long night. Morning couldn't come soon enough. It was a clear, chilly one that greeted us, and I was glad when we set off down the road. The exercise warmed me, and the thought of reaching our destination in a few hours quickened my step. We followed the roaring river, which gracefully turned to meander northward, and in doing so, we left its side and traveled deeper into the woods. The road wound its lonely way through the trees, until a huge stone wall 15 feet high and 5 feet thick appeared on our left. I ran my hand down the weathered rocks.
"What's this?"
"An ancient boundary between the bear and the wolf clans," she explained as she studied the old wall. "My father once told me it was built by our ancestors to keep the wolves from invading."
"Did it work?"
She sighed. "Only until they discovered they could dig through the foundations."
"How long did that take?" "Less than a decade."
I stifled a snort. This was Arian's ancestors we were talking about, after all.
That doesn't sound good."
My native guide shook her head. No, especially as the wall took that many years to build. Wow. That's wow.
Fruitless, she suggested with a hint of a smile.
I sheepishly grinned and shrugged.
Something like that.
My father agrees with you, she revealed as we followed the decayed fortification. He thought battle tactics were more an asset than a wall that could be climbed over and dug under. I eyed my mysterious friend with a playful smile. Your father sounds like he was involved in a lot of fighting. She fidgeted with the strap on her knapsack. He has some experience. We should meet him within an hour after we reach the crossroads. It wasn't hard to guess what the crossroads were. Our path forked 2 miles ahead. One road led left through an arch in the wall and into another part of the forest. Arian led me rightward, where we rejoined the river and headed northward. Civilization popped up here and there, in the form of weir boxes dug out beside the tumultuous waters. The river water was diverted into the boxes and sent through pipes under the road to fields on our left. There were no homes visible, but a few outbuildings made of heavy logs abutted the fields. The technology brought a bunch of questions to my mind. Do your people have a lot of fields? There were some fields when I was younger, she mused as she studied the piping systems that fed the fields. Though they have planted many more since I was last here. I believe Father desires to encourage our people to do more than fish and hunt. I lifted an eyebrow. Your father sounds really important. She blushed and avoided my curious eye. He does have some sway among our people. I tugged on her sleeve. You're being really mysterious about your dad. Why?
I just want my home to be a surprise, she told me.
She grabbed my hand and tugged me down the road. But we should hurry or we will miss the lunch hour. Chapter 46. I was dragged down the road, and more evidence of Arian's clan popped up, along with another mountain a mile away on our left. The uneven surface of the new mountain was dotted with dozens of caves all over the rocky surface, and old wooden rope ladders and stone stairs led to the levels above the ground. It was like a crazy apartment building, crafted by an engineer whose skills hadn't gone beyond making doodles on the margins of his textbook. The forest that once abutted the cliffs had been cleared, and all the trees used to make the hulking frames of hundreds of small lodges. The designs were relatively the same, with single gabled roofs and 1 or 2 floors. Some of them had wraparound porches, and others had outbuildings separated by a dog trot. The homes had huge stone chimneys, from rocks pulled out of the river and mudded together to make skyscrapers of heating. Smoke puffed out of many of the chimneys, and people walked to and fro on errands and visits. The one feature that all the houses shared was they had all been built on stilts. Many stood 4 feet above the ground and their poles were stained. Why are all the houses built like that? I asked my native guide. The river has been known to flood, so all the houses are built above the floodwaters, Arian told me. I was excited to see fresh faces, and many had Arian's physical traits. They had brown hair, with the women wearing theirs long and the men sporting beards, and most were of the burly variety, though a few were as slim as Jin. Is Jin from your clan? I wondered. She shook her head. No. That is, there were once 2 bear clans, but one was nearly wiped out during the last war. They joined our clan in mutual protection. The road led us up the ascending and narrowing valley, and I glimpsed an end to our journey. The path led up to an enclosure of wooden stakes, some 20 feet high, and surrounding 20 acres. A huge lodge with a wing on either side of the main hall towered over all the buildings, and even many of the penthouse caves. The natural formation of the valley was such that the 2 opposing mountains veered inward, and nearly met where the Grand Lodge stood. The roaring river was less tempestuous with irrigation needs, and meandered around the right side of the enclosure. Nature thus created 2 impenetrable boundaries on either side of the fortification, and the wooden fence took care of the front. I couldn't see what lay beyond the imposing lodge, but a few large pine trees towered behind its high roofs. The gates that led into the compound were open, and allowed me to see a huge spit in the center of the courtyard. A roaring fire was cooking a huge slab of meat, and a dozen people chatted and made merry with help from a nearby barrel. A few chickens roamed loose, and a small paddock housed a few cows and sheep. I noticed my companion's feet dragged the closer we came to the dwelling. She stared at the imposing home, with trepidation mixed with excitement.
"What is that place?"
I asked her. Her voice was scant above a whisper. "That is the home of our clan leader." My eyebrows shot up.
"So your dad works for him?"
"Arian." One of the men from the group shoved his mug into the hands of a companion, and hurried toward us. He looked about 50 with a broad smile and a deep scar across his left cheek. The man wore a heavy coat of grey fur, and wore his long hair in a ponytail down his back. His shoulders were so broad he could have carried a dozen of me on his back without a problem. Arian shrank beneath the man's gleeful attentions. "Good morning, Lord Lujin." He stopped in front of us and clapped his rough hands on her shoulders.
"Let me get a good look at you."
The corners of his eyes crinkled up as his smile broadened. "Even lovelier than you were before you left, and you have your mother's beautiful face." She blushed. Thank you, Lord Lujin. You are too kind." "I only speak the truth, little Arian," he countered as he set his eyes on me. "And who is your friend here?" "One of the heaven goddesses we hear about, but don't have the pleasure of seeing much of."
"This is Anna."
"She's my friend who wanted to see where I grew up," Arian explained to him, leaving out a few minor details here and there. He held out his hand to me. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Anna." "The pleasure is all mine, Lord Lujin," I countered as I grasped his hand. I let out an involuntary squeak, as he squeezed my digits in his powerful grip. He released me and jerked his hand back.
"Sorry about that.
I'm so often around my men, that I forget how to treat a lady." He returned his attention to my friend. "Did you send a letter to your father? He hadn't mentioned you were coming home." "It was a rather hasty decision," she answered as she leaned to one side to look past our broad greeter. "Is father home?"
"Yep.
Just got back from training," Lujin told her as he stepped to one side.
"You should go see him."
"He doesn't say it, but I think he's missed you these last few years." A smile brightened Arian's face and she grabbed my hand. "Thank you, Lord Lujin. We will see you later." She pulled us past him and through the gate. Lujin's eagerness had attracted the attention of a couple of dozen people out in the yard, some of them women in aprons bearing eggs and firewood. Their eyes widened at the sight of Arian, and a cheer rose from many of them. "Arian is back."
"You're back."
"Alert the king."
"Welcome back, my lady."
I lifted an eyebrow, as I was tugged through the growing crowd. "My lady? Arian?" A lithe young man of 18 pushed his way through the crowd, and bounded at Arian. He wrapped her in a tight hug that saw him lift her off her feet, and spin her around. "Put me down, Fundian," she scolded him. He set her on her feet and grinned at her. "I've missed you scolding me. And you've gotten so pretty." She leaned back and studied him with wide eyes. "And my goodness, how you have grown." Fundian stretched to his full height and puffed his chest out. "Do you think so?" Lujin came up to our little group, and slapped the back of his hand against Fundian's stomach. The young man let out a puff of air, and deflated, making the whole crowd laugh. "I think you need a little more lifting on the trees before you go showing off. Besides, you're keeping your sister from seeing your father, and he won't like that one bit." "I was going to take her to him myself," Fundian insisted as he snatched one of Arian's hands.
"I know just where he is."
Arian had just enough time to grab one of my hands, as the young man tugged us through the crowd. Many people gaped at me with curious brown eyes, and a few children tried to feel the cloth of my silken cloak. I shrank beneath such attention, and was glad when we made it out and up the hillside to the lodge. Fundian didn't lead us up the steps to the wraparound porch, but skirted the building, and followed a stone path along the right-hand side that abutted the river. The trail led close to the house, and within 20 feet of the fast waters. A faint chill and shadow hung over everything, but there was light at the end of the path. Light and a well-cared-for forest, with spacious separation between the trees.
Diane, will you let me catch my breath?
Arian pleaded. Diane stopped us halfway down the path and released her. He turned to face us and scratched the back of his head, while a sheepish smile played across his lips.
Sorry, sis.
I guess I just got carried away. Too carried away to notice I have a guest, she scolded him as her eyes fell on me. Diane looked me over for the first time and lifted his eyebrows.
Well, I'll be a ferret's tail.
He caught his sister's gaze and pointed at me.
Is she a heaven goddess?
Arian set her hand on his wrist and lowered his hand.
Yes, and you need not point.
A crooked smile slipped onto his lips as his eyes rolled over his sibling. You have a fancy way of talking now, sis. She crossed her arms over her chest and gave him a disapproving tap of her foot against the hard-packed ground. I had to learn to talk this way, or I would not have been allowed in the heaven realm as a servant. He shrank beneath her scolding and sheepishly smiled at her. It's been so long since you left that I kind of forgot about that part. He popped his head up and his eyes twinkled.
But you're back now to stay, aren't you?
I mean, that's why you didn't tell father about not returning, right? To surprise him with your staying? I am staying for the present time, she answered him as she looked me over with a hint of worry. My friend here needs a comfortable place to rest and relax. Diane cocked his head to one side and studied me.
She does.
Is she hurt or something? Something. Now you were going to show us where father was, she reminded him. His eyes lit up. Right. He's back here practicing his throws. I'll show you. He spun around and strolled quickly down the path. Arian and I had no choice but to hurry after him, even as questions popped into my mind about their father and his throws. Chapter 47. We reached the rear of the huge lodge, and found ourselves on the outskirts of the manicured forest. The trees were spaced evenly apart so a truck could roll through any part of the area, and the managed woods stretched for a half-mile until the steepness of the ground dwindled the tree population. At that point, the left-hand mountains had curved into the valley and nearly touched their counterparts on the right. There was a gap between them wide enough only for the flow of the river, creating yet another impenetrable wall for the bare city. The jagged peaks of those mountains stared down at us as we moved toward an open area in the trees only a dozen yards from the rear of the lodge. A huge bear of a man stood in the clearing with a few other burly fellows at his side. They were surrounded by 4-foot round boulders. A cluster of other huge stones stood at the opposite end of the grassy meadow. The leader was a head and a half taller than me, and would have even outdone Dardan in his height. He was broad of shoulder, and wore a heavy fur coat of a tan deer with matching leggings. The man strode over to one of the boulders, and stood with his legs far apart. He cracked the knuckles on his hands one by one, and a crooked smile appeared on his lips. The man knelt and dipped his arms beneath the boulder. I jerked to a stop and my mouth fell open as I watched him heft the heavy stone off the ground, and above his head. He stood for a moment in triumphant, before he tossed the rock across the meadow to the other pile. His stone crashed against a dozen others, sending them all scattering in different directions. The man turned to his compatriots, and sauntered over to them.
Shall we play again?
One of the men laughed. And get beaten by you for the 12th time, King Pangbaron? You won't know you won't win unless you try, he countered. One of the king's companions noticed our coming, and his eyes widened. Your Highness! Look! King Pangbaron turned to where his friend pointed, and he stiffened. A mess of emotions flitted through his eyes, but they were quickly suppressed in favor of a stoic look. He lifted his chin and stuck out his chest a little. His voice was stern, but there was a barely detectable quiver in the words. You did not inform me you were returning. What has happened? Arian's eyes welled up with tears, and a shaky smile touched her lips. She rushed forward past her brother and me, and enveloped the man in a big hug. Her arms could barely get around his waist, but her enthusiasm was enough that he waved a bit at the blow. Arian buried her face in his coat, but a few muffled and sniffling words managed to filter through the fur. "I am so glad to see you, father." "Wait a second. King Pangberon." "Father." My jaw creaked open like a rusty trap, as my mind suddenly comprehended the mystery surrounding my friend. She really was a princess, and we had arrived at her realm. I mechanically turned my head to Diane.
"You king, your dad is—"
I couldn't get the words out. Diane folded his arms over his chest and grinned. "Didn't Arian tell you? Our father's the leader of the bear clan." I snapped my gaping mouth shut and shook my head. No, she didn't mention that." He threw back his head and laughed.
"That's just like her.
She never likes to tell anyone she's from royalty, because she thinks people will treat her differently because of it." King Pangberon drew his daughter to arm's length and looked her over. "Is anything the matter?" She smiled and shook her head.
"Nothing at all, father.
I merely desired to return home with my mistress and show her our wonderful lands." The king looked past her and at me. I tried not to shrink beneath his piercing gaze. The last time I'd first met a royal, things had been pretty bumpy for me. "A friend of Arian is a friend to all our people. Pray, what is your name that you would be my daughter's mistress?" I stood straight and cleared my throat. "My name is Lady Anna Roberts, Your Majesty, and thank you for letting me visit." He nodded. "The pleasure is all mine. Now then," he returned his attention to his daughter, and a ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Have you eaten yet?"
"Not since breakfast," she replied.
A crooked grin slipped onto his lips, not unlike that of his son.
"Then you're just in time for a feast.
Lord Lujun found the most magnificent stag in the mountains this morning, and it should be cooked by now." He turned to the men and raised his arms in the air. "We shall have a feast day today, to celebrate the return of Arian. A splendid idea. Hear, hear."
"Let us to it then,"
Pangberon called to them, as he draped an arm over his daughter's shoulders. He guided her toward the stone path and caught my eye. "And the feast shall be in your honor as well, Lady Roberts." I stifled a very bemused smile at my belated addition to the festivities. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Anna," Arian whispered as she thrust her bag into my hands. "Please care for this." I hugged the bag close against my chest and nodded. "With my life. Otherwise Prince Yushir might take it because his precious gift was wrapped in Arian's thickest clothes." The father-daughter pair hurried past, but the void was quickly filled by the sun. Diane stepped up to me and offered me his arm and a smile. "We'd better hurry, or there won't be anything left for us." I looped my arm around his and let him lead me behind the king and his daughter. The other men followed us, and we soon returned to the front of the impressive lodge. A delightful scent floated from the creature on the spit, and the cook in charge of basting the meat turned to his lord. "You have good timing, Your Majesty.
It's just about done.
Pick up a pint, and I'll get you a plate." "My daughter shall have a plate before me," the king commanded him before he swept his eyes over the crowd. "And let us feast to our content for the remainder of the day, for Arian has come home to stay. Let everyone in the city know that I will let the street flow with beer until the chimes strike the midnight hour this night." A great cheer rose from those that surrounded us, and a few of the sprier men darted out through the gates and down the hill to alert the city. Arian was all blushes and stammering. "You do not have to do this for me, father."
"Nonsense," he insisted as he swept an arm over his domain.
"The city will be glad to hear of your return, and even more so that you have brought an honored guest from among the heaven gods." Oh boy. I too shrank from the attention that was brought upon my silver head. "To drink and to eat, my friends," Pangberon shouted, as he accepted a mug from one of his compatriots. He raised the glass and the others joined in, To a bright and prosperous future for yours and mine. Hear, hear, came the shouted reply, and the company downed their drinks in several huge gulps. Don't mind him. I jumped at the voice and whipped my head about to find Lu Jun standing at my side. He had an amused smile on his face as he watched his king drag his daughter around the spit. He hasn't seen his only daughter in so long that it's a wonder he hasn't chained her to the ceremonial stake so she can never leave him again. Ceremonial stake? I repeated. A cloud darkened some of his brow as he stared ahead with a hard look. One of our darker histories, but you needn't worry about that. Enjoy the evening, and I hope you have a good rest. He slipped away, leaving me both relieved and puzzled. I didn't have long to my thoughts when Diane sidled up to me with a heavy plate of sliced meat. He held the plate out to me. Care for some? My stomach grumbled loud enough to be heard over the din of merriment. I sheepishly smiled under his twinkling eyes and took a slice. Thanks. My pleasure, he replied as he turned to face the fire and chewed on a piece himself. I couldn't help but notice his eyes flitted over me. Is something wrong? I asked him. Now it was his turn to blush. I was just wondering if all the heaven goddesses were as beautiful as you. I choked on my meat, and his eyes shot open with alarm. He shoved his plate into the chest of a nearby partygoer and grasped my arms. Are you all right? Did you need some water? I waved away his concern and managed to smile. I'm fine, you just surprised me, that's all. I cleared my throat and regained some of my dignity. There are a lot of goddesses who are prettier than me. Like Xian, that snake, I thought to myself. He cocked his head to one side. Then the heaven realm is filled with such beauties? The gist of his question made my eyes twinkle with mischief. You sound like you want to visit there. He released me and shrugged. I thought perhaps I might one day go there. As an envoy for my father, of course. Of course, I agreed as I returned my attention to the gathering. Arian was now surrounded by other fair maidens of the kingdom, all asking questions about her time on the floating islands. A heavy sigh escaped me as those memories came flooding back. You sound as though you've lost something very important to you. Diane's voice shook me from my reverie, and I sheepishly smiled at him. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about the long road that took us here, that's all. Would you like to rest? He suggested as he swept an arm at the majestic lodge. Our father has many spare bedrooms. I will put you in one beside Arian's old room. That sounds like a good idea, I agreed, though I cast a furtive glance at my friend. Arian looked between the heads of her curious friends and noticed my attentive stare. I pointed at myself and then the lodge. Diane took the initiative and leaned into her line of sight, where he grinned and pointed at himself as well. I playfully shoved him out of the way and saw Arian sigh before she nodded. That settles it, Diane piped up as he took one of my hands. Arian has assigned me as your guide for this evening, and I will do my utmost to help you in whatever way I can. Within reason, I teased. His eyes flashed with a bright yellow light. Perhaps. Chapter 48. Diane slipped us around the crowds and up the long flight of steps to the wraparound porch. I was curious to see what the inside of one of the homes looked like. The interior was as rustic as the exterior, with wood boards for walls and thick furniture hewn from more logs. The unique ornament was long, sharp teeth that hung from the ceiling. I gaped at them, and Diane laughed. How do you like our trophies? I snapped my mouth shut and lifted an eyebrow. Trophies of what? Of the Great War, he explained as he guided me down the lamplit central hall. There were no windows along the passage, but doors on either side hinted at rooms with natural light. It happened before Arian and I were born, and was between our old foe the wolves and my father. Arian told me about. I froze when my foot stepped on a board. This piece of wood was particularly in need of oiling, because it made a squeak loud enough to echo up and down the hall. I looked up to find Diane grinning down at me. Some of these boards are quite old and worn. No kidding, I replied as we continued to the end of the hall. A door led out to the porch and the stone-tossing field beyond that. Diane turned to face me, and I jerked my head over my shoulders. Were those all the wolves that were killed in that battle? He leaned a palm against the door on my left, and shook his head. Nope. Those were from the battles before that. The war lasted 24 years before it was finally stopped by the gods on high. I stifled a snort and feigned ignorance. Gods on high? I don't think Arian told me about them. They were a prince and an ancient god from the heaven realm, he revealed as he swung open the door. I don't know too much about them except they were strong enough to pull my dad out of the fighting and convince him to stop. But enough about history. What do you think about this bedroom? I stepped inside and beheld a small but cozy room. Fur rugs covered the wooden floor planks, and the wall on the left had a chimney shared by the adjoining room. A small bed draped with blankets stood in the middle of the room a half-feet from the fire, and a dresser stood on the wall beyond there. The oddity in the room was a small door opposite where we entered. Diane nodded at that door. There is a bathhouse through that door where you can clean yourself with warm or cold water. There are towels in the dresser. Gladly, I replied as I tried not to breathe in my own noticeable odor. I gingerly laid Arian's pack on the bed, and tossed my own onto the floor. Diane came up to me, and studied his sister's luggage. You're treating that like it has something valuable in it. Let's just say it's very important, I replied. His eyes danced with mischief. Really? He snatched the pack off the bed, and hurried out of reach of my grasping hands. Then you won't mind me taking a peek at it. Be careful, Diane. I scolded him as I tried to grab the bag from him, but he held it above his head, well out of reach of my flailing arms. It's really valuable. What is it? He persisted as he swung the bag to and fro. It's a gift someone gave to Arian. Now will you set it down, please? I pleaded. He lifted an eyebrow, and a smile drew across his face but lowered the bag. Truly? Perhaps an admirer? What will Jin say when he returns from his old homeland? I grabbed the bag from him, and gingerly set the pack on the bed. My heart pounded in my chest as I gently lay my hands on the pack, and tried not to look at my companion, for fear of giving away how much his antics had worried me. I kind of hope you won't tell him anything about this. The young man stood at attention and bowed his head. Anything for you, Lady Roberts. I won't tell a soul about my sister's little keepsakes. Thank you. No thanks needed, he countered as he sauntered about the room. You are a guest of my people, after all, and the Bear clan is known for their hospitality. I turned and managed to smile as I clasped my hands behind my back. Then I know I'll be happy here. Something behind him caught my attention. The only window was at the back, but it was worth the view. I slipped past Diane, and over to the glass where I beheld a wondrous aspect of the rear of the valley. The elegant mountain tops were speckled dew, and a faint mist covered much of their sharp and rocky tips. Wow, I breathed as I draped my folded arms on the sill. The views of your home are as nice as the people. We think so, he agreed as he sauntered up to my side and admired the view. Our clan has been here since the world was ruled by the Emperor. I expect we'll still be here long after even he's gone. His words caused a twinge of pain in my heart, and I turned my face away from the sight. Diane's lips drooped into a frown. Did I say something wrong? I shook my head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Something or someone, he guessed. I laughed and smiled up at him. You're as perceptive as your sister, you know that? He grinned and shrugged. I try, but my father still says I'm still twice as stupid, and so get into more trouble. I clapped my hand on his shoulder. Then we're a lot alike. His cheeks blushed a little, but he recovered by stepping back and out of my grasp. Well, I should let you get some rest. If you should need anything else, don't be afraid to ask. I half turned to him, and cocked my head to one side at his adorable expression of embarrassment. Thanks so much. It's already starting to feel like home here. He straightened and cleared his throat. I'm glad to hear that. If you'll excuse me. He bowed his head and hurried from the room, though not before his arm knocked against the doorway on his way out. That only quickened his exit, and he shut the door a little louder than he meant to.
Sorry, came the shout from the other side.
It's all right, I called back, trying hard not to laugh. His footsteps hurried away down the hall, and I returned to admiring the scene from the window. The warm sunlight lapped over me, and I felt a soothing drowsiness work over me. No. Go and clean off all that road dust, or you'll wake up in a cloud of it. She had a point. I snatched a towel from the dresser, and peeked out the exterior door. The wraparound porch was laid out in front of me, and a set of steps led down to a stone path. The trail wound its way through a few trees before coming to a stop at a small round hut, with a square porch attached to the front. A stone chimney puffed out white steam. I could hear the raucous shouts as the coming home party reached new heights of revelry. I strolled down the path and peeked in the front door. The porch featured a few shelves and hangers for clothing, and beyond that, sunken into the floor, was a luxurious round bath. I slipped inside and slipped out of my clothes. A cautious dip of my toe told me the water was warm but not hot. I eased myself into the soothing waters and let out a sigh. This was the way to live. The din from the party-goers was a soft murmur inside the hut. I closed my eyes and recalled the last time I'd dipped into a pool. That had been when I was a cat, and Purin had the unfortunate task of scrubbing me after my adventures in the land realm. Those memories were bittersweet. I loved that I had them, but I knew deep down that I wish I had some to look forward to in the future.
Not happy thoughts, I mumbled to myself.
I opened my eyes and stared up at the cone-shaped roof with its open rafters. You can make some nice ones here. The people are nice. Arian is nice. A smile touched my lips.
Diane seems to be nice. I do hope so.
I yelped and wrapped my arms around my chest. My eyes flitted about the place, but I didn't see anyone. A chuckle came from the other side of the wall behind me.
I hear you splashing around.
Sorry if I startled you. I spun around and glared at the wood boards. Diane, what in the world are you doing out there? Just making sure you had everything you needed, he defended himself, but every one of his words danced with glee.
And I couldn't help but overhear you talking to yourself.
A heavy blush accented my cheeks. Well, I do, so you can leave now.
Are you sure you don't want some company? He teased.
A devilish thought slipped into my mind, and I drifted to the edge of the pool where I draped my crossed arms over the floor. Actually, I would like some company. Really? I could practically hear him bounce up from wherever he was seated. Yep, I confirmed as a sly grin graced my lips. Could you go get Arian for me? There came a stifled groan of disappointment. Arian? You're sure? I had to give myself a moment to keep from laughing, and then I cleared my throat. I'm sure.
I don't think she'll come.
The last I saw, Father was hoisting her on his shoulders. I gave an exaggerated sigh. All right. I guess I'll just have to be alone. I heard the faint scuffing of feet. Are you sure?
I'll be fine.
You go and enjoy the party. All right. I clapped a hand over my mouth as I heard him shuffle away. A few giggles hit me, but I stifled them until Diane had gone. I didn't feel the urge to laugh, but a broad smile graced my lips as I turned and leaned my back against the side of the pool.
I think it's going to be fun being here.